way. 6 years of graft to become Labour leader, then Prime Minister, hanging by the most slender of threads. Whatever happens tonight in Makerfield, though, it could scarcely be more consequential. 2 political timelines unfold before us. Scenario A, Burnham wins. He comes to the House of Commons on Monday to take up his seat and almost certainly starts the process to remove the Prime Minister from his. Keir Starmer might acquiesce now to bow to Burnham, to negotiate, eke out some dignity, or he might stay and fight to win. The Labour Party could be torn apart. Or Burnham loses. The Labour Party enters a state of shock, of mourning, and then almost certainly fear. Hundreds of Labour MPs with reform at the gates will be asking themselves, if Andy Burnham, the most popular Labour politician in the country, can't beat Rob, I was a sexist before I wasn't Kenyan, then what hope is there for me? It will destabilise everything. And this isn't just a moment for the British left. It is for the right too. It could be a fork in the road. If the Restore phenomenon is real, and we will find out tonight, if Rupert Lowe's ragtag band of not-so-merry men deprive Reform of this seat, make the difference, we might expect Nigel Farage to drift further to the right as he finds himself victim to the same torture he has exacted on the Tory party for the last 30 years. A constant crisis of authenticity, of having to constantly prove that he is a proper Conservative. But that is not all. We've not just got one by-election, we've not just got 2 by-elections, you lucky bunnies, but 3 in Aberdeen South. The Tories are hoping to snatch it on an anti-net zero message, Britain's Dallas from the SNP. And in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, the SNP will measure just how punishing, if at all, the Peter Murrell scandal has been on their electoral fortune. So then, 3 contests, all with tantalising clues about where we might be at this moment in British politics, and the highest of stakes for the 2 men, Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham, who faces the prospect of everything or nothing, hero or zero, leader or the forever could have been king. There's nothing more for either men to do. Just wait, like the rest of us, for the voters' verdict. And we will be with you every step of the way until 6 a.m, bringing you the latest lines, the best analysis and results as they happen, with all of the parties here to spin their way through as we cut right through it. And what better companions can I have for the start of this exceptional journey than Aggie Shombury, Deputy Political Editor, of course, for LBC, and John Sopel, who is, 1/3 of a winning trio at the inaugural Society of Editors Political Podcast Awards, or Podcast Awards. What did we win again, John?
I think we won the Political Podcast of the Year.
Oh, we did. That's it. And we should actually just give a shout-out to Alistair and Rory for a superb, highly commended commendation from the judges. But let's not dwell on that, because that's not the contest.
Second place is honourable.
Hey, well, tell that to either Andy Burnham or Rob Kenyon at the end of the night, John. Aggie, this is we've obviously not been able to talk about it freely because of electoral law all throughout today, but we can exhale at last.
Finally.
Finally. The stakes couldn't be bigger, could they?
They literally could not be bigger. This by-election will decide the future of the country. There is no exaggeration there at all. And I think a lot of people in Westminster, in the country, will be pretty flummoxed if Andy Burnham loses. What on earth happens to the Labour Party, to the Labour government then? Potentially, Keir Starmer stays on, even though he's had such a difficult period. And I've just been speaking to people in government in the Labour Party who basically been saying over the last few weeks, we feel like we have failed. And I think they do feel like they failed because this has not worked so far. Keir Starmer has not worked for a lot of them so far. But if Andy Burnham wins, then as you've set out, there are various different timelines. And I think a lot of people that I've spoken to believe that the timeline that will happen is Andy Burnham will become Prime Minister, whether that be via a coronation or whether that be via a bloody contest. And we have got some words in the last 5 minutes or so from Lucy Powell, who, of course, is the deputy leader of the Labour Party. And Andy
Burnham ally, we should say, as well.
Indeed.
I think it's fair to say.
I think it is very fair to say Andy Burnham ally. She's talked about our great candidate, and she said, we knew this would be a tough fight, given Reform did so well here just a few weeks ago, where, of course, Reform got about 50% of the vote in the local elections. But the Labour movement, she says, came together to show we are well up for that fight. While it'll be some hours before we know the result, I want to say a huge thank you, she goes on to talk about, to the activists, to the volunteers. Together, we've spoken to a record number of residents. Labour will continue working every day for the people of this country, putting our values into action and delivering the fairer future communities want to see. That sounds pretty optimistic, doesn't it?
Well, we should say as well, right? I mean, I think something that's been lost a little bit in the last week is because there's been a sort of, I think, Westminster almost consensus because of a few of the constituency polls that we've seen, that Burnham's got this in the bag. Of course, he may well, and there are definitely people I've spoken to today who are confident that he'll manage to take it. But the story for me with this is the fact that he's even competitive is pretty remarkable, because this is a seat. It's not like Manchester Gorton where he could have stood. This is a seat, Makerfield, which, although it's been Labour forever, has been drifting, exactly the sort of seat which has been drifting and drifting and drifting away from the Labour Party. And when you consider that the Labour Party is on 19% in the polls, in theory they should get absolutely battered in this election. So the very fact that Burnham is competitive tells us something about his electoral stardust, at least for this contest in this place.
Indeed. I mean, polling basically suggests that if you take out Andy Burnham, if you take out tactical voting, then one polling model has Reform winning this by 14 points. So as you say, this is absolutely extraordinary that he may well win tonight. And people I've spoken to within the camp, I know we've had so many conversations and so many of them are different with exactly what's going to happen, with exactly what's going to happen tonight in the future, etc., etc. People I've spoken to have felt pretty confident about Andy Burnham winning, although nervous about saying that. But I think that is why so many people in the Labour Party basically believe that if Andy Burnham wins tonight, especially if he wins with a bigger majority than either Josh Simon's got in the 2024 general election, which is about 5,400, or if he wins with more than Reform and Restore put together, he will basically be able to set out his terms and just say to Keir Starmer and say basically to the Labour Party, look, if I can do this here, I can do it anywhere.
John, I mean, you've been covering by-elections since the Marquess of Rockingham was in short trousers, as we know. Can you remember anything like this?
No, and I was thinking, as I came here this evening, of the kind of first by-elections I covered, and you would always say they were seismic, and, you know, having been interested in politics from a young age, you know, when the SDP were winning by-elections and people were saying the mould of British politics had been broken, and then, of course, the mould hadn't been broken, and then you would see by-elections which suggested that Labour were on their way back or the Tories were on their way out. Whatever it happened to be, there has been nothing like this, where so much is at stake. We could sit here around this table and just act as though it is a normal by-election programme and talk about whether Labour was successful in getting out the vote today or whether Reform was successful in getting out to, you know, and whether there was tactical voting. There is so much more at stake. And it's, you know, I think you've absolutely nailed it, Lewis, when you talk about this being of epic proportions, because there's never been a by-election where potentially you are deciding who is the next Prime Minister or not. You've never had a by-election where you've thought this really could be curtains for the Labour Party, because if Labour don't win tonight and they have put in their superstar candidate, their superstar centre forward into the game and he can't pull it off, then really I think an awful lot of Labour MPs will be tearing their hair out in despair and looking for what they can do after the next Parliament, because they won't be in Westminster any longer. And I think this talks to the, you know, we all sat together on the night of the local council elections. You and I sat together on the night of the general election when we were talking about this impregnable majority that Keir Starmer had got. And yet here we are, less than 2 years later. And it does look, I mean, I came here this evening. There was a perfect metaphor. I came in a car down Whitehall, and Whitehall was closed between the Cenotaph and Parliament Square. It's like
they didn't even open it for you.
Downing Street had been sealed off. It's like Keir Starmer is already erecting the barricade and trying to keep himself in there. And the fact of the matter is that I think if Andy Burnham wins tonight, whatever Keir Starmer thinks he might be able to pull off, I think there'll be sufficient numbers of members of the cabinet who'll say it's done, it's over. We've got to have a peaceful transfer of power.
I know the Metropolitan Police like to try and provide you with metaphors whenever they can. So we're grateful, officers, for your service. But John, I was actually speaking to a Labour person today who knows the Prime Minister's mind pretty well. And they're saying, and Yagi, you come in on this as well, but they were absolutely insisting to me that whatever happens tonight, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, is of the mind to fight. And that he will, whether he has cabinet resignations or not, he thinks that he'll keep most of the cabinet. And he feels genuinely affronted by the idea, which I suppose, you know, you can understand, that, you know, he worked for the majority. He, you know, slogged his guts out for years to get that majority. He's one of only 4 men in history to achieve a majority from opposition for the Labour Party. And then Burnham thinks he can swan in and take it. Do you think that there's any prospect of him? Do you take that seriously? The Prime Minister saying?
I think the Prime Minister is serious when he says that, but the reality could shift immediately if Burnham wins. And, as you often point out, Lewis, I've been doing this for a few years.
Absolutely.
And I remember Margaret Thatcher, and I was a young political correspondent, I fight to win. She'd just fallen just short of getting an outright majority to take the Tory leadership when she was challenged by Sir Anthony Mayer. And what happens? She says, I fight to win. And then the cabinet go in one by one and see her and say, Margaret, it's over. And that is what happened. It was treachery with a smile, but they absolutely knifed her. And she was left with no option but to say if the cabinet goes in and says to Keir Starmer, I'm sorry, I resign now if you don't set a timetable for a handover, then what does Keir Starmer do?
The other thing, Aggie, you've already alluded to it, but the other thing that I heard is that number 10 will be keeping a very close eye on exactly how big the majority is. And if it's a runaway and it just looks like there's just sort of proof positive of a Burnham-led Labour Party, that makes it hard for the Prime Minister. But as you say, if it's very small, and certainly if Restore make the difference, then they feel more confident that they'll be able to say, well, look, of course he's done well, but, bit of a fluke. And that might allow the Prime Minister a bit of time, or at least an argument to say that he should stay on.
I think there is an argument for him to stay on. But I think exactly as John says, I totally believe that Keir Starmer believes that he is going to fight a contest. I believe that. But I think...
I suppose you kind of have to, right? Otherwise, why do you even bother getting out of bed in the morning?
And also, I've spoken to so many of his allies who basically, a lot of them are, including people like Morgan McSweeney, his former chief of staff, are urging him, writing him memos to say that he should stay.
No, Morgan's not still involved. Is it Morgan McSweeney? No, I thought he'd left.
Writing him memos, encouraging him to stay on. And I've spoken to allies of his who basically say, well, just because someone wants your job doesn't mean you should give it to give it to them. Which you can understand. And he's also made these comments yesterday, basically saying that Andy Burnham should wait to do anything until after the Manchester mayoral by-election, which of course is only happening because Andy Burnham is running to be an MP, and if he wins, that would be on the 30th of July. And the other thing he said is basically he suggested he'd offer Andy Burnham a job, saying he wants him to have a big job, but that is just
Andy Burnham's. I've actually got a very particular job in mind. Actually,
yes.
Yeah.
I think there's another thing to bolt on to exactly that, which is that might be persuasive, which is to say to Andy Burnham, look, well done, you've won Makerfield. You're obviously in line to succeed me at some point. But it would not be a bad thing for you to get back around a cabinet table, to get up to speed on some of the national security issues. We don't know where Andy Burnham stands on what the level of defence spending should be, what should happen at the NATO summit, what should happen in terms of some of the big national security issues that Britain is confronting right now, support to Ukraine, where we stand on Iran, are we going to help demine the Strait of Hormuz, all those kind of mega international issues, which if you're the Mayor of Manchester, you've not been part of the discussion. And maybe just a little bit of time to establish yourself would be a good thing. And I wonder whether that is an argument that might carry some sway with Burnham, although I'm sure his supporters are going to think, we've got momentum, we're just pushing at an open door. It's time to go.
Well, he's got to win it first. I mean, a source on the Burnham campaign texting me, just sort of asked them how it's gone, saying that, look, it's going to be very close. This is proper reform territory. Andy has stood in one of the most difficult seats in the country. The fact he's in the mix is because of his connection to place and people. Always very hard to disaggregate what's expectation management and what actually is real fear. Well, let's try and get a sense of it by going live to Makerfield now. And Natasha Clark, our political editor, of course, is there for us in a frenetic counting centre I can see behind her. Natasha, what's going on there, apart from the counting?
Evening, Lewis. Yes, it's all just kicking off here at the Makerfield count, just outside of the centre of Wigan. And as you can see behind me, lots of frenetic activity as the votes have started just flooding in here in the last few minutes. And I'm hearing exactly, Lewis, what you are hearing. Lots of Labour sources telling me they think this is going to be very close and they are not taking anything for granted. So, Lewis, this is that time of the night where it could just be expectation management and it could be really what's happening on the ground. So we will obviously be applying those sources for more information in the coming hours. We are expecting a result, I am told, around 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning at the moment. So, but equally, it could go on later if, of course, there are any recounts, if Reform decides that they may not trust some of the judgment of what is coming in. But I've been in Makerfield for a couple of days, Lewis, and it does feel, at least amongst the people that I've been speaking to, at least the people in the pub, the voters on the streets, the people outside Peacocks, that Andy Burnham, I think, does have the momentum. Obviously, Reform's still doing incredibly well, and according to those polls, Restore taking a big chunk out of the vote. So very much still all to play for. We will, of course, keep a very close eye on all of this as it comes in and bring you the very latest. We've got MPs here, we've got activists here, we've got spinners here. We're in for a very long night ahead. And now we can hear more, I think, from my colleague Chris Chambers, our Northwest correspondent.
Thank you, Natasha. Good evening, everyone. I'm in the Nerve Centre at the back of the venue. This is where the tea and coffee is, where the nation's media are preparing to dig in for the night. It's been a lot of fun being out and about around Makerfield over the last 4 or 5 weeks, really getting to know people who I think by now have had just about as much as they can take of the media. They are looking very much forward to us leaving town, I think, because everywhere they go, they are being asked who they're going to vote for and why. Interesting, though, the change we've seen during the last month or so. To begin with, there was real disinterest. People didn't seem that connected or that engaged. We've seen that change over the weeks when people may be starting to understand the importance of what is going on and what we are going to find out tonight. But there are the people who are right behind reform, those who wouldn't care what Rob Kenyon or Nigel Farage says. The job is to make sure that reform win this by-election. There are the people on the other side who are so behind Andy Burnham because they want Keir Starmer out, and he is the vehicle for that to happen. And of course, you have everybody else in the middle who maybe fear more of the same. They aren't sure about Burnham because he is Labour and they don't want that again. But they don't want reform, so they're looking towards Restore instead as something potentially different. If you were to use your eyes, you would think Reform are a shoo-in here. Everywhere you go, it's Reform banners. They have absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at this in terms of trying to promote Rob Kenyon. Andy Burnham, very different tactics maybe, not seen an awful lot of him in the media. We know he's been a very slippery character, hard to get hold of. We've been chasing him around, trying to grab words with him where we can. He's been very much focusing on speaking to voters rather than journalists. We've seen the celebrity endorsements over the last few weeks. We've saw Hugh Grant out and about with Andy Burnham yesterday, and Middleton out and about with Rob Kenyon, trying to sprinkle a little bit of celebrity stardust amongst the electorate as well. So, there's so much to reflect on over the last few weeks. The dirty tricks, the dirty laundry. We've not even talked about the social media posts. So, there's a lot to talk about. But we can hear now a flavour of what people have been saying.
What do you think about Keir Starmer?
Get him out.
Yeah?
Get him out.
Why do you want to be voting for Andy Burnham?
Well, he's done a lot for Lee. He did the Marina, he did the Lee Sports Village, he's done a lot in Manchester. I want somebody who can represent Ashton, who's got a pedigree and what we can trust.
Reform,
yeah.
UK, definitely.
Yeah, why do you think that?
Why do I think that?
Yeah,
because they care about British people.
Yeah.
They want to do well for this country, especially look after the borders. They want to control the borders.
Is immigration important to you?
Yes, it is.
So what do you think about the reform campaign that you quite like?
I think it's going to bring change.
Yeah.
And we need change because Labour at the moment are stagnant. Around here was always a Labour area.
It has been for years.
Exactly. And it's changed.
Yeah.
And for the better.
And what do you think about Nigel Farage? Do you think he'd make a good Prime Minister?
He will have I think he will, tell you the truth.
Yeah.
But time will tell.
You have any idea who you're going to vote for yet?
Andy Burnham.
Yeah? Why is that?
Because he's the best candidate.
Well, it's Chris Chambers there, LBC's Northwest correspondent in Makerfield. We'll hear lots more, of course, from Natasha and from Chris throughout the night. Let's get the view from a Labour MP, well, technically an independent MP at the moment. Carl Turner, of course, independent MP, formerly Labour MP for Kingston upon Hull. He's thrown out of the Labour Party for his rebellion on the changes to the justice system. Carl Turner, thanks so much for joining us this evening. What are you hearing? How do you think it's going to go?
Good evening, Lewis. Well, I was there today for most of the day. I got back to Hull about sort of late afternoon. And I've got to tell you, it was very positive on the doorstep. But don't forget, we're knocking on promises, and these are people who are nailed on. So I'm not going to jinx it by sort of saying what I think is going to happen. I'm confident that Andy has done the graft. I think people around there are not voting Labour, I'll be honest with you. It's about Andy Burnham. It's definitely not about the Labour Party. And I've got to tell you the truth. They cannot stand Keir Starmer. So some of the vote is about getting rid of Keir Starmer, which is ironic because that was the reform campaign in the last election, local elections, just a few weeks ago.
Do you think that Andy Burnham is going to be able, if he becomes Labour leader, do you think that this election, this by-election, is it replicable? Because like you say, Carl, he is run not as the Labour brand, but as himself. He can't do that. It's not a trick he can pull off again, is it?
I listened to your introduction at the top of the programme and I thought you were spot on. The reality is it's going to be a mountain to climb because this by-election is very different to any other, in my view. For a start, I've not seen a campaign organised quite as well, on both sides, actually. I thought Reform were out there today in huge numbers, knocking doors and trying to get their vote out. And I think the Labour Party as well. I don't know how many volunteers we had there, but it was just absolutely jam-packed with people who travelled the country to be there. There is a real enthusiasm. But look, it is going to be a real difficulty to turn the country into supporting Andy in a way that those people in Manchester, Makerfield, Ashton, wherever else in the constituency have decided to support him. I think we've got a challenge. The other thing, of course, and I say this to Andy directly, Andy is popular, of course he is, but he's not been stymied by the cock-ups and U-turns and shenanigans of a Labour government over the last 2 years. If he'd been in that cabinet for 2 years, he'd probably be as unpopular as most others.
We're told, Carl, that the Prime Minister is minded, no matter what happens, to fight any leadership contest. Do you think he should?
Lewis, I know him well. Him and I was pals for a long time, I think. We're both lawyers by profession. I saw him just before Christmas. I went to his private quarters in number 10 Downing Street to ask him the question, would he get rid of Morgan McSweeney? He told me that was never going to happen. Absolutely categorically, it wasn't happening. I told him that his leadership was in difficulty if he didn't get rid of Morgan, and he just point blank refused. He has this expression, this phrase, I'm not doing this by committee. And what he means is he's not listening. He's very determined. He sticks his heels in and means it. So I think there's a real chance he'll insist on standing as a candidate in the leadership, but there's a big difficulty for him. I think fairly swiftly there will be a coordinated campaign of resignations from, first of all, junior ministers and then indeed cabinet members, which puts him in a position which is just untenable. And at that point, he needs to go.
What do you say to those? And there are those in the Labour Party who think this, particularly some around the Prime Minister, obviously, but others as well, or members of the public as well, who might say, what are you all doing? I mean, yeah, the Prime Minister's unpopular, but it's mid-term. There's 3 years until the next general election. The Iran war finally looks like it's actually going to come to an end. The Strait of Hormuz will be opened again. Inflation's going to come down. You're getting a grip on immigration, both legal and illegal. NHS waiting lists are coming down. Why are you destabilising yourselves with a potential leadership election at this point in the Parliament?
Well, I think there's a couple of points to that. First of all, that's true, but there's massive frustration in the Parliamentary Labour Party that the good things we've achieved in that 2-year period are not spoken about because, first of all, the comms is shocking. That's one problem. And secondly, it's overshadowed by everything else, the Mandelston shenanigans, the U-turning on everything. The fact that the Prime Minister, frankly, being honest, has lost his authority a long time ago. I said on an interview a couple of days ago, I've got more authority than the Prime Minister. The journalist laughed at me. I said, no, I'm being serious. I was the person who managed to persuade 92 members of the PLP, moderates, left-wing, right across the board, to abstain on jury stuff, a flagship policy of the Labour government. I had the authority to do that. Keir Starmer didn't have the authority to stop me doing it. His authority is gone. It's finished. It's dead. He needs to go for the sake of the country.
But if he fights, Carl, if he fights it, and there is a drawn-out, protracted leadership contest, what message does that send to the country? The Labour Party is prioritising its own internal factions and factionalism and fractures rather than the country at large. Because we'd be looking at months of a leadership contest involving the incumbent Prime Minister. I mean, that's barely with precedent.
navel-gazing, and the electorate, in my experience, can't stand it. But don't forget, Boris Johnson took out Theresa May and then won big. There's a possibility of us winning big with Burnham. Listen, I don't think it's a big chance, honestly. I've said it to him, I say it publicly, but I think we've got the opportunity to face the electorate and say, just give us a chance. Let's see what we can do in the next 12 months or a bit longer, perhaps. But I do think it's probably inevitable that we'll go to the country earlier than 2029 with a new leader. And people like me who are looking at a massive majority for reform if there was an election anytime soon. In East Hull, we'd be gone. I sort of start to think, do we really want that? And that's what some MPs might be thinking about now.
Carl, are you really telling me, sorry, it's John Sopel here, are you really telling me that Labour MPs would vote for an early general election when it would be turkeys voting for Christmas?
Well, that's my point, John. I suspect not. But I think if Burnham needs to do the stuff which is not something the Labour Party per se has a mandate for, then he might have to look seriously at going to the country. And look, we've all learned the mistakes of Gordon Brown, I think 2008. Was it 2008, just before the financial crash? He ought to have gone then. We were ahead in the polls. He dithered around and bottled it, frankly. And as a result, we got the coalition government in 2010, a couple of years thereafter. So look, these decisions will be considered. And what I know about Andy Burnham, I've worked with him. I was in his campaign team along with Michael Duggar in 2015. Andy does see the politics of things, and he is somebody who's got bottle. He's got this reputation of flip-flopping. Actually, I don't see that when I deal with him on a one-to-one. I've seen him doing his political business. But actually, I think he's got the nous to decide when the time is.
Yeah.
Persuading the Parliamentary Labour Party, John, I agree with you completely. People like me, I've considered what will I do after this. I'll probably go back to Chambers and try and earn a living as a lawyer again. But others have got less opportunity, and that's the problem we have. And they will be worried about the P45s landing. And frankly, if there was an election anytime soon, even if God came down from heaven wearing a red rosette, I think we'd lose, because in the last 2 years, we've let the side down.
I tell you what, something else you've just said, Carl, a moment ago that really struck me when you were describing that Keir is very stubborn, very determined. He thinks he's won this election. He should be allowed to stay. It sounds just like Boris Johnson. And, you can't think of two people more different temperamentally in many ways than Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer. And yet that was Boris Johnson's argument. I've won us a majority of 80. The Tory party wouldn't have done anything like as well in the 2019 election. And the same argument being trotted out by a Prime Minister who doesn't want to go.
John, I think you're right. It's ironic in a way, because Keir Starmer couldn't stand Boris. He literally couldn't stand him. It was a personal thing in the end. He thought he was a disgrace to the country. But actually, the truth of where we are now, if Keir is determined to stick his heels in, I'm afraid to say it's going to be a bloody mess. And frankly, the electorate will not forgive. I think that is true. And I think the Labour Party could end up in a terrible mess. I think Burnham would win it, frankly. I think the membership of the Labour Party would support Burnham. That's, I think, fairly obvious. But if Burnham didn't win tonight, I'm afraid to say I think there's a real chance Starmer would win with the members.
Well, I was going to ask you that just finally, Carl. We're talking as if Burnham is going to win. Of course, there's a prospect that he loses. What effect do you think that will have on the Parliamentary Labour Party? What happens then?
Tell you honestly, it will be a collective breakdown in a way that is indescribable to me before it's happened. I think it will be, people are desperate for the possibility of new leadership. Ministers who support Keir Starmer, cabinet ministers I've spoken to privately, who don't slag him off, to be fair. They don't slag him off, not even privately, but they do concede that his days are numbered and we've got to move on. People will panic. There'll be a massive breakdown, and the authority that he doesn't have anyway, will go to nothing. It's just ungovernable.
Would you support Wes Streeting? Would you support Wes Streeting launching a bid in that event? Reality.
Listen, let me tell you, I'd have Wes Streeting every day of the week and twice on a Sunday as he puts things. That's the truth. If nobody else was available, because I think Wes Streeting has got more integrity in his little toe than most of the cabinet who exist currently. That's my view of Wes. He's a man who is not in my politics, and Wes Streeting's are very different, actually. Not massively, but we're on different wings of the party. But he can communicate, is intelligent, is a genuine man. And I tell you something, he believes in what he says. And the problem with Keir Starmer, I'll end on this if you wish, Keir Starmer don't believe in anything, in my view. Is no politics. The reason there's no Starmerite or no Starmerism is because Keir Starmer believes in Keir Starmer and nothing else. It pains me to say it. He was a pal of mine. I was wedded to the idea that he was the future. I thought he was a left-wing version of Tony Blair. I made a terrible mistake. He just isn't up to it, and that's the truth.
Carl Turner there, the MP for Hull East, characteristically, as ever, measured and really sitting on the fence. Grateful to you, Carl Turner. Loads more to come, including a little bit of breaking news I see from the New Statesman's Arbroath saying that Andy Burnham has the nominations required to trigger a Labour leadership contest. We'll get more on that shortly. Let's get the LBC News headlines on this very special, very exciting, very, very important political night in British politics. Daryl Jack with LBC the News headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Polls have closed in the Makerfield by-election, which would see Andy Burnham challenge Sir Keir Starmer's leadership. The Greater Manchester Mayor and Labour candidate would need to beat opponents, including from Reform, to return to Westminster. A man's being questioned on suspicion of attempted murder after a child ended up in a crocodile enclosure in Cambridgeshire. The 3-year-old boy is in a critical but stable condition. And a schoolteacher has been handed a whole-life order for the murder of his adopted baby son in Blackpool. 13-month-old Preston Davey died 4 months after being taken into the care of Jamie Varley in April 2023. LBC weather largely cloudy tomorrow with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England. Mainly sunny elsewhere and hot in the far east, highs of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So
with us, co-host of the News Agents podcast. Who's ever heard of that? And Luke Trill, of course, as well, is now here, UK director at More in Common. And Luke, I know you've spent quite a lot of time in Makerfield, haven't you, over the past 4 weeks? What are your main reflections in terms of how voters there have told you, how they've been thinking about politics? Because this has been such a unique by-election, and I haven't spent as much time there as you, but my impression from being there this week is that voters there have been really cognizant of how important this responsibility has been.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it is the most politically engaged I have ever seen people, not just in a by-election, in a general election, right? You know, normally you go up for by-elections, people don't know the name of candidates. In this by-election, everyone knows the candidates. They know the ins and outs, the twists and turns. And as you say, you know, most people, I mean, almost everyone says, look, this is ultimately about, does Andy Burnham become Prime Minister? And I think that's been the central question for undecided voters, which is it good for Makerfield to have the Prime Minister as an MP, or are we being used as a stepping stone and will we be forgotten about? And that has been the thing. And of course, there's the strong argument that being the PM's constituency is a really good thing.
I've been very intrigued by that because obviously the reform message, their central message has been Andy Burnham wants to use this as a stepping stone, which has struck me as I can see what they're driving at with that. But in a way, it must be at least the potential to be a double-edged argument or a double-edged sword because people know that. But Burnham hasn't resiled from the idea that that's what he wants to do. And as you say, there are some advantages in having the Prime Minister as your Member of Parliament, particularly as they will also know, the voters there will also realise, look, he wins tonight, he loses tonight. If he wins, he's not going to win by some enormous majority. The Prime Minister, which is going to be quite an unusual situation, is going to have a pretty marginal seat. And doubtless that will be in his mind when certain decisions are being made. And voters are clever enough to know that.
Yeah, and lots of people get that. And also the idea of having someone from a northern seat like Makerfield appealed to lots of the voters there. I mean, there was a bit of a we're not going to be forgotten anymore.
You can't have it both ways, right?
Well.
So people saying, well, we've been forgotten. Well, you can have the PM as your MP. You're not going to be forgotten then, are you?
No, absolutely. So that question, and then the other question, which I think has defined the race, is did reform succeed in selecting a kind of everyman person who met the anti-politics mood, or were both his social media comments, but also what we heard a lot of, particularly after the Question Time performance, did they select someone that people were like, actually, I don't want someone like him as the MP for Makerfield? And again, mixed impressions on that throughout the campaign.
Isn't that the fact that, you hear people say, I want someone who's just like me. And I think that's slightly... I don't think... My experience of politics is not that people want someone just like... They want someone a bit better. They want someone who's just not the local bloke down the pub who can, has a few pints and sounds off about whatever the issue is.
No, definitely. And I definitely came away with the impression that perhaps that Robert Kenyon, making those comments, not being, as kind of on it as Andy Burnham in Question Time. There's an extent to which he might well be a sort of middle-class person's image of what a working-class constituency wants as their MP. And actually, I had people in focus groups saying, I don't want that to be the voice of Wigan in Westminster. And people saying, literally someone said, well, why not pick me then if you're just going to do that? I may as well go and do it. I should say there were others who said, no, it's good to have someone kind of not anti-politics, a bit different. But this idea that, that we can only ever select plumbers across the country now, it's wrong. People want someone. And Andy Burnham hits that sweet spot of someone who's seen as relatable. He's seen as properly of Wigan. He gets it for lots of people. But at the same time, knows how to get things done.
Did you've alluded to it, but the Question Time performance and the questions around sexism, I mean, I was struck that even John and I weren't there very long this week, but even when we were there, a young woman comes up, sees that we're filming something, we're next to the reform bus, young woman gets out of her car and starts talking about the idea of Kenyon being a sexist. Did that? It seems that has sort of cut through to people in the constituency.
Yeah, it's cut through, and again, a bit of a split from people we spoke to. There were some people included, and there wasn't actually a gender split really on this. In fact, there were lots of women we spoke to. It was like, well, women can give as good as they get. Lots of men say that. There were other, particularly I think younger women, and some dads actually, who said, no, actually, I don't want that from the MP. But the interesting thing is there was a third group. I talked about actually this with Emily Maitlis on Tuesday. The third group, and I think this is where Reform misread things, who said, if he'd apologised, it would have been fine. We don't understand why he didn't just apologise.
It was peculiar, wasn't it?
I think it's because Reform, I always say, make their biggest mistakes when they confuse the UK with the US. And they thought that they could do the Trump, never apologise, never look back, go forward.
Locker room banter.
Actually, Brits are much more fair-minded. You apologise and they go, OK, look,
let's move on.
Do it again. But they didn't, and that kept it as an issue.
And as for another, we might be talking about this a lot, depending on the exact kind of arithmetic of the result tonight. Restore, which for many people listening, watching to this, until really recently, they will not have clocked. Is the Restore, or from what you saw, has the Restore phenomenon actually been real in Makerfield, or is it a bit of a media fiction, as Reform like to try and suggest?
I guess it's definitely cut through. I don't think we ran a single focus group where someone didn't mention Restore. Now, that didn't mean they were all going to vote for them. And in fact, there were some Reform voters who were really worried. It was on the flip side of Gorton and Denton, where the left were worried about splitting the vote. There were Reform voters worried about it. There were other people saying, I like Rupert Lowe more than Farage, but he's not going to win here. But then there were a group of people who were like, Reform have become the Tories 2.0, Restore is something different. I'm going to be voting for Rupert Lowe. Now, whether they got squeezed today, I don't know. And they may well have done as the contours of the race came into thing. But the idea that, I think perhaps I thought this in the run-up to this, the idea that Restore are just an online phenomenon clearly wasn't true in Makerfield.
I'll tell you one thing that fascinates me about all of that and the phenomenon of Restore as opposed to Reform, and you say that people accusing Reform of just being the Tories 2.0. Are people going to Restore as an anti-politics vote because Labour, Conservative and Reform are all the same, or are they really going for hardline far-right policies and think that somehow the policies of Nigel Farage don't quite cut it?
I think it's a bit of a mix of the two. I think there's certainly a group, and again, I spoke to some people in Makerfield who wanted something very hardline. They didn't like the boundaries that Reform had put up on people like Tommy Robinson. They wanted to go much further on immigration, even into remigration. There was another group who were basically, they would say, actually, well, Farage has become part of the establishment. We want something genuinely different. So I think there are two groups there that make up the Restore vote.
I suppose what it shows, Luke, doesn't it, Restore? Because it is clear, as you said, they are starting to get name recognition. And Lowe, a figure that I think many people, myself included, thought was an extremely sort of fringe, esoteric figure within British politics, becoming well known. What doesn't that show in a way? It's a real, to me, that's a real hallmark of the political age that we're living in the sort of political content age. The barriers to entry, it feels to me, in terms of getting name recognition and actually starting a political force, are so much lower than they used to be when basically the Labour and Conservative parties controlled almost all of the access to politics. Now, I mean, Lowe's got some help with his great ally Elon Musk, but if you have a strong digital operation which has got some sort of purchase for whatever reason, you can start to get name recognition quite quickly.
Absolutely, and I've called it it is the Netflixification of politics, where you can select something perfectly tailored to your tastes in a political party because the barriers to entry are so low. If you look at Rupert Lowe, where has he got this boost from? X is part of it, but actually, X is quite politically engaged compared to it's Facebook, where he has 1.2 million, maybe more now, followers, compared to the Prime Minister, who has around 700,000.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
And it's interesting in Makerfield, I was struck by the number of people who were getting their news about the campaign, and they called it, the news from Facebook.
And Makerfield is exactly the sort of place where actually Facebook is very strong in terms of news.
Absolutely, and community and groups, absolutely.
Right, lots more to come on this, and I see we've got some news coming in about turnout. That is coming up. Listening to by-election special here on LBC. The time is 10:47.
LBC.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business
better postal vote record and list of pledges. So I would say the postal votes indicates it's good for Labour. Turnout on the day might be better for Reform.
No, I'm just going to make a more general point. Great that people are going out to vote.
Yeah.
I mean, these are, you think of the by-elections that you've covered where, sometimes turnout is down at 30%.
Well, just up the road in Manchester Central, lowest ever, with Lucy Powell's seat now, I think, was less than 20%.
I know. So this is great that people feel engaged and feel there's a reason to go and vote. So I think that, let's take a victory lap on that. I think in terms of the ground game, I mean, we were at the Labour kind of campaign headquarters yesterday, and they were saying that in Gorton and Denton, it was over 1,000 people were there on the day to get out the vote, and we're saying there will be more this time in Makerfield.
Yeah,
so, huge numbers of people are out there driving cars, making sure that people have voted, helping getting them to the polling station and all the rest of it.
Well, I mean, one Labour person told me that this was yesterday, so it may have even gone up since then, but that Labour had knocked on every door in a constituency 6 times. 6 times. That is the extent of the get out the vote operation. The whole of the Labour Party machine descending on a single constituency.
That could explain why the postal vote is going to be higher. People have just left Makerfield. Get me out of here!
Well, no, we had people in focus groups saying that it was like that scene in the Dursleys where all of the letters fly through the box. It was that mad, the number of leaflets they were getting.
Well, of course, it is not just Makerfield that we've even got a by-election tonight. I've got 2 by-elections in Scotland, both in Arbroath and Broughty, Ferry, and in Aberdeen South. Gina Davidson, LBC Scotland political editor, is in the counting centre in Aberdeen. Gina, what can we expect tonight? Tell us about these 2 contests.
Good evening, Lewis. Yeah, you'll see this massive cavernous aircraft hangar behind me where this Aberdeen South count is taking place. And it's interesting listening to you talking about turnout. The turnout here, people are saying they think might be quite low. The polling stations were apparently reporting that they were really very quiet. But postal votes apparently have come through. About 13,000 of those have arrived here already. So that count is already going on. Now, this has been quite a week for Scottish football fans, Lewis. You'll know that. We won a World Cup game, the first one in, 36 years. The Tories are looking to best that this evening. They are looking to win their first Westminster by-election in Scotland in 59 years. They haven't won a Westminster by-election since the 1960s. It is quite remarkable, and they are cautiously optimistic, they are telling me this evening. It looks like there's been a lot of tactical voting going on, that Labour and Reform, people who maybe went to Reform at the general election, have come back to the Conservatives this time around as the only party potentially likely to beat the SNP. But we're being told it's very much a knife-edge thing, and nobody is counting their chickens before they are hatched. And you're right, there's another by-election down the road in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. That is much more likely to be comfortable for the SNP to hold that seat. Both these by-elections, of course, because the 2 MPs that stood there, both SNP MPs, have stood down because they've been elected to Holyrood. That's Stephen Gethin's in Arbroath and Stephen Flynn, a big name in SNP and now in the Scottish Government. He's now a minister in John Swinney's government. Not here tonight because he, like so many other Scots, Lewis, is in America for the World Cup.
A proud member of the Tartan Army. Just to say, Gina, particularly because obviously the contest of a special note, which we might be talking about quite a bit tomorrow, is in Aberdeen. And as you say, potential first pickup for the Conservatives in a by-election for half a century. Very particular circumstances, much like Makerfield, in a way, in the sense that the Conservatives have been running this anti-net zero, drill baby drill campaign in Aberdeen, which is, of course, major oil and gas centre, and running very much against the Labour government's record under Ed Miliband and refusing to allow new licences for exploration.
Yes, absolutely. That is right. Kemi Badenoch has been here almost at least once a week since this campaign started. And in fact, before that, during the Scottish elections as well in May, they have been targeting Aberdeen relentlessly. Interesting, the seat Labour came second at the general election. We know that there was a resurgence for Labour across Scotland at that election. That has fallen away. Labour not in the races here. The Conservatives absolutely determined to take this one off the SNP because they are saying they are the only party that is going to back the North Sea industry. And as you say, so many jobs rely on that industry here in Aberdeen. And at the minute, the industry says they're losing around 1,000 a month because of Labour policies around lack of investment, around there not being any new drilling to be allowed to be done, no new licences in the North Sea. Kemi Badenoch saying that the Conservatives would, of course, change all of that. But as we know, Lewis, even if they win here tonight, they're not likely to change the Labour Party policy on the North Sea. What might change it, though, is if Andy Burnham wins at Makerfield, because we know that he has already said he's moving position on that. And we know Wes Streeting as well has come out and said that he believes there should be more drilling in the North Sea.
And just briefly, Gina, when might we expect results? Do we know yet? Declaration time for the 2 seats?
Well, we're looking at around 2:30 here in Aberdeen, but if the turnout is low, then we might get it slightly quicker. Arbroath, again, I think we're looking more to the 3 o'clock time, so it's going to be a long night.
Gina Davidson, LBC Scotland political editor. If that's not reason to stay up, I don't know what is, quite frankly. 2, not just 1, but 2 by-elections in Scotland.
Is it the best name of any constituency?
Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. I think it's quite a good one, isn't it? It's quite a good one. It's not a bad one. I mean, obviously, Makerfield is going to absorb just inevitably one way or the other all the political options. But the Aberdeen result could be extremely interesting. And Gina, I think, put a finger on it at the very end there, which is to say, I think unlikely under a Starmer government, or certainly while Ed Miliband is Energy Secretary, that there would be a change in policy. But with a Burnham government, it could be exactly the sort of political signal that he might use to say, well, let's have a change.
Yeah, well, we did run a focus group in Aberdeen South, which was really interesting because when we asked about the top issues, oil and gas was all the participants wanted to talk about, whether they were voting SNP, Reform, Conservative. And even when we tried to get them onto other issues, actually, they wanted to stick with oil and gas. And of course, it's a very particular seat. You know, Aberdeen, is built off the energy industry. But it was interesting. It was that they had noticed the Badenoch visits. But there were still Reform voters. I mean, for all the talk of tactical voting, there were still Reform voters in that group who were like, oh, no, I think Reform might be the better choice. They might have more chance of beating the SNP.
Reform did very well in Scotland in the recent Holyrood election.
Exactly. But, the Tories, are already thinking that the Holyrood seat, which maps onto it, which Stephen Flynn won in this set of elections, had it not been for the Reform vote, actually the Tories might have won the Holyrood seat and stopped Stephen Flynn, seen as a future First Minister, from getting back. So they're hoping they don't have a repeat this time.
Well, it's quite an interesting seat in that, theoretically at least, it could be a 3-way contest. You go back to the 2024 result, Stephen Flynn got about 33% of the vote. Labour actually got nearly 25% of the vote. Tories got 24.5% of the vote. So theoretically, it could be a 3-way contest, but it seems very, very unlikely that Labour would even be in contention.
If you'd have said 18 months ago that the potential of the first Tory party gain would be in Aberdeen, you'd have probably thought, really?
Little bit of trivia as we head into the 11 o'clock hour.
God.
The last seats that the Conservatives won, the by-election in Scotland.
Edinburgh South.
Almost. You almost got the special LBC rosette. Edinburgh North. There we go. Edinburgh North. Malcolm Rifkin won Edinburgh North in November 1973. How do you not remember that, John Sopel?
That was the last by-election gain for the Tories.
In Ted Heath, that's right. So the Tories have gone 52 years without winning a Scottish Westminster seat in a by-election. To be fair, they haven't won that many overall. No, we can't sort of judge too harshly. Anything to say about Arbroath, anybody?
I just think the turnout will be really low. I mean, I think, actually Labour were within 2 points.
Yeah, they were very close.
Ordinarily, you'd think it would be very close. But I just
think it was one of the only 8 seats that the SNP won.
I suppose the only point to make is, what is the impact of Peter Murrell and the shenanigans that have gone on within the SNP and Nicola Sturgeon? That's a question that, is worth coming back to.
Well, as I said, lots of tantalising glimpses of where our politics is in the summer of 2026. One I think that, politically speaking, we're unlikely to forget. Of all the many memorable political summers that we've endured over the past decade, lots more to come. Thanks for joining LBC's by-election special. The night, of course, has just begun, and we will be with you until 6 o'clock. My esteemed colleagues here, John Sopel, co-host of the News Agents, Aggie Chambray, LBC deputy political editor, will stay alongside me, phalanx-like, for the best analysis. We'll also bring you updates, of course, from the count in Makerfield and Aberdeen South and Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. No fewer than 3 by-elections, one of which may decide the next Prime Minister. Top pollster Luke Trill, director of More in Common, also joins me straight after the 11 o'clock news. And later in the hour, we'll join by the chair of the Labour Party, who'd want her job right now, Anna Turley, Richard Fuller, Tory MP for North Bedfordshire, Douglas Ross, former Scottish Conservative leader. Don't go anywhere.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock, the counting process is underway in a by-election which could decide the future of the Labour Party. Former Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham is hoping to become the MP for the constituency of Makerfield. If he wins, he'll return to Westminster, where he could challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership. John Sopel, host of the News Agents podcast, told LBC why this by-election is so important.
There's never been a by-election where potentially you are deciding who is the next Prime Minister or not. You've never had a by-election where you've thought this really could be curtains for the Labour Party, because if Labour don't win tonight and they have put in their superstar candidate, their superstar centre forward, and he can't pull it off, then really I think an awful lot of Labour MPs will be tearing their hair out in despair and looking for what they can do after the next Parliament, because they won't be in Westminster.
Cole Turner, independent MP for Kingston upon Hull East, told LBC what he thinks people in Makerfield have been voting for.
I think people around there are not voting Labour, I'll be honest with you. It's about Andy Burnham. It's definitely not about the Labour Party, and I've got to tell you the truth. They cannot stand Keir Starmer, so some of the vote is about getting rid of Keir Starmer, which is ironic, because that was the reform campaign in the last election, local elections, just a few weeks ago.
Luke Trill, UK Director of More in Common, has been in Makerfield and told LBC what people there are most politically engaged he's ever seen.
Normally you go up for by-elections, people don't know the name of candidates. In this by-election, everyone knows the candidates, they know the ins and outs, the twists and turns. Most people, I mean, almost everyone says, look, this is ultimately about, does Andy Burnham become Prime Minister? And I think that's been the central question for undecided voters, which is it good for Makerfield to have the Prime Minister as an MP, or are we being used as a stepping stone?
Votes have also been held in the Scottish constituencies of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry and Aberdeen South. In other news, a 3-year-old boy is in a critical condition after ending up in a crocodile enclosure at a zoo in Cambridgeshire. A 30-year-old man from Norfolk's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And the base rate of interest has been held at 3.75%, but the Bank of England governor says more work is needed to reduce inflation. LBC weather: outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England tomorrow. Sunny elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
Taking antibiotics when you don't need them puts you and your family at risk of a longer and more severe illness. Always take your doctor's advice. Search NHS antibiotics.
You saw me, walking along the beach. You watched me turn round the headland, and the tide, it cut me off. The rocks were wet, too wet to climb, so I panicked. But you didn't. You dialed 999 and asked for the Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
And I just want to say, whoever you are, thank you.
In an emergency at the coast, call 999 and ask for the Coast Guard.
I'm a real snack monster. But Mum and Dad says all that munching isn't good for me. Around half the sugar we eat comes from unhealthy snacks and sugary drinks. If you want to change from a snack monster to a snack star, search Change for Life for loads of healthy snacking ideas.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Time is 11:05. Welcome to By-Election Live here on LBC, streamed live as well on Global Player and on YouTube. Counting now well underway in Makerfield and in the two Scottish by-election contests on which we will be keeping our close and beady eyes over the course of the next, what is it now? Just 7 hours to go, people. I don't know, quite frankly, why on earth any of you would go to bed on a night like tonight. You'll regret it for the rest of your lives. That's all I can say. You'll be thinking about it right up until the point of the deathbed itself. You'll be very, very concerned. Let's get to Chris Chambers now, LBC's Northwest correspondent who is in Makerfield. Chris, how are things going there? What are you hearing?
It is very exciting, that is for sure. We are in the back room here in the Nerve Centre where people are looking at statements that are coming through, getting a sense of how things might turn out in a few hours' time. We've obviously heard that turnout figure of 65%, which is wild when we've been out and about on the streets of Makerfield over the last few weeks and really getting a sense of whether people are even engaged in this election. And certainly to start with, we've got a real sense that actually people weren't too bothered. It's really over the last sort of week or two when we've got a sense, I'm guessing because so many doors have been knocked on, there has been that kind of face-to-face engagement with the candidates. And you get a sense that people are now starting to cotton on to how significant this by-election actually is. We've seen an awful lot. It's been feisty, hasn't it, between Labour and Reform. We've seen dirty laundry, dirty social media posts. Some of the things that we've heard about Rob Kenyon have been eye-watering at times. We've had reports of Andy Burnham banners being taken from people's front gardens and packed into the back of vans. We've had talk of Rob Kenyon flyers being removed from people's letterboxes and replaced with anti-reform paraphernalia as well. So there's been a lot going on under the cover of darkness as well. But, we've seen these celebrity endorsements. We've seen Ant Middleton alongside Rob Kenyon. We've seen Hugh Grant alongside Andy Burnham in the last couple of days as well. It's been, a real kind of box office by-election campaign, and we are now right in the nitty-gritty of it all. The boxes with the votes have been coming in the last hour or so. We know that it's all getting underway, and everyone very excited to see what's going to happen in the next few hours. Obviously, potentially a gateway to number 10 for Andy Burnham, and we hold our breath to see what's going to happen in the next few hours.
Chris Chambers there, LBC's Northwest correspondent live in Makerfield. Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, also in Makerfield, joining us now. We've heard in the last hour, Natasha, that Andy Burnham says, or it's being reported, that he's got the numbers to trigger a leadership challenge against Keir Starmer, and indeed he's hoping to go to the Prime Minister and say that he has those numbers and urge him to step down. But of course, the small matter he has to deal with first is getting elected where you are. What are you hearing?
Yes, Lewis, that's exactly right. And obviously, Westminster watchers will be well aware that Andy Burnham cannot do anything until Monday, until he is sworn in, if indeed he wins this Makerfield by-election. And here at the conference building that we're at, just a few minutes away from the centre of Wigan, the votes are coming in thick and fast now, counting very much underway. Still hearing about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning for that final result coming in. And everyone is very much in full expectation mode, Lewis. Labour saying still that things are looking very close. And one source has just told me, Lewis, they are hearing 65% turnout for this by-election. That would be unbelievable. Compare that to the 47% that we saw in Gorton and Denton just a few months ago, and that was seen as make or break. 65%. Reform say this would be a good thing for them. They say that it means that they would be even more non-voters, potentially people that have never voted for them before, coming out to vote for them. But Labour say that things are looking good for them. I've heard from Team Burnham today, they are cautiously optimistic. They say the numbers coming in so far are looking good, but like I say, Reform saying that they are hearing and feeling good things too. Andy Burnham has put a message out on social media in the last hour. He says, a huge thanks to the people of the Makerfield constituency for your patience and good humour over the last 5 weeks. My thanks too to the many volunteers. We ran a positive campaign and can be proud of it. Robert Kenyon as well, the Reform candidate, has put a message out. He says, I'm confident of a big vote for Reform tonight. Thank you for everyone who placed their faith in me. And Lewis, we should finally note the Restore vote. The last few days, I've been hearing more and more people talking about the Restore Party. They know who the leader is. They know that it's different to the Reform Party. I do think that the Restore vote could be a bit of a surprise here today in Makerfield.
Natasha Clark there, RBC's political editor, in a rather boisterous and noisy counting centre. Almost got a hot dynamite moment in some sort of fashion. We heard about one of those with Wes Streeting's team earlier, according to the Daily Mail. We might talk about that a little bit later when we've got a gap to fill. Aggie Schomburg is back with us in the studio. LBC Deputy Political Editor, of course, John Sopel from the News Agents, and Luke Trill from More in Common still with us. Just on this question about turnout, a Labour person this week said to me very, very confidently that they were worried, partly because this is what we had seen in the local elections, because we do have some very recent data points, literally, for this area, that what we had seen with Nigel Farage in the past was that he would be the beneficiary of disaffection with others and people staying at home. But this time, he was actually getting new people out to vote for him. And that is a relatively new thing for Farage. And therefore, they were worried if there was a high turnout, that therefore that could be that phenomenon repeating itself. Someone saying to me, people were going out in their constituency, not far away from Makerfield, just enthused to vote for reform. It wasn't just that they hated us, that they were enthused to vote for reform. Could that be what we're seeing tonight, Luke?
Well, it would certainly mirror the pattern we've seen of other parties of the new populist, radical right, whatever description you'd like to use of them. We know that Donald Trump in the US motivates usual non-voters. We've also seen it on the continent. But I think it might be more reflective of something else, which is that this is a high-stakes contest, and both sides know it's a high-stakes contest. If Reform win, they've killed Labour's most popular, or they've defeated, I should say, Labour's most popular figure. If Andy Burnham can't win, who can? On the Labour side, if they get Andy Burnham in, he has a chance of becoming Prime Minister, and you defeat Reform on what should be very, very good turf for them. So I think it's the stakes that are driving the turnout. I suspect it's less one side or another.
Did you get, Reform tried to play on this, but did you get any sense, and I at the start of this contest, I thought this easily could happen. Did you get a sense that people were irritated by the game playing? Because, this is one big game in a sense, right? We've never seen an MP stand down just so another guy can stand, triggering an unnecessary contest, which will trigger another unnecessary contest if he's successful. Basically, for the Labour Party to get its ducks in a row. Was there much irritation about that, or did people feel too excited about the prospects of getting rid of Starmer and electing the next guy?
There was a mix, right? There were some people who said, and interestingly, we found a lot of people who liked Josh Simons. People saying he was
the
just
outgoing
getting
MP from Makerfield.
He was getting into it. Now he's gone. A few people who were like, this is just unnecessary. But then another number of people, look, the one thing which united our focus groups, whether they were voting for Robert Kenyon or planning to vote for Andy Burnham or undecided, was how much they disliked Keir Starmer. I found a couple of Starmerites, but the overwhelming view was that he was failing as Prime Minister. And I spoke to one guy who kind of summed it up, who said to me, look, I never vote Labour, but I can't get Labour out of office for 3 years. I can get Keir Starmer out of office in a week if we get Andy Burnham in. And so I think he was a Tory. He was tactically voting Labour to get rid of Keir Starmer. So, people took it in different ways.
And we haven't even got a result yet, but the wheels, it's clear, are already turning for this Labour leadership contest, which is to come. I see Patrick Maguire from The Times tweeting an exclusive that he's got tonight, saying that the Prime Minister has more than £100,000 in pledged donations for a leadership contest, and he's also sounding out staff, hires, and also speaking to the unions in terms of endorsement and nomination. So this shadow contest, Aggie, which we've been living through, it seems to be stepping up a gear, and we haven't even had the result yet.
Indeed. The conversation we were having last hour about, is Keir Starmer really going to fight this? Well, it seems he really, really is. Even if he is presented with a list of names, as Alva Ray from the New Statesman is suggesting that. I should say as well, her story that Andy Burnham has the nominations required to trigger, that's 81 MPs, that he's going to present the list to Keir Starmer to urge him to step down without a contest. I've spoken to Andy Burnham's people who are declining to knock this down, and a source close to his campaign is saying, I think MPs have seen the campaign Andy has run, and the fact Labour, even in this fight, is a hugely attractive proposition. Even with all that, Keir Starmer is still going to run. And he does have allies, as we talked about again in the last hour. He does have a couple of cabinet ministers urging him still to fight. He has his ex.
Might not be Steve Reid by any chance, you mean, Aggie?
What's so interesting is that you normally get a Prime Minister who, to use the kind of thing, is Marmite. Some love, some hate. Boris Johnson, there were those who absolutely adored Boris Johnson. He was charismatic, he was funny, he was a non-politician's politician. Or there were others who absolutely detested him. what you say, Luke, is so interesting about Starmer, because in some ways he seems a sort of innocuous, slightly bland kind of man that is, a lawyerish, but, football supporting lawyer who's become, and you can't quite, it still surprises me the level of antipathy that there is towards this Prime Minister, who was a bit Rishi Sunak-like, or, just nothing much, neither here nor there. And yet he seems to kind of really get people's back up. And I think that is something that is really extraordinary at this moment. But if, what you were just saying there about him gathering a team around him and he's got the money, I mean, that really is, okay, you can come for me, but I'm going to burn the house down before I go.
And there will be people, I mean, we should never forget this, it sort of seems odd from the outside, but, the Labour Party has been deeply factional, and there is a faction in the Labour Party that does not like Burnham, does not like the soft left. They think that the soft left are coming back, and they don't think that you give up without a fight. So I can absolutely imagine that there are plenty of people, including Morgan McSweeney, Prime Minister's Party's Chief of Staff, who are urging him to give it a go.
But there are also loads of Labour MPs who don't like conflict, and actually when it comes to it, they do not want a bloody contest which is going to lay bare all the difficulties the Labour Party
could be
has
toxic.
as well.
It could be absolutely, but it would be
it's
toxic.
the Labour Party, it will be toxic.
They're toxic even when they like each other. Luke, because I know you've got to go. Just on John's point there, because people ask about this all the time. Why do you think you've sat and talked to voters in a sort of really sustained way and considered way, probably almost more than anybody else? Address that point. Why do people hate Starmer so much? And I use that word advisedly because a lot of people do.
Look, I mean, his favourability in Makerfield is minus 48. Andy Burnham's +7, right? He's
about the same as Prince Andrew. Andrew Mountbatten wins their apologies.
So I think it's three things. I think one is that decision around winter fuel just damaged him from the outset because it went to his character with lots of people. They were like, this is someone trying to pull wool over our eyes. Lots of, not just pensioners, but other people saying, he's going to leave pensioners vulnerable. But the bigger thing is, I think because he doesn't have some vision of his own, because he's almost anti-politics, what's instead happened is he's almost become a vessel for everything people don't like about the status quo. They sort of project onto Keir Starmer that he's almost this symbol of this broken system that doesn't work for them, can't get things done, and that's driving a lot of this anger.
The one thing that I think is really interesting, you're talking about factionalism in the Labour Party, and of course that's, go back to sort of Tony Benn versus Dennis Healey and the battle for the leadership and the battle for the soul of the Labour Party that leads to the SDP being formed and all the rest of it. And you go through to Corbyn and the factionalism then. This isn't about ideology, I don't think, with Keir Starmer. This is people who are broadly ideologically aligned with Keir Starmer thinking, you're just bloody useless and you've got to go. And that's what I find so extraordinary about this. It's not kind of a Blairites versus, old-fashioned Labour versus the old-fashioned machine right Labour. This is about people who just think that he can't do the job.
Well, we're going to be speaking and putting some of those points to the chair of the Labour Party, Anna Turley. That is coming up. You're listening to By-Election Special here on LBC. The time is 11:18.
This is LBC.
In a world full of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Forget the dubious
Makerfield, because by-elections can always be quite disruptive. But I think, we've been out there working really hard, listening to people, talking to people. I'm incredibly proud of the campaign we've run. And we've had a great candidate as well, Andy, who's got a terrific record to stand on in Manchester, and I think will be a brilliant representative for the people of Makerfield.
Do you think that he ought to be more than simply the representative for the people of Makerfield?
Well, I think he's got a big role to play as part of the team down here down in Westminster. But I absolutely think I can tell what you're referring to, but do I think it's time for a leadership contest? Absolutely not. I think that's the last thing that we need. We are in government. We have a responsibility to the British people to have a stable government. We're less than 2 years into this government, which, I've certainly, for one, waited many, many years for in opposition. And we've got a huge amount that we want to achieve. And we've made an enormous amount of progress in the last 2 years, and we've got a big programme that we want to deliver over the coming 3 years before we go back out to the British people again. And I'm proud of the leadership of Keir Starmer, and I'm determined to make sure that we do fulfil our duty to the British people as they elected us to do less than 2 years ago.
It's being reported tonight that Andy Burnham has the 80 MPs he needs to trigger a leadership contest, and if he's elected tonight, intends to go to the Prime Minister with those names and urge him to step down to avoid the leadership contest that you say would be unnecessary and damaging. What would your message be to Andy Burnham tonight on that score?
Urge him not to do that, because I think, while we want him to be down here playing a fantastic part that he can do as part of the Labour team, this is absolutely not the time for a contest. And as I said, Keir Starmer has had a huge record of delivery with under 2 years, which I think often just doesn't get the credit that it deserves. We've got the highest growth in the G7. We've lifted wages more in the last 2 years than the previous 10 years. We've got the NHS waiting times down to a record amount. Immigration is down over 80%. We're delivering on the things that we promised to the British people, and that's down to the decisions that Keir Starmer has made. And so it would be great to have Andy down as part of the team. He brings a huge amount of experience and expertise, but I think he should come as part of the team.
But he doesn't want to be part of the team. You and I both know he doesn't want to be part of the team. He stood in Makerfield. We both know this. Everyone knows this. He stood in Makerfield with a nudge and a wink, basically saying, if you vote for me, I will challenge Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party because I want to change the Labour Party. Won't he owe it to his own constituents to undertake the leadership contest that he has in all but name promised?
What he would owe to the people of Makerfield, and I'm sure he would say this himself, is to deliver on the things that they'll have been talking about on the doorstep: the cost of living, local public services, in bringing that pride in place.
And he's saying he can only do that as Prime Minister, that it's not possible under this Labour government and under this Prime Minister.
I completely disagree with him, I'm afraid. We have been delivering. As I said, there's been a huge amount of investment in that constituency with things like Pride in Place. We're working really hard to help tackle the cost of living. We've stabilised the economy. We're giving children the best start in life, including really radical things that we've seen in the last 10 days or so with the social media ban for under 16s. There's a huge record of very progressive delivery from this government. So I'd urge Andy to come and be part of that team, delivering on those manifesto promises that we...
But he will say, Anatoly, I don't want to join a losing team. Look, we both know that if you had put forward any other candidate in this election, they wouldn't have had a hope in hell. They wouldn't have stood a chance. Won't it be the case that Andy Burnham, if he wins tonight against all the odds in this terrain, in this constituency, which is very favourable for reform, if he wins tonight, will it not be for Labour MPs proof of concept that only Andy Burnham can defeat Nigel Farage?
I just don't think that's right. When I spoke to the people in Makerfield, they was telling me they were really excited about having Andy Burnham as their MP, and that was because
what were they telling you about the Prime Minister?
They actually, it didn't come up on the doorstep. I know this won't fit your narrative, but I'm afraid it didn't.
Not at all, not once.
They reckoned, not for all the doors I knocked at in Makerfield, it did not come up. They wanted Andy. They were excited about Andy, and rightly so, because he's a great candidate. He's got a great record of delivery in Manchester, and anyone I think would want him to be their Member of Parliament. And I think if he wins tonight, they're going to have a fantastic representative for them, and that's what they want, someone that they can be proud of going down to Westminster.
Anatoly, come on, they weren't just voting for Andy Burnham to be their MP. They were voting for Andy Burnham to stand against Keir Starmer and get rid of him.
The reality is they're voting. You know our electoral system, Lewis. They are voting for their member of parliament for Makerfield. They're very proud to do so. And I told you about the conversations I've had. Andy's a great candidate, and I think anyone would want him to be down here as part of the team. But it would be absurd and it would be dangerous to have a contest at this point where there is so much volatility in the world, where we have a prime minister who is actually delivering, and as I said, delivering on a lot of progressive change for people. Of course, there's more that we want to do. The prime minister himself said, particularly after the local elections, that we have an urgency, we want to deliver more. There's big reforms that we want to look at around things like special educational needs. There's a big programme of delivery that we want, and it would be great to see Andy as part of that team delivering on the promises made to the British people.
If there is a contest, Anna, would you urge the Prime Minister to stand in it? It's reported that he's minded to do so.
Absolutely. He's won a historic election. Only 2 Labour leaders in my lifetime have won an election and got into government. That's an incredible achievement, particularly from where we were in 2019 when we lost seats like here in Redcar. People always write him off, and he's delivered time after time. And we're only 6 points behind Reform in the polls at the moment. That is less than many governments have overcome in the middle of their term. So I think he's earned the right, and he's delivering. So I look forward to seeing him stay on as Prime Minister.
So it's John Sopel here. Look, if Burnham doesn't listen to the advice that you're giving, which is that the last thing that the country needs now is a leadership contest, what's your advice to Keir Starmer? Because if the last thing you need is a contest and Andy Burnham has got a massive support, wouldn't it be better for Keir Starmer just to accept the inevitable and say, OK, I've done my best?
Nothing inevitable about it. Absolutely not. As I said, Keir Starmer has got a great record in government. Of course, we've not got everything right. But when you look at the major... But
the number of people, the number of backbenchers who've already said, you know what, it's time for Keir Starmer to go. I mean, it's an enormous number. And, OK, you can say there are many more who haven't called up, but they are sitting silently.
I mean, those elections were difficult, and everybody had, we all had a very kind of emotional reaction to that. But the reality is that we've got a Prime Minister in place. We are in government, not in opposition. The British public will not forgive us for having the kind of chaos and turmoil that the Tories plunged us into, that had an impact on the economy, that had an impact on Britain's standing in the world. We have a mandate from the British people from less than 2 years ago in a historic election victory. We've elected a Prime Minister with the responsibility to carry out the duties that he's been elected to do. And it's incumbent, I think, on all of the Labour Party to respect that, to respect the mandate the Prime Minister has got, and to support him going forward in delivering the change that we all signed up to and that is starting to make a real impact in our communities.
Prime Minister has indicated that he thinks that Andy Burnham should get a job in his cabinet. The Burnham campaign seems to have indicated that Andy Burnham is not minded to accept a job in a cabinet which isn't the Prime Minister's. If he does turn down that job, which we can assume the Prime Minister will make, given he said so, what do you think that will say about Andy Burnham?
It would be a real disappointment because, as I said, I think he's got a lot to offer. I've known Andy for over 20 years and he's got a great record, say, particularly in Manchester. So I would urge him and I would hope that he would take up any role offered to him, would put his shoulder to the wheel with all of us in Westminster and help forge a Labour government that has 3 years left to deliver some really significant and substantial change that the country is crying out for under the leadership of Keir Starmer.
And in terms of the Labour Party itself, it came together in this contest, an extraordinary get-out-the-vote operation. I think you campaigned or knocked and canvassed on every door 6 times. Andy Burnham will say tonight, if he wins, that this is proof that he and only he can defeat Nigel Farage, as I've said. Do you think that's right?
I don't think that's right, actually, because I think Reform are beatable. They are there, I think, for the taking. I've been horrified by their candidate in Makerfield. I've been horrified this week by Sarah Pochin. I've been horrified by Nigel Farage's £5 million donation that he didn't declare and that has subsequently gone on to lobby on behalf of the crypto industry. This is the real challenge that we face as a country, defeating Reform. And the priority for all of us, we're starting to see, as I talked about some of the change that we've delivered, Reform's so grievance where people feel left behind in places where they feel the cost of living is not working for them, where they feel public services are not delivering for them. That is exactly what the Prime Minister is delivering on. That is exactly the change that we're bringing. So I believe that we can end the grievance policy and politics and fight the divisiveness and toxicity of Reform under the programme that we're delivering with more urgency, with more ambition, that I know the Prime Minister is keen to deliver.
You think that the Prime Minister should fight the next general election?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see where we are in 3 years' time. Absolutely. I think we'll be in a very different place in this country. I think the reforms that he has delivered will really start to be felt. And I'm looking forward to being proud to going out in 2029 on the record of Keir Starmer's Labour government and everything that we've delivered.
Anna Turley there, who's the chair of the Labour Party, also Minister without portfolio. We'll chew over that and more with more details coming out of the three counts that we're keeping very close eyes on tonight. These three crucial by-election contests. I think it's fair to say one a little bit more crucial than the rest. You can guess which. LBC News headlines now with Daryl Jackson at 11:30.
The counting process is underway in a by-election which could decide the future of the Labour Party. Former Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham's hoping to become the MP for the constituency of Makerfield. If he wins, he'll return to Westminster where he could challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership. A man's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after a 3-year-old boy ended up in a crocodile enclosure. The child is in a critical condition after it happened at the zoo in Cambridgeshire. And a teacher has been jailed for a whole life term while his partner received 25 years following the murder of a 13-month-old baby. 37-year-old Jamie Varley had adopted Preston Davy in Blackpool in April 2023. LBC weather, outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England tomorrow. Sunny elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
Imagine you in a nice comfy seat, with your hands behind your head, taking in the views, instead of taking on the road, maybe even taking a nap. That's the bliss of getting where you need to go without worrying about driving. Book your train journey via avantiwestcoast.co.uk and we'll take you there. Avanti West Coast. Feel good travel.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
And start doing more of what you love from anywhere. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the Nations Network.
Nations Network means UK's biggest combined network through merger of Vodafone and 3 based on number of mobile sites versus major providers. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN. Location subject to coverage.
At Waitrose, you know you're a food lover when the summer desserts you take to the park have juicier plot twists than your true crime book. Make it a summer to remember with our dreamy range of #1 summer desserts, like the Alfonso mango dessert with a realistic crunchy shell filled with creamy mango mousse and zingy passion fruit curd in every bite, and the rich Madagascan vanilla ice cream rippled with tangy blackcurrant. Available now at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines subject to availability.
Leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Time is 11:33. Well, still with me is John Sopel and Aggie Chambray. Let's unpack that a little bit. John, pretty remarkable that here we are on a by-election night. Again, we keep saying this is a sort of crazy, crazy night and without precedent. But, without, getting too florid with our adjectives, I think that is proof positive, isn't it? We had the Labour Party chair there basically urging the potential victor of this by-election from her own party not to use it as a stepping stone, to coin a phrase, to launch a leadership contest against the Prime Minister. That's where we're at.
I mean, look, Anna Turley did a good job of fighting the good fight on behalf of Keir Starmer, and almost with a straight face saying, I can't see any reason why Keir Starmer's not going to be fighting the next general election. I don't think there's anyone in the country who believes that Keir Starmer is going to be fighting the next general election.
Well, apart from Anna.
And it was like she was pleading, Andy, I know you've got this hand grenade, but please do not pull the pin out of it now and throw it in the direction of Downing Street, please. And this is a remarkable... it was sort of pinch yourself moment as you were doing the interview, Lewis, and you're thinking, my God, this is about a Labour candidate who's going to just be elected as a backbencher, and the terror that is clearly felt within the highest levels of government about what happens next and the uncertainty that could unfold. And what we don't know is just how many people stand with Anna Turley and that position that there shouldn't be a leadership contest. There's no reason for a leadership contest because, cabinet members I speak to who I would think of as being, broadly speaking, ideologically aligned, with Starmer, are feeling pretty disillusioned about the state of play.
I think very, very few people stand with Anatoly. I mean, I don't think Keir Starmer thinks that he is going to fight the next election. He was asked a few days ago and he said, I really want to. He said, I really want to, a couple of times. That is not the words that a man says who thinks they're going to be fighting the next election.
I really want to go on holiday in the next few weeks, but I don't think it's going to happen. So, you know.
I bet you will.
I mean, that's actually bad. It's a terrible.
If Burnham wins, I suspect not, anyway.
But the idea as well that Andy Burnham is going to take a job, I mean, they can suggest it, they can offer him a cabinet job.
Well,
Andy Burnham has not done this to improve his CV. He does not need to take a job in the cabinet.
I've always fancied, you know what, I've always fancied being Northern Ireland Secretary, actually. Yeah, I might have a go at that.
Great idea. I've given up this job that I loved for 9 years to come back to Westminster to take a job in Keir Starmer's cabinet and then be tied to this cabinet and tied to Keir Starmer, who he does not want to be tied to.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I've heard different people, Aggie, put different scenarios to me where they try and suggest that either Burnham could be brought into the tent and or that he could be persuaded to wait, to not launch a bid straight away. The problem with that, it seems to me, is that, you know, when the door opens, walk through it. And right now he will have remarkably basically forced his way through sheer political brute strength and will back into the arena of the House of Commons, precisely for the reason to seize the crown from Keir Starmer. And at that point, when it is within your grasp, when you have all that momentum, why on earth would you go, you know what, I'll take 6 months?
And this could be his moment of peak momentum too.
Yeah.
You know,
could dissipate very, very quickly.
Things move so quickly in Westminster. This could very well be his moment, especially if there's a way that he can manoeuvre it without doing a contest, if there's a way he can manoeuvre it without doing a coronation. I mean, the more we hear tonight, the more likely it sounds like Keir Starmer really is going to potentially stand against him. And of course, he wouldn't need those 81 names. He's just automatically on the ballot. But there are some suggestions, especially from Keir Starmer, from people in Number 10, that maybe Andy Burnham would wait until after the Greater Manchester mayoral race. I think that's increasingly unlikely too.
What for?
Well, what for is he said to the NEC, the National Executive Committee, privately when he was trying to get selected for this seat, and so they didn't block him, basically, I will take that seriously, or words to that effect. So they think he sort of said that he would, in a way, and that would send him off from Westminster for 6 weeks or so. I just think it's not likely. I think he will move, perhaps not tomorrow, perhaps not over the weekend, but I think he will move pretty quickly. And to be honest, I think he should move pretty quickly if this is really what he wants.
Well, I mean, why, after all of this, John, would you wait? Can you see a scenario in which he would wait?
I think the only way is that if he wanted to achieve an orderly transfer of power.
If he made a deal with Starmer.
And there was a deal made with Starmer, which sort of is what happened with Blair and Brown. And, but Blair, I mean, just think of it. Blair had won 3 consecutive general elections. They'd come back in 2005 with a solid majority after the Iraq War. And still Blair was unable to resist Brown trying to push him out of office. But there was a kind of a dignified kind of handover to Brown. I think that the best that Starmer can hope for is to do a deal with Andy Burnham whereby it's 3 months, 6 months, whatever the timescale is, but that I will back you. But I want to do this bit and that will be good for you, Andy Burnham, as well.
But I think that would be good for Andy Burnham. I think that is Andy Burnham's preferred option. That when I say he moves quickly, that does not mean triggering a challenge by any means. That means doing some sort of deal with Starmer where Starmer sets out his resignation. It's bloodless. Andy Burnham doesn't look bad to the Labour members, and he has a day and he has time to prepare as well.
Well, we're talking a lot about the Labour Party. Let's talk a little bit about the Conservative Party, who, of course, hoping for their own win tonight in Aberdeen. Richard Fuller is the Conservative MP for North Bedfordshire, also Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, former Tory Party Chair, joining us now. Richard Fuller, thanks so much for joining us this evening. Are you proud to have taught the Labour Party a thing or two about internecine warfare? They seem to have learned from the best.
Well, the public said their verdict at the general election. They don't like parties that are divided, but equally, they don't like people getting rid of someone they voted for at the last general election. So it's really up to Labour now, and Sir Keir Starmer, who was the elected Prime Minister, to decide is he just going to give up or is he going to stand for the public who voted for him?
Would you fear Andy Burnham as a political opponent more than Keir Starmer?
That's a very good question, Lewis. I think on poll ratings, it's very hard to find someone to get a lower poll rating than Sir Keir Starmer.
True.
On someone who's ready for office, I don't think he's there. I don't think Mr. Burnham's there at all yet. So, and what we know is, increasingly, if you look at going back to Mr. Cameron, Mrs. May, and then onwards, the time the public give a prime minister to prove that he or she is doing the right thing is getting shorter and shorter. And there is no evidence at all, that Mr. Burnham has an actual plan that he can put to the British public and gain their confidence.
How hopeful are you for your prospects in Aberdeen tonight?
Well, it'd be the right decision for the voters there, I think, obviously, to vote for Douglas Lumsden, our candidate. It's up to them.
Too late now. Polls are closed.
Yes, I know, it's true. But, Kemi has been there over the last year. She hasn't just gone in the by-election. She's been there, I think, 2 or 3 times prior to the by-election to demonstrate the Conservative commitment to having an abundance of energy that includes oil and gas. That's different from Labour. And we'll see how the voters there react to that. I'm hopeful.
What will it say about the Conservative Party? You may well be victorious in Aberdeen tonight. It'll be a big moment for the Scottish Conservative Party. Obviously important to win a by-election, first time in many decades in Scotland. But what will it say about the Conservative Party's prospects in England that you are now facing the possibility, indeed the probability tonight, that whatever happens, whether Labour wins or not, that you will be the third party of the right in Makerfield, a seat where, not so long ago, you go back to 2019, you didn't win, but you were getting over 30% of the vote. What does it say about the Tory party that you'll be the third party of the right in this contest?
Well, I don't think it says much about that, Lewis, and thanks for the question. But first of all, I know Michael Winstanley, our candidate. He was president of the Conservative Convention Party chairman. He's a good man. He's from the local area. He's been a councillor in that area. So I've got a lot of praise for Michael and the campaign he's run, regardless of the result. And what he will know and I will know is that Conservative voters, other voters will have looked at the election campaign, looked at it through the lens that you provide and other people in the media provide, and said it's between these two parties. And they, Labour and Reform are, as far apart as you can possibly.
Okay, but it's one thing losing to Reform, who have been doing well, but would it not concern you to lose to Restore, a party which, frankly, until recently, was barely known and led by a man who was little bit more known either? Would that not be of any concern to you whatsoever, particularly when you consider that many people would say that they have rather extreme views?
Well, Lewis, I think you and I would share the view that a party that has says views, particularly when it comes to people of different ethnic origins and people of different religions, getting a large share of the vote, that's a concern for all of us in British society. But politically, the question you're asking is politically, I think, and we'll see what Restore does, but if Restore gets more than 5%, it saves its deposit, that creates many more problems for Mr. Farage than it does for the Conservative Party. Because now Mr. Farage has a party to his right to try and take away votes from him.
And both are smashing you.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you say that, but actually, if you look at recent opinion polls, in elections where people are trying to vote against a party, and what we're seeing potentially in Makerfield is people deciding which party they don't want to see win, rather than the party they do want to see win. We'll see. No election results yet. But in that context, it is now the Conservative Party under Kemi Badenoch, who is proving herself as a strong leader, far ahead in terms of preference to where the Conservative vote share is, that what people are trying to say is a party that they think can work for them, that one day they don't think is terrible. And on that basis, in this very divided country we have, the Conservative Party under Kemi Badenoch is coming back in the centre and the centre-right of the country to say, we have an offer that's based on the economy, based on common sense, to offer the British public.
You mention the rise of Restore and potentially the rise of a party that has extreme views about race and ethnicity and so on. Are you concerned about the normalisation of some of these extreme views or things that we might not have heard before? I ask that partly because of a tweet that one of your own peers, Daniel Hannan, said the other day. And the tweet was this. He said, a French friend phones. I tell him I'm surprised that he's not watching the France-Senegal match. He makes a peculiarly Gallic noise that I can only describe as a vocal shrug. Quotes, the legal immigrants are playing the illegal immigrants. Why does your peer, your Conservative peer, have a racist French friend? And why does he appear to be so proud about it?
Well, I don't know. You have to ask Daniel Hannan about all of that. What I can tell you, Lewis, about me and how I got started in politics. I was a very young man many, many years ago. I got involved in the Conservative Party. And the one issue that galvanized me to support the Conservative Party was the effort that so many Conservatives had to stop racism in our party and in the country. Back then, it was the National Front. It's morphed into different things over time. But for me, and what I love about Kemi Badenoch is she says, I don't care. She doesn't care where people come from. She doesn't care what their religion is. She doesn't care what their ethnicity is. What she cares about is their potential. They can do
Richard Fuller, this was a tweet that's been seen over 1 million times. And what Daniel Hannan appears to just be putting out there is the idea that these French players, and who knows, we could say, using that logic, you could say it about the England players as well, who are of ethnic minorities. They're not really French. They're not really French in the way that we're French. And he's just put that out there as if it's the most normal thing in the world. This is a guy with a Conservative whip in the House of Lords. Do you think that's acceptable?
Well, as you know, I haven't seen that. I just said I haven't seen the tweet, don't know anything about it, don't know the context.
Well, I've given you the exact wording.
Well, you've given me your take on it. What I can tell you...
it's not my take. It's literally the tweet.
Okay. What I can tell you is about my life, lifelong Conservative, and the things that motivate me. And I'm in a shadow cabinet. Daniel Hannan isn't. Right? And what I can say is the Conservative Party is all about the potential of every person in this country, without regard to the colour of their skin, without regard to their religion. Our country has to face the fact that over the next 20 or 30 years, our children, and in my case, grandchildren, are going to face a far tougher future. And we live in a country where you've got to pull on all the talents, whatever they may be, not necessarily academic. Some people have got talents based on the skills with their hands or with their artistic talents. And we need to be focused on what's in the best interest of their country, not on things that we might say makes them different from one British person to another. And that unified vision about our country, unified in the purpose of trying to get the best out of a country, is what Kemi Badenoch is focused on, and that's what I'm focused on.
Would you urge your Conservative colleagues, including Lord Hannan, to be a little bit more judicious about the sort of things they put into the public domain, lest it contribute to the normalisation of racism?
I would say that everyone should be judicious about what they put into the public domain, including your own post about Andy Burnham. On very little data, I'd say Lewis said that he's the best thing since sliced bread.
Wait.
I'm not sure that's right.
Wait a minute, Richard Fuller. I'll just Control F and look for that tweet. Oh, wait, it doesn't exist. Richard Fuller there, Conservative MP for North Bedfordshire. Grateful for your time this evening. We'll chew over some of that with Aggie Sean-Marie and John Sopel after this. The time is 11:47.
LBC.
At Waitrose, you know you're a food lover when the standout summer party spread even outshines the unfortunate weather. Make it a summer
Cup for France, and everyone was talking about that this was a kind of almost reckoning of France's racist past and the present day, and how France was a multicultural society, and that was to be cherished because they had just won the World Cup. And this is where the sort of what is acceptable in debate has shifted so much that it's okay to describe, the French team as illegal immigrants,
and the Senegalese team as illegal immigrants. Self-evidently not, because they're playing for the Senegal national team.
I didn't quite understand. It's just horrible, isn't it? And it's just kind of, you would think that politicians would be able to rise above that. And and the problem is that, Richard Fuller, I thought, was making a really kind of a decent case about what modern conservatism should look like. I thought it was interesting that he also described the party of the centre and the centre-right, which is, Kemi Badenoch was very much of the right when she got elected as leader. And so, this rebadging as being the centre and centre-right, I thought was kind of interesting in itself. But they are being outflanked by people further right for whom racist policies or ethnicity, open season.
But Aggie, whether, and I can see that the Conservatives apparently increasingly optimistic that they will have taken Aberdeen South with an SNP. Sources there saying there has clearly been a strong tactical Tory vote and therefore an anti-SNP vote. But still, and that'll obviously be a big moment for Kemi Badenoch, and she'll be there tomorrow if it's true, and they'll make, it's a great fanfare. But to come third, which seems certain, nailed on, whoever wins tonight, to come third to both Tories and reform. If the Tories are coming third to restore and reform, it's not ideal, is it? It's not ideal for a party which, until recently, was basically the second place option with a shot in seats like Makerfield.
Yeah, it's another extraordinary strand of this story. And you're right, Kemi Badenoch will focus entirely on Glasgow South, Aberdeen South, if indeed that is the seat that they win. She's been up a few times during the campaign, and she'll do what she did after the locals, which is to basically say everything's brilliant, haven't we done well, when actually they'd lost hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of seats. But there will be difficult questions about what is happening on the right if they, and as you say, it looks really likely that they would come third to restore and reform, which is just will be an extraordinary result if indeed that is what happens.
Well, just a reminder of, because we're talking a lot about Makerfield, but Aberdeen South, a reminder that the SNP won that seat with a majority of just 3,758 in 2024. Got that seat with barely, not even 33% of the vote. The Conservatives were in third place, but with Labour basically out of the game, they're hopeful of taking it. Douglas Ross is the former Scottish Conservative leader, former MP for Murray as well in the north of Scotland. Douglas Ross, thanks so much for joining us this evening. Do you think the Tories are going to snatch it?
Yes, I do. I don't often make predictions, and I'm not at the count, but the intel I've been getting from people there is very positive. As you said, SNP sources are downbeat, and I've been in this constituency a lot, as have hundreds of other volunteers, and the message has been very clear. We've got a great candidate, Douglas Lumsden. Kemi Badenoch's been up 3 times. Russell Finlay's been up on the doors a lot as well, and people are responding to our message there about beating the SNP, but also being champions for the oil and gas industry.
What do you think the Conservative Party should take? Assuming that you're right and the Tory Party is heading for a victory in Aberdeen, big moment for the Scottish Conservative Party, first by-election win in Scotland for half a century, I think. Does it take a wider message? Presumably Aberdeen, a bit like Makerfield in a way, tonight, it's kind of a set of relatively kind of unusual circumstances, isn't it? Is it replicable in other parts of Scotland?
Well, I think what it shows is the Scottish Conservatives can win in seats that, as you just said, we were previously third in. Just 2 years ago, Labour were in second place. The SNP won the seat with almost a 4,000 majority. What I think we will see tonight and into the early hours of tomorrow morning is the Scottish Conservative vote holding up very well. Us going on to win the seat is my prediction. We don't know yet, but I think we will. And the Reform and Labour votes in that seat absolutely collapsing. So people are coming to the Conservatives. Kemi's had a great campaign, Russell's had a great campaign, and Douglas Lumsden has had an outstanding campaign, and I think will be a brilliant MP for the area.
And you don't think that the Reform did, well in Scotland in the recent Holyrood election just 6 weeks ago. You don't think that will be enough, whatever it is, however modest it is, to cost you the seat?
I don't think so. That was obviously a concern. I mean, they got over 6,000 votes just over a month ago in almost the same seat for the Holyrood boundary. So that was a lot of voters who went to Reform, and I've spoken to a lot of them, as all of our volunteers have done over the last 4 or 5 weeks of this campaign. And some people were sticking with Reform, but I think at the end of tonight, they will be quite small numbers, a small percentage. I think Labour vote has gone down. I barely found a Labour voter anywhere in the constituency. And I think voters are coming to the Scottish Conservatives because of the positive message we had in this campaign and the effort we put in. I mean, there has literally been hundreds of volunteers going to the constituency, supporting Douglas Lumsden, backing the campaign of Kebby Bannock and Russell Finlay. And I hope they are all rewarded for their efforts in the early hours of tomorrow morning.
Is it not the case, though, Douglas, that although, of course, there's debate about Ed Miliband's decision on new licences for oil and gas fields in the North Sea, is it not the case that you could argue that you're selling voters in Aberdeen a pup? Because one way or the other, we all know the North Sea is a declining basin. There isn't tons more of oil and gas that you're going to be able to extract. Aberdeen is going to have to, and that part of Scotland is going to have to transition. Indeed, there's already tremendous investments in terms of the energy transition there. So, Kemmy Badenoch can say, oh, well, we have new licences and this, that and the other. But fundamentally, the trajectory for Aberdeen is going to be the same.
But while we still have demand for oil and gas, we should get it as close to home as possible. I don't understand this idea and message from not just Labour, but also the SNP. And John Swinney has been found out here about their anti-oil and gas message, and that's come over loud and clear on the doorsteps. While there is that demand, we should get it as close to home as possible, use the skilled staff that we have here in the North Sea to drill for that oil and gas, because we're not only not using that natural resource in the North Sea, we are losing skilled professionals to other countries who are drilling. So I think it's vitally important that Kemmy set this agenda for the party, and it's one that certainly resonated with voters.
Do you think the Peter Murrell scandal had any effect in terms of
definitely.
SNP turnout?
Yeah, I was knocking on doors the week that, one, he put in his guilty plea, but secondly, when he then had the charges read out, and it was an evening canvass, and I was looking in some of the windows and they all had the news showing him in the dock. So it came over a lot, not just Peter Murrell, but obviously some people's suspicions about what Nicola Sturgeon did or did not know. It's certainly been a focal point of conversation on the doorsteps.
Douglas Ross there, former Scottish Conservative leader. Nicola Sturgeon, of course, denies any knowledge of Peter Murrell's activities. Just before we go, I've just had a text, actually, before we go to the news, just had a text from a Burnham campaign source just saying, feeling good, with lots of O's. Not sure what their O's, the number of O's is in terms of, whether it's commensurate with the size of the majority, but, it remains to be seen. We can wait and see.
We've got to wait a long time for a result. But what happens in election counts is that boxes get opened and you first have to verify that the votes are there, and then you start the actual count. And you've got the election agents for the parties who are sampling boxes so that they get a kind of rough idea of the way it's going. And if you're getting messages like that, that seems to me quite significant.
And I know, Aggie, as well, it seems as well Reform playing down their prospects.
Reform very much playing down prospects. Actually, I've got a message saying, so at 11:42, I got a message from a Burnham source saying bundles should be done in the next 30 minutes, then they count. So I think basically, well, as you say, John, they will already have some idea, and I'm getting similarly sort of positive-ish messages, but suggesting that it's going to be close. But as you say, Lewis, the Tory party chairman, Kevin Hollingrake, has said to the BBC that his money's on Andy Burnham, and then also Danny Kruger, who's one of the Reform's MPs, had said it's very unfortunate that there are splinter groups on the right who are getting in the way of Reform's victory.
Well, nothing says to an audience, you must stay up, than the sentence, the bundles are nearly done, are they? But they are nearly done, and the counting is really getting going. Thanks for joining us on this LBC by-election special. The night, of course, is still young. We'll be with you until 6 in the morning. Why go to bed? My colleague John Sopel, co-host of the News Agent podcast, will remain with us into the next hour. He hasn't got anything better to do with himself. We'll also bring you further updates from Makerfield, as well as from Aberdeen South and Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Not just any by-election, this as the top job in British politics, decided from what we will see in that constituency. Coming up in the next hour, former Green Party leader Baroness Natalie Bennett will join us, as well as the MSP for Aberdeen Central, Jack Middleton. Lib Dem Deputy Chief Whip Tom Morrison will be with you every step of the way on this crucial totemic night in British politics.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midnight, the counting process will soon get underway in a by-election which could decide the future of the Labour Party. Former Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham is hoping to become the MP for the constituency of Makerfield. If he wins, he'll return to Westminster, where he could challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark says there appears to have been a good turnout.
One source has just told me they are hearing 65% turnout for this by-election. That would be unbelievable. Compare that to the 47% that we saw in Gorton and Denton just a few months ago, and that was seen as make or break. 65%. Reform say this would be a good thing for them. They say that it means that they would be even more non-voters, potentially people that have never voted for them before, coming out to vote for them. But Labour say that things are looking good for them.
Well, Anna Turley, Labour Party chair and Minister without portfolio, told LBC earlier that now is not the right time for a leadership election.
I think that's the last thing that we need. We are in government. We have a responsibility to the British people to have a stable government. We're less than 2 years into this government, which, you know, I've certainly, for one, waited many, many years for in opposition. And we've got a huge amount that we want to achieve. And we've made an enormous amount of progress in the last 2 years. And we've got a big programme that we want to deliver over the coming 3 years before we go back out to the British people again.
The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has been asked about her cabinet future.
What I also know, having been in politics for quite a long time, is you focus on the job that you're doing and not, on speculation. So, of course, I'm enjoying doing this job, but I also actually recognise that this is about people across the UK and about them.
In other news this morning, a 3-year-old boy is in a critical condition after he ended up in a crocodile enclosure at a zoo in Cambridgeshire. A 30-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. LBC's Shivani Sharma has been following this story.
Police say that at this stage they're speaking to people who were at the zoo at the time. They say they don't believe that the man who's been arrested and the child are known to each other.
And the UK has announced Britain's biggest ever package of drones for Ukraine. 150,000 will be provided, along with 350 air defence missiles and radars by the end of the year. LBC weather: outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England later, sunny elsewhere and a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation, with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Time is 12:03. I'm just checking the bundles from North America, and the latest bundle result is Canada 3, Qatar 0. Honestly, boring. Why would anyone want to be watching football on a night like this? That's what I want to ask.
Honestly, something else you should consider. Why would anyone else be listening to LBC to have Lewis Goodall talking about football, of which you know precisely nothing?
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know. I could learn quickly. Let's not get into any of that, though, because honestly, when you're on a night like tonight, with the politics as good as it is, why would you be distracted by a minutiae like the World Cup? Instead, we're going to go back to Makerfield and talk to Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor. Of course, the equivalent of the Jules Rimet trophy, just up for grabs. You say I know nothing about football. Take that, John Sopel. Up for grab tonight in British politics. Natasha, have we got any more intel on when we might expect a result yet?
Lewis, it's been an hour of pretty feverish speculation here at the Makerfield count. The spin room very much in full swing. The votes still piling in. We've just had another chunk of postal votes come through. And as I said to you earlier, the established thought in the room here now is that the turnout is extremely, extremely high, looking at around 65%. That's according to several sources. And if true, that would be the biggest result in a by-election since 1958. There's speculation speculation in the Reform camp that would be good for them. But really, I think, Lewis, who knows at the moment? Sarah Pochin, the Reform's MP, has been speaking to media in the last hour. She let slip that the party would be happy with second place. That's not exactly a ringing endorsement for the candidate, Robert Kenyon, but speaking to Reform sources here on the ground, they are still quietly confident that this high turnout is going to be good news for them, getting people out voting for them that have never voted before. So we'll have to wait and see, but we are seeing a few famous faces here arriving, Lewis. The Wigan MP, Lisa Nandy, I've just seen eyeing up some of the votes just behind me. We've also got the outgoing MP, Josh Simons. He has got his clipboard pacing around the room here just behind me, trying to figure out, like us all, what is going on. The Monster Raving Loony Party as well, Lewis, has arrived here at the count. The Climate Party candidate I've also just been speaking to. So lots of feverish speculation. We're still expecting that result between 2 and 3. Some sources suggesting it might slip a little bit into the next hour. We've not had any sign yet of the two main candidates, Andy Burnham or Robert Kenyon from the Reform Party. We're told that they are not yet at the count venue, don't have quite an ETA on when they may come here, but lots of sources in both camps saying that it is very, very close and they are both feeling confident in their vote share tonight.
Natasha, could you just do me a favour and just tell everybody there, all the count, they need to be done before 6 a.m. because I'm not going to hand over to Nick Ferrari for any kind of result. So just exactly. So just make sure they know that 6 a.m. is the cut-off. All right. Thanks very much. That's Natasha Clark there, LBC's political editor in Makerfield. Chris Chambers, who's LBC's Northwest correspondent, also in Makerfield for us tonight. Chris, what are you hearing there?
Very good morning. I am in the other part of the building. Natasha is in the main hall. I am in the back room, in the bowels of the building almost, trying to work out every little move that maybe gives us a clue as to where this might go tonight. Now, I've had the luxury of being on the streets over the last 4 weeks, speaking to people on an almost daily basis, and it's been really interesting. Andy Burnham has spent this campaign trading on his reputation as Manchester Mayor, distancing himself almost from Labour over fears people might be put off by the idea of more of the same. It's been all about vote Andy rather than vote Labour. Reform, though, complete opposite. Rob Kenyon being carried by the party machine. They've flooded the streets in huge numbers. They've plastered the party branding absolutely everywhere. He has barely spoken bar the odd appearance. And, Nigel Farage and Lee Anderson have done a lot of the heavy lifting during this campaign, and it will be interesting to see, especially with news of such a large turnout, if people follow through on voting for reform. Certainly lots of people have been saying that they will do. Some people who want an alternative to Labour, not necessarily Reform voters normally, but feeling that they need something different, and that has very much been the chatter on the streets. Nobody's really been saying that they believe Bob Kenyon is a genius politician in the making, or that he's even a great guy. They just believe that reform is the way to go forward. So there is a nervousness in terms of where this might go. It's not an absolute shoo-in that Andy Burnham wins this, but you get waves of confidence. And certainly even this evening, there's been whispers, with the turnout, is that bad news for Labour? But, there's a long way to go. So we know there's still a lot of voting to be done, but certainly, we're very much looking forward to finding out where this is going to go.
Chris Chambers there, LBC's Northwest correspondent. Aggie Chambry still with me. John Sopel still with me as well. They've threatened to leave, but we managed to retain them, basically because I just pre-announced that they were staying. So now they feel embarrassed about it. But they've assured me they are going to leave at some point. John, 65%. I mean, actually, the thing about that is it's substantially higher than turnout in the general election, which was just north of 50%.
I know, and that's a great day for politics. Before we come to that, can I just say that if it comes to a fight between you and Ferrari at 6 o'clock in the morning, my money's on Ferrari.
Same.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, team.
I just thought
nothing like some support from your colleagues, is there?
I just thought I'd put it out there.
Oh.
No, look, this is fantastic. This is fantastic that there is a 65% turnout. I love that people have thought this is important, that it matters, and it would be a pretty desperate state for democracy if a by-election like this isn't going to galvanise people to vote when so much is at stake. And this is what the theme of the evening. All the interviews that we've done, Lewis, and that you've done have been about just how much rides on what is happening in Makerfield right now. The course of British politics for the next few years could be set by the vote tonight. Whether Andy Burnham gets in, how well Andy Burnham gets in, whether this proves that Labour can win but with a different leader, or whether Labour are really in the toilet and that Reform have won it, in which case Labour MPs up and down the country will be in despair. So I think that, the turnout is great, and I think it's a great advert for democracy that this has happened.
And can we, assuming Burnham wins, and the signals that we're getting seem to be there's greater and greater confidence that he has. Long way to go, of course. But if he wins, Aggie, he's basically, from the moment he wins and he becomes the MP tonight, everything becomes about a potential, not just potential, let's be honest, actual Labour leadership election. And exactly what the interplay is going to be between him and Keir Starmer, and exactly how those dynamics play out.
Exactly that. And also, we haven't mentioned him. We're sort of, it's 12:11. We haven't mentioned him yet. But Wes Streeting as well, the former health secretary, who maybe a month ago we would have been talking about as a kind of proper player in this election. Of course, he resigned, and after he resigned as health secretary, the polling from Labour members suggested that they took very badly to him resigning, and his polling is terrible, which is potentially why we haven't talked about him.
Well, I suppose one way in which he will be potentially pivotal is if Starmer refuses to go, or if he doesn't, then the question becomes, is that contest contested to a greater degree? Is it just Burnham v Starmer? Mm-hmm. Does Streeting have the votes to sort of get involved in it? Or if Burnham loses, is Streeting going to contest with Starmer anyway?
And I've spoken to Labour MPs who say that they were asked by Andy Burnham supporters, if Andy Burnham wins, will you sign his nomination papers? And that MP said, well, I said yes to Andy if he wins, and if he doesn't win, I've said to Wes Streeting, if Andy doesn't win, I'll sign your nomination papers. And they believe that's a position of a lot of different Labour MPs. Wes Streeting has said over and over again that he does have the numbers. Some people are sceptical of that. But if Andy Burnham does win, doesn't want to challenge straight away, Wes Streeting told our colleague Andrew Marr that he could challenge as soon as next week. This contest could still happen and begin next week.
And if Starmer does decide to reach some deal with Burnham, or to see the writing on the wall, then the question becomes, is it going to be a coronation or not?
Well, but I think that Wes Streeting, if he has the numbers, is determined that it should not be a coronation. That there should be a contest, that there should be, an argument about the ideas on which the country should be run. And I think he might feel, I'm not just going to be shut out of this in a cosy deal, cooked up between Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer. So, the uncertainty, the pieces are in motion right now. And, and Lewis, I agree with you. I think from what we're hearing, it sounds like, it's looking pretty good for Andy Burnham in Makerfield, in which case everything is up for grabs. And anyone who says, I know exactly how this is going to play out, they don't, because this is dynamic and things change. And, Starmer's position now, of course, is I'm going to fight on, I fight to win. But is that his position tomorrow if Andy Burnham's got a huge majority and there are cabinet ministers ringing him up and saying it's all different now?
One thing that is absolutely certain, of course, and we've talked about it a little bit, is that let's say Burnham wins. We don't actually know, if there is a contest, what the terrain of that contest will be.
Exactly.
Because Burnham himself, for understandable reasons, because he's been appealing directly just to Makerfield, has, after a couple of slightly dicey interviews with national interviewers, decided to retreat from really saying very much at all about what he thinks about the future of the government. Of course, if he wins tonight, that can't sustain. He's got to start to give some indication about what a Burnham government would do differently to a Starmer government, rather than just how it would look different and how it would be different in terms of vibes. And the truth is, neither the public nor we really have much of a clue about that.
And lots of Labour figures believe that Andy Burnham is untested, that he's been out of Westminster. Well, he has been out of Westminster for a long time. They think that he potentially doesn't have the experience, and they think this by-election, there have been some missteps. They haven't had the focus they necessarily would have had on them had it been a Labour leadership contest. And they think that there needs to be a Labour leadership contest. And indeed, as you say, there are lots of people who basically have said, what would be the difference between an Andy Burnham government and a Keir Starmer government, especially if an Andy Burnham government is constrained by the same manifesto promises that a Keir Starmer government is, and it has to be, in a way, unless he's going to call a general election, which we do not think is going to happen.
It's not just constrained by the manifesto, it's constrained by the markets. It's constrained by the wider economic framework in which we live. And, there are Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules, which Andy Burnham didn't seem to be fully appraised of when he gave one interview. He's had some odd things to say about the bond markets, which, good luck with that. Trying to say, well, we don't need, we can tell the bond markets what to do. Well, yeah, up to a point. Not really. And the reality is that there are constraints that are on him. We don't know what economic policies would be different. We don't know what he would do about net zero. We don't know what he'd do about foreign policy. We don't know what he'd do about defence policy, which which led to a resignation of a cabinet minister. So there are really big questions. And I don't know the level to which he has got these answers. And he's got a manifesto written. But that's tricky terrain.
Well, I tell you one thing that has changed, and then we talked about it on the News Agents podcast the other day, John, when we were in Makerfield. One thing we can certainly say is that the choice of seat that has come Burnham's way, and let's be honest, it could have been pretty much anywhere in Greater Manchester. It could have been in a different scenario, Gorton and Denton, right? It could have been the other way around. It could have been Makerfield came up first, he was rejected from there, Gorton comes along, he's allowed to do that. What we can definitely say is that it probably will make a bit of difference to the kind of attitudes and disposition of the government, that you'll have a Prime Minister who is the MP, not just for a northern seat, but for a seat like Makerfield, which he will only be holding marginally. I mean, that is different from Keir Starmer's background and being an MP in North London. He would have, if he'd stood in Gorton, he would have had to take a whole different array of positions, because he would have been fighting not reform, but the Greens to his left. And that has, it seemed to me, make a difference.
I think that's right. And I think just on how he's had to fight this contest, on the bond market, and on his missteps that now were a little while ago, but his September, October last year, when he basically said to the New Statesman, we shouldn't be in hock to the bond markets. He knows now that he has got to effectively reassure them. And there were reports out tonight that he's now being advised by the former chief economist at the Bank of England, Andy Haldane, the former director of the OBR, Richard Hughes, and the former chair of Goldman Sachs, Jim O'Neill. So he could potentially overcorrect by being too worried about the bond markets too, if that is possible to be too worried about the bond markets. But he is hoping that he'll be able to reassure those financial markets. But I think he has had his eyes completely on winning this by-election, because it was 5,400 majority, and then of course the local elections, Reform won more than 50% of the vote. So he's concentrated entirely in the last 4 weeks over winning this by-election. But he's also had to have an eye on a potential leadership contest and also preparing for government at the same time. And it's very, very difficult to do all three of those things. And I would suggest that probably the latter two have slipped a bit.
Are you both abandoning me now? Abandoning me into the night?
Yeah.
Right, okay, you're off.
I've spent more time with you than I've wanted to.
4 years and counting, mate. You're off. John's off to watch the dying embers of the Canada-Qatar match, and Aggie's going to bed. So grateful to Aggie Shombury and John Sopel for their company for the last 2 hours. Lots more to come. We'll be speaking to Natalie Bennett, the former Green Party leader, about where her party, doing so well not so long ago, seems to have rather disappeared from the national conversation in the last 6 weeks. The time is 12:80.
This is LBC.
Imagine sweeping through green fields, floating 5 feet above ground, sun on your face as you slide by.
Green triumphs up and down the country. Politics has ebbs and flows in the moment. There is a tendency among the media to suggest that the flow of this day is a permanent thing. But of course, if Andy Burnham does win this morning, and there's no point in speculating at the moment, we will know for sure in a couple of hours, then we're going to be looking at a Greater Manchester mayoral contest in which we will absolutely be there. It will be between us and Reform. You look at the Gorton and Denton, you look at the local election results, and that's something we've very much got in the frame if that does turn out to be the outcome.
You think you're in with a good chance of winning that mayoralty if Burnham wins tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that we will be absolutely assembling all of the people, all of the energy, all of the enthusiasm that we saw in Gorton and Denton. I have no doubt at all. I was there at Gorton and Denton a number of times, and I will be there again with a great many other Green Party people. And the people are really looking for real change. And if you're looking for real positive change, then the Green Party is the way to go.
If Andy Burnham does win and he does become Prime Minister, is an Andy Burnham-led Labour Party, is that a Labour Party that you would find more appealing, with whom you had a greater prospect of doing business than under Keir Starmer?
Well, I think there's a real level of uncertainty at the moment about which Andy Burnham is likely to turn up. We've had the Andy Burnham who, before this contest, was saying very positive things about the immediate need for electoral reform, and Andy Burnham who was expressing distaste, at least, for the Labour Party's hostile environment, its plans for immigration rules that really attack the position of many people who came here to work for our country when we asked them to come, people like carers, people doing essential jobs. Which Andy Burnham is going to turn up, we don't know. The direction of travel has very much been Andy Burnham looking like he's Keir Starmer with Mark II with a northern accent.
But you must find it reasonably encouraging that he's spoken way more positively than I can think of any senior Labour figure, certainly any potentially incoming Prime Minister, about electoral reform, something which your party has long believed.
Well, I think the country, the evidence is very clear that the country wants a parliament that reflects the views of the people. And the fact that we now have a Labour Party which won the votes of 33% of the people who voted in 2024, that's about 25% of the total electorate. That's not a sustainable situation for the country to be in. Real change has to mean actual real democracy. But whether Andy Burnham is going to make that a priority, take action that is so urgently needed. The signals in the last couple of weeks have not been good. Of course, we will be continuing, if he does end up winning this seat and then being Prime Minister, we'll be continuing to push very hard on that. But we'll have to wait and see what reaction we get.
Where's Zach Polanski been since the local elections?
Well, Zach has been up and down the country. You mightn't have been watching his social media feed, but I've been seeing lots of events happening up and down the country. There's not everything happens in Westminster happens in London. Is a party where to be found right around the country. And Zach's been doing lots of events that you can see all over social media up and down the country.
Yeah, just, up to the local elections, and okay, that was in the run-up to local elections. He probably deserved a few days off, but he was pretty ubiquitous. He was everywhere to be seen. Now I've barely seen him across any of the media channels. He might have been doing local events and so on, but he seems to have rather disappeared from the stage in the way that we'd got accustomed to seeing. Did he get rather bruised by all of those stories and accusations of lying?
Well, I think if you look at what happened in Gorton and Denton, Zach was very much all over Gorton and Denton.
But that was before the local elections.
The focus now has been in Makerfield. The focus has been, and there's been plenty to report about the horrors of the Reform candidate in Gorton and Denton, something that our brilliant candidate, Sarah Wakefield, did a great job of pointing out.
Well, I don't know, Natalie Bennett, to be honest. I mean, Rob Kenyon, who's, perhaps not had a great campaign, you might argue that one of his better moments was when he asked your candidate in the election whether 10 million people arriving in the country over a period had made any difference to housing, and she wasn't able to answer it. I mean, that's just the truth, isn't it?
Well, I think what we've got is a candidate who has a terrible record on misogyny and also a terrible record on his party has a terrible record on racism, on failing to acknowledge that, as I was talking about with the Labour Party, that so many people in the UK tonight are depending on carers, depending on medical staff, depending on lots of people who've come to the country as migrants to look after them. That's the reality of people's lives in the UK today, and we need to talk about that. We need to acknowledge that.
What would you say? I don't know if you've seen the reporting from The Spectator today. You say that that the Reform have got some problems with racism. Your party has been accused, at least, of having, to some extent, a problem with anti-Semitism. Spectator reporting today that Zach Polanski and his officials are trying to deal with allegations of anti-Semitism and extremism But a powerful affiliate group, as they've reported, the Global Majority Greens, are accusing Polanski of creating a hierarchy of racism, with allegations of anti-Semitism taken more seriously than other complaints. Is that true?
Well, I think what you're talking about, I am aware. I hadn't seen The Spectator, but I have seen the report in other places. We're talking about the Global Majority Greens, a really important group within the Green Party. This is a report from one committee, which of course is something that I have no doubt that the leadership will be looking at very closely. I know Mohsen Ali, deputy leader, has said that the leadership will be reflecting on what that says. That's something that will be considered at conference. We're a democratic party. We listen to what people have to say and reflect on it.
But do you think that Zach Polanski, there's a danger that he's creating a hierarchy of racism within the party?
No, absolutely not. And I think it's also worth stressing that we, of course, have, as is recommended, we have independent disciplinary procedures within the party. It's not a case where one person makes a decision. There is a proper full process.
But The Spectator is reporting that this group believes that the Green Party is too pro-Zionist. I mean, what planet do you have to be on to believe that the Green Party is too pro-Zionist?
I think the way that sentence started with The Spectator as reporting, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's perhaps an accurate reflection of what's happening here.
It's not an accurate reflection that the GMG, the Global Majority Greens, they don't think that. They don't think that the Green Party is too pro-Zionist.
No, I think what I'm saying is that I am relying on the reports that are coming out from a source. When we get to conference, we'll certainly be looking at exactly what the detailed committee report says.
Well, Noah Hoffman's report says that the group, backed, as you say, by your deputy leader, Mohsen Ali, has actually endorsed, has endorsed reports compiled by the GMG accusing Polanski of a litany of crimes against racial justice. In private WhatsApp groups, it's reported, documents and Zoom calls leaked to The Spectator. Ali's disdain for his own leader's conduct is plain. I mean, it doesn't sound like a very happy camp when you've got the deputy of your party basically having disdain for the conduct of your own leader.
I don't think that's an accurate reflection. I know both Mohsen and Zach very well, and I see them together and they get on very well.
OK, that's Natalie Bennett, the Baroness Bennett, I should say, former leader of the Green Party. Let's check in with the situation in Scotland, shall we? Gina Davidson, LBC Scotland political editor, is in Aberdeen. I'm getting the sense from sources, Gina, that the Tories are increasingly bullish about Aberdeen South. What's your sense of it?
Yeah, I think you're right, Lewis. The counting's obviously still going on, but they are growing in confidence this evening. The SNP is saying that it's still looking quite tight, but the fact that they're not, saying that it looks like they're ahead, I think tells its own story. And as I was saying earlier, if the Conservatives have won this by-election for this Westminster seat, it would be quite something, given that the last time they did it was 59 years ago. And I think it's interesting to look at the results just 2 years ago at the general election for the Aberdeen South constituency, where Stephen Flynn held on. That was quite a nerve-wracking moment. We were in this very room, and of course the SNP saw many of their MPs lose their seats as Labour made a resurgence. In fact, Labour came second here just 2 years ago. Stephen Flynn's majority at that point was just shy of 3,700. And I think what we found here is that Labour are not in the races, which is, tells its own story about how the Scottish public has fallen out of love with Keir Starmer in the last few years, and we saw that.
Oh, I think we may have lost Gina there. Oh, what a shame. Just as we were getting into her stride. Well, we'll try and get her back, I'm sure, certainly throughout the course of the next few hours as we lead up to that result in Aberdeen South and in Arbroath as well, and Broughty Ferry. Good opportunity, I think, to take a little breather, shall we? At 12:30, just as things are getting truly exciting, let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Counting is getting underway in the Makerfield by-election, which could see Andy Burnham challenge Sir Keir Starmer's leadership. The Greater Manchester Mayor and Labour candidate would need to beat opponents, including from Reform, to return to Westminster. The Prime Minister's repeatedly said he won't walk away. A man's being questioned on suspicion of attempted murder after a child ended up in a crocodile enclosure in Cambridgeshire. The 3-year-old boy is in a critical but stable condition. And a school teacher has been handed a whole life order for the murder of his adopted baby son in Blackpool. 13-month-old Preston Davey died 4 months after being taken into the care of Jamie Varley in April 2023. LBC weather: outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England later. Sunny elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
At the third stroke, the time from BT will be 6 o'clock precisely.
Today in the UK, 100,000 people will call 999.
For quick reply, affects your concentration and makes you less able to react to hazards. If you use a mobile phone while driving, you're 4 times more likely to crash. Think. Put your phone away.
Leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Time is 12:33. We've got Gina Davidson back, LBC Scotland political editor. Of course, we lost the line briefly. Gina's back with us. Gina, you let's pick up where you left off. You were saying that the Tories are increasingly bullish about their prospects in Aberdeen.
Yes, they are. They started off cautiously optimistic, but they have thrown everything at this seat and the kitchen sink. And we've had Kemi Badenoch here so many times, Lewis, that they were clearly determined to win this one back. And it looks like they're optimistic that is what has happened. The SNP not particularly cock-a-hoop with what they're seeing coming out of these ballot boxes behind me here. And as I said earlier, that would be quite a result for the Conservatives here, because they haven't won a Westminster by-election in Scotland since the 1960s. It would be a bit of a remarkable turnaround in their fortunes. And of course, a lot of that will be to do with their campaign around the North Sea and that industry and just what they want to do, which, as we know, is drill more, get more licences. People are losing their jobs here. They like the sound of that. The SNP have come round to that position, but potentially too late for the party. They've been accused of equivocation on this particular issue.
And in terms of the big political story in Scotland over the last few weeks, Gina, it's of course been the Peter Murrell scandal and Nicola Sturgeon. What effect do you think, if any, this will have had?
Well, it will have had some effect. It might have made SNP voters stay at home rather than go out. I think what we might see is an impact of that in the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry seat, where we might see SNP voters sitting at home rather than going out to vote. But I think what we're seeing here in Aberdeen South is a lot of tactical voting. I think what the Conservatives have done is convince the voters here not to vote Labour, who came second just 2 years ago, and not to vote Reform. And of course, we've seen Reform not really campaign as hard as they might have done in the past, and they have been focusing on Makerfield. So I think it's more about tactical voting in this seat around that North Sea oil and gas issue. And I think the Peter Murrell issue will definitely have fed in, not necessarily people voting against the SNP here because of that, but maybe just not turning out.
And in terms of wider Scottish politics at the moment, Gina, this all comes at an unusual time, doesn't it? Because obviously we've had the big signature moment of Scottish politics, which was the Holyrood elections, the SNP return, albeit I think it's fair to say perhaps a loveless return to office at this point. But nonetheless, perhaps Scottish politics itself in a more disputatious and fractious way than we've seen for some time, with the rise of Reform there. Nigel Farage never previously did very well in Scotland. Labour and other Tory parties sort of going backwards, Green doing better. It's a sort of microcosm of the wider fracturing that we're seeing across the UK.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. What points that out here, particularly this evening, is one of the co-leaders of the Scottish Greens, Ross Greer, is at this count. Now, why would they be at an Aberdeen count? They've got no chances of winning in this seat or doing particularly well. But what they're interested in is one particular ward, because there's going to be a council by-election in that ward next week, in fact, Lewis, and they believe that they might win that ward. And in a city that is built on oil and gas, that would be quite something for the Greens to take that. But they think that's because it's a very city centre ward. There are a lot of renters, there are a lot of students, young people who are, coming around to the Scottish Greens. We saw that at the Scottish Parliament elections, particularly in the Edinburgh Central seat, which was won by Lorna Slater, and in Glasgow Southside, which used to be Nicola Sturgeon's seat. So I think what we're seeing here is younger people moving from the SNP, which was maybe where they were a few years ago, to the Scottish Greens. We're seeing much more tactical voting, particularly in this election. We did see a bit of that at the Scottish Parliament elections. It didn't upset the apple cart for the SNP, but obviously they did still lose a number of their MSPs at that point. So, I think it's fair to say, Lewis, that politics is in a difficult place in Scotland for every party at the moment.
Gina Davison there, LBC Scotland political editor. Of course, she'll be coming across both the results in Aberdeen and in Arbroath. Jack Middleton is the SNP MSP, if I can get it out, for Aberdeen Central, obviously just next door, albeit for the Scottish parliamentary constituency. Jack Middleton, thanks so much for joining us this morning. The Tories are increasingly bullish, it seems, about their prospects in Aberdeen South. What are you hearing? Do you think that's right?
So, Lewis, if I can just quickly touch on, it's not the neighbouring seat. My seat actually covers about 40%, the Holyrood seat, of what is the Westminster seat. And look, since I've been involved in politics in 2013, this has been a swing seat. It was initially held by Labour in 2013. They lost it in 2015 to the SNP. Tories took it in 2017. We won it back in 2019. And what was a pretty tough night for us in 2024 election, we held this with Stephen Flynn. So it is a swing seat. I think that's important to understand. And we'll see what happens. It looks like our vote has held strong across the city, but there's definitely a lot of tactical voting at play here, Lewis.
What role, if any, and what message, if the Tories do win this, and they've obviously decided to wage this campaign on a exploration of North Sea oil and gas, anti-net zero campaign, what message will you take from that as a governing party in Scotland?
Well, of course, it's quite bold, Lewis, for the Tories to now be painting themselves as the heroes of oil and gas, given that they introduced the Energy Profits Levy, a windfall tax that is costing 1,000 people their jobs in the industry every single month. So the Tories, the proof will be in the pudding to see if they're actually going to stand up for the industry. But for decades now, they've taken Aberdeen for granted, used us as a cash cow, taken hundreds of billions of pounds in taxes from the North Sea. And frankly, in my constituency of Aberdeen Central, I think we've got very little to show for it. But as I say, our vote has held strong throughout the city, but there's a lot of tactical voting at play that I've seen so far, Lewis.
Do you think that the British government should reverse its position on new licences for oil and gas fields?
Well, I think we're going to see what happens in Makerfield, but I hope if there's a change in leadership in the Labour Party that some common sense can enter the room. The Energy Profits Levy absolutely has to be scrapped, and I think we should be prioritising use of our own resources to strengthen our energy security rather than importing gas from Qatar or Norway. We should be supporting our workers, and we should be strengthening our energy security in a time where we live in a very, very dangerous world.
What effect do you think the appalling Peter Murrell scandal has had on the SNP's prospects in both of these seats?
Well, as I say, it is appalling. As an SNP member for over 12 years, I'm absolutely sickened by it. I'm very angry about it. The SNP is the victim of common crime here. But as I say, it looks to me that the SNP vote has held out across the city. Well, proof will be in the pudding when we get the final results here, but it looks to me that Labour couldn't be bothered to campaign. Reform barely lifted a finger. There was two people campaigning. The Tories threw the kitchen sink at this, and frankly, if they didn't walk away with something here, it would be quite a humiliating night for the Tories in Kemmy Badenoch.
Well, I mean, this is a seat that you've held for some time. The Tories won it in 2017. You had it since 2019. You won it in 2015 as well. If the Tories win it, how could it can't be very humiliating for them.
As the Tories have thrown the kitchen sink at this, Luke. They've been shipping in people from across the UK.
As well they should.
And I'll be interested to see how they get under the election threshold, given how much I know they've spent in the campaign. But as I say, this is a swing seat here. It goes back and forth. It's got a history of Labour, SNP and Tories. So there's a lot of tactical voting at play. It doesn't look like Labour could be bothered to campaign, and they seem quite happy to be supporting the Tory party across the city.
All right, Jack Middleton there, the MSP for Aberdeen Central. We're joined now by Alex Wilson, who's the Reform UK member of the London Assembly. Alex Wilson, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Did you make it up to Makerfield? What were your impressions of the campaign there?
Yeah, I did. I was up there, been up there a couple of times, and what I saw was a really well organised campaign, lots of mobilisation, lots of effort, lots of doors knocked, lots of data collected, but quite an intense effort from other parties as well. So we will see how that all pans out in the hours ahead. But I think we can be very proud of the campaign that we've run. The fact that it's competitive at all is in itself an achievement. This is a constituency that has only ever been held by the Labour Party in its entire history, since Makerfield was created as a seat in 1983, and before that, the predecessor seat continuously held by the Labour Party since 1906. So, nobody's ever challenged Labour for it in the way that we have this time. We'll see whether we've come close enough or not in a few hours' time.
Well, hang on a minute. I mean, it is in the top 20 of your target seats. So this is exactly the sort of seat that you need to be winning if you want to form a government. And now you're downplaying. And do I understand that you're downplaying your prospects tonight in terms of what you're hearing?
Well, it's too early to tell. Throughout the campaign, it's looked like it's been very, very close. The polling, the canvas returns have pointed to effectively being on a knife edge. So I don't want to prejudge anything that we'll hear later on. But no, it's a seat that, as I said, has always been held by the Labour Party. Even the Tories, when Thatcher got her big landslides in the 80s, nowhere in the picture. So
sure, but the political situation has obviously changed a lot since then, hasn't it? And Makerfield has changed a lot since then. And as I say, it's in the top 20 or so of your target seats. You only need a 6% or 7% swing to take it. If you lose to Andy Burnham, what lesson do you think Reform should take from that loss?
Well, Andy Burnham is a unique candidate, and he has a lot of popularity across Greater Manchester. I think the local media there have never really scrutinised him properly, never really challenged him. I think that will change if he's returned to Parliament and if he becomes Prime Minister. I think he'll come under a lot more scrutiny from everyone on a national level than he has done locally. But no, he does have a lot of popularity. Any other Labour candidate wouldn't be in contention for winning this seat. I think that's fairly clear from the response we got on the doors. But you have to remember why this election is happening in the first place. It's expensive exercise just to try and settle an internal squabble, civil war within the Labour Party, and then it wouldn't be happening had it not been.
Well, to be fair, Alex Wilson, I mean, you were the one in the local elections who said vote Reform, get rid of Starmer, and that in effect is precisely what is going to happen. So in a way, you told the public that if they voted Reform in the local elections, that would cause the Labour Party to get rid of Starmer. That is the net result of what we're seeing unfold before us right now.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that will happen regardless of the outcome of this particular by-election. Whether Burnham is back in Parliament or whether the challenger will be Streeting or, God forbid, Ed Miliband. Starmer's days are numbered as Prime Minister. That's very clear. That's something we can all agree on. And we'll see what happens next.
Do you fear an Andy Burnham-led Labour Party?
No, not at all. I think once he's if he's elected, then he'll face a lot greater scrutiny. You'll see in polls in the recent weeks, both Ipsos and YouGov have shown that Burnham's national popularity ratings have now flipped from being net positive to net negative. There's been a number of polls, hypothetical polls. Would you
still more popular than Nigel Farage?
And Reform still leads in those polls. So I think
only by a bit.
The Labour government goes far deeper than just Keir Starmer or just any individual. It's the failure of the Labour government to grow the economy, to tackle illegal migration, to exploit our energy resources properly. It's endemic throughout the entirety of the government, entirety of the party. Shuffling around the deck chairs on the Titanic isn't going to make any difference in the long run.
If we're Restore, and we can't know yet, obviously, but if Restore do well tonight and are the difference between a Reform majority and a Labour majority in Makerfield, how do you think the Reform Party ought to respond to that threat?
Well, I think people who voted Restore will have to respond to that and think very closely and very carefully about what they've done, because it's clear that only one party can beat Labour in this constituency. Only one party can beat Labour on a national level. That's Reform. And if people want Labour out, which you'd have thought most people who are of a persuasion that might be thinking about voting Restore would want the left-wing government out of power, if they want to do that, they have to get on board with Reform.
Is this the reason, fear of Rupert Lowe's party, is this the reason why Nigel Farage has suddenly taken to Substack writing an extremely long essay where, among other things, he's claimed that there is a two-tier state against white people?
Nigel's writing on these subjects because he wants to talk about all sorts of issues, and the Substack is a great way of articulating a much kind of broader, more in detail argument.
As a committed Substacker myself, I wouldn't argue against that, but maybe what I would argue against, or would invite your views about, is how he can justify the idea that there is a two-tier state against white people. I mean, that would indicate that there is routine and systematic prejudice and bias and discrimination against white people. Now, what possible evidence could there be for that? Has he seen the House of Commons recently?
What we have endemic throughout the public sector is this culture of DEI. It is ingrained in policies, training, enforcement, right across the board, and it's a culture and an environment that's driven by an ideology that does not treat people equally. What we are arguing for is we want everybody to be treated equally, without fear or favour, in front of the law. And that means.
Give me some examples of how. Give me some examples of when white people aren't being treated
and
equally
things
recently.
that they've done, not tick box characteristics of what they are, and that's what he's arguing for. That's what we're all arguing for. That's what we see throughout the public sector.
You say that the DEI is rampant across the public sector. Do you know, as a percentage of the public sector workforce, how many DEI-related jobs there are?
That's not the same thing as what I'm saying. What I'm saying, the culture, the
would you care to have a guess?
The pressure, it is there as a culture of this system, and people have to abide by it, and that's what we need to change. What we're arguing for,
estimated as about 0.17%.
Yeah, it's not about the amount that's spent on those particular people employed in that.
They must be
role. It's about
pretty
the
powerful.
It's about the impact that it has across the way that everyone has to.
Well, could you give me a couple of examples of what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, you can look at it in the police. So the National Police anti-racism commitment clearly says that people will not should not be treated the same. It does not mean treating people the same. It does not mean being colourblind, and that in itself is a very, very clear definition of two-tier.
Well, I suppose that would make sense, wouldn't it? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Because I'm not a Jewish person, so I can't be a victim of anti-Semitism, but a Jewish person can be. So therefore, the police would treat us differently.
You should treat it as racism across the board.
Yeah, they treat us differently because we're different people in different situations. That's what the police do all of the time. You wouldn't treat people exactly the same in all circumstances, would you?
You treat people fairly.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. And that's what we're arguing for.
And that's what the police guidelines say. They say that they're going to treat people differently according to their circumstances. That doesn't mean treating them unequally. It just means treating them differently. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, it's arguing for equality of outcome rather than equality of opportunity and equality of treatment. Look, we're going to fundamentally disagree on this, clearly.
Well, it's not really. I'm just asking you for evidence of the idea that there is a two-tier society against white people. I mean, that's a very fundamental and potentially quite dangerous claim to make. And to make it, you'd think there'd have to be quite substantial evidence for it. And I haven't really seen it, and I haven't heard it from you this evening.
Oh, we're going around in circles. I've explained our position, our view, and why.
It's a straight line.
Yeah.
Can I ask you another question, Alex, before we finish? With regards to one of your MPs, I wonder, do you support the idea of Sarah Poaching, the MP for Runcorn, when she tweeted out earlier, for the sake of women's safety, we need England to keep winning? Do you think that's a very advisable thing to tweet out?
She raised an issue that there is an increase in domestic violence associated with the situation when England don't do so well, and whether she was wise to put in quite those terms, but it's a real issue. And Wes Streeting has said something similar as well himself this evening. But what I really want to happen, I want England to keep winning. If they play like they did last night, then we.
I don't think Wes Streeting. I mean, isn't the problem with tweeting something like that, Alex, that it rather implies that if England don't keep winning, it's their fault?
No, not at all. England will keep winning, so we don't have to worry about it. It's fine.
But what if if they don't, then women might get beaten up.
Sarah raised a very valid issue, and it's clearly caught attention. But
does she ever think about what comes out of her mouth? Because she seems to make quite a lot of mistakes like this.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
Alex Wilson, grateful to you. Reform UK member of the London Assembly, grateful to you, Alex Wilson there, where we'll be going back to Makerfield, talking to our political editor, Natasha Clark, after this. The time is 12:51.
LBC.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Life feels
but we are optimistic about the result here. Whether Andy Burnham wins or loses, we already know that he's done something quite extraordinary and quite unique here over the last few weeks. Just 7 weeks ago, across the whole of the Wigan Borough, we lost every single ward that was up for contention, all of the wards in Makerfield, to Reform, sometimes by hundreds, sometimes by thousands of votes. And he has attracted people to come back to Labour through the campaign that he's run, which has been nothing but hopeful, positive, focused on change. That's something that, frankly, even I didn't think was potentially possible 7 weeks ago, and he's already shown that it is. So we are optimistic, but it's a bit early to say.
What do you think it says? Because I think you would agree, and you've sort of alluded to it there. What do you think it says that were this any other Labour candidate, they would almost certainly be losing to Reform tonight? And that Andy Burnham, you think you're hopeful that he's going to win, but the fact that he's even in contention is itself telling. What does that tell us about Labour politics right now?
Well, I think it tells you, actually, that in towns like mine, whether it's in Wigan or Ashton, just down the road, in Hindley Green, Plattbridge, Winstanley, that people have been at the sharp end of political choices for more than 40 years, and they've run out of patience, and we've run out of time. We've got to deliver change that they can feel. We've got to show that we're prepared to go out every day and take on any system, any person that stands in the way of that change that we promised, and we've got to wear our hearts on our sleeves, and that is what has come up on doors here. We've knocked on every door in the constituency several times now, and I was out door knocking earlier today. The story that comes up most here about Andy Burnham is the story about when he fought for us during the pandemic. There are lots of things people know about Andy and they like what he's done with the buses, they like that he's from round here and that they see him shopping in the local supermarkets and on the high streets, and that his kids go to school here. But what most of all like is that he went out and fought for us when we most needed it. And I think there's an awful lot to learn about how we as a Labour government need to turn around a situation where 2 years ago people voted for us in pretty large numbers, and then just 7 weeks ago we had that resounding roar of noise rejecting us in towns and villages across the country. And I think whatever happens here tonight, and we are optimistic about the result, Andy has earned the right to be heard loud and clear at the centre of that debate.
And does that mean, when you say that he should be heard loud and clear at the centre of that debate, does that mean, as is being reported tonight, that you would support him in going to the Prime Minister and saying that there should be a change of leadership?
No, look, I think it's for the Prime Minister. I know he will be reaching out to Andy, win or lose tonight, and I know he'll want to have a conversation and talk about what we've learned here in this extraordinary, unprecedented by-election here in Makerfield, and the incredible result that he's already pulled off before we even know whether we've won. We know that he has pulled back votes from Reform that we haven't been able to win, not just in the last few weeks, but actually for a very long time. This has been a long time coming in places like Wigan and Makerfield.
But Culture Secretary, if Andy Burnham is in Parliament, would you support him in challenging the Prime Minister?
No, look, I want us to pull together, I want us to move forwards, and I think there are going to be some important conversations that happen about the role that Andy plays over the next few days if he's successful in the by-election. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're only a couple of hours into counting the votes here in Makerfield, and I know that Andy is keen to make sure that tonight he is able, if he wins, to address the people of Makerfield directly, many of whom we already know have put their trust in him when they lost trust in Labour, and to speak to them and for them, to show that they and people in towns like ours are squarely at the centre of his thoughts as he takes their fight down to Westminster.
But Keir Starmer has said that he would give Andy Burnham a job. Would you urge your friend Andy Burnham to accept that offer?
Well, look, I think they should have a conversation if Andy wins. But like I said, we're only 2 hours into counting the votes here. It's too early to say. We know that turnout has been very high, so nearly 60% across every part of the constituency. So we know that people engaged. They took it seriously. They came out and they expressed a view. And we know that many of those people who didn't vote for us last time, are even just 7 weeks ago, are voting for Andy. So I think that's going to be an important conversation that they have about how we pull together and we move forwards and we put the people in places like Makerfield, not ourselves, back at the front of that conversation.
Sure. Just finally, to be clear, because this is obviously a slightly unusual situation, do you think that the Prime Minister should stay on as Prime Minister come what may, whatever happens, whether Andy Burnham returns to Parliament or not?
Well, look, I've said before that if I didn't support the Prime Minister, I would not be in his cabinet. I have no intention of leaving his cabinet. We were elected on a promise of change. We've got to deliver on that promise.
So if there's a contest, you'd
speculation. We've been getting on with that job.
So if there was a contest, you would support his standing in that leadership contest. You'd support the Prime Minister.
Well, there is no contest, and what we've got at the moment is a situation where we don't know whether Andy Burnham is returning to Parliament. Like I said, we're optimistic, but we're not complacent. We're only a few hours into counting the votes. I think if he does win and he is successful, it will be an extraordinary moment that will be down to Andy and testament to him as a politician. I don't think there's a single other Labour politician who could have pulled that off, and so we need to get him back down to Westminster so he can start working with us as a Labour team to create the change that we need. And
do you think Keir Starmer's got something to learn from Andy Burnham?
I think we've all got something to learn from what's happened here in Makerfield, and some of the work that has been going on in Greater Manchester over recent years, I think, is the reason that Andy has been able to do something quite extraordinary during this by-election and put us back in contention in places that resoundingly rejected us across the board just a few short weeks ago. So yes, I think we've all got something to learn from Andy Burnham, and we need to make sure that he is heard loud and clear at the centre of power in order to deliver the change that the country needs.
Lisa Nandy there, the Culture Secretary, saying that Andy Burnham needs to be heard at the centre of power if he wins tonight, even if he doesn't win tonight. A little bit of news from Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. The turnout has been confirmed at 31.3%. So that is a pretty low turnout in Arbroath. I suspect we'll see that mirrored in Aberdeen as well. Lots more to come. Things really getting exciting here on special by-election night. You can see that I can see literally out the corner of my eye the votes being counted and tallied across the Makerfield constituency, counting centre there and also in those Scottish constituencies. And you heard from Lisa Nandy there already the dynamics of the politics to come, of something already shifting. If things go according to plan, we will have two politicians both claiming a mandate to lead the Labour Party and to change the country. Which of them, Andy Burnham or Keir Starmer, will triumph over the other? Lots more to come. 102.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, the counting process is underway in a by-election which could decide the future of the Labour Party. Former Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham is hoping to become the MP for the constituency of Makerfield. If he wins, he'll return to Westminster where he could challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership. Well, Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy's told LBC she's optimistic about the results.
Whether Andy Burnham wins or loses, we already know that he's done something quite extraordinary and quite unique here over the last few weeks. Just 7 weeks ago, across the whole of the Wigan Borough, we lost every single ward that was up for contention, all of the wards in Makerfield, to reform, sometimes by hundreds, sometimes by thousands of votes. And he has attracted people to come back to Labour.
Well, Alex Wilson, Reform UK member for the London Assembly, told LBC the by-election is only close because of Andy Burnham.
He has a lot of popularity across Greater Manchester. The local media there have never really scrutinised him properly, never really challenged him. I think that will change if he's returned to Parliament and if he becomes Prime Minister. I think he'll come under a lot more scrutiny from everyone on a national level than he has done locally. Any other Labour candidate wouldn't be in contention for winning this seat. I think that's fairly clear from the response we got on the doors.
Well, votes have also been held in the Scottish constituencies of Arbroath and Broughty, Ferry and Aberdeen South. LBC Scotland political editor Gina Davidson says the Tories are bullish in Aberdeen.
They started off cautiously optimistic, but they have thrown everything at this seat and the kitchen sink. And we've had Kemi Badenoch here so many times. They were clearly determined to win this one back, and it looks like they're optimistic that is what has happened. The SNP not particularly cock-a-hoop with what they're seeing coming out of these ballot boxes.
And some breaking news just reaching us here at LBC, and the SNP have conceded defeat in Aberdeen South, with a senior source saying it is the Tories' night, but pledging to win it back in 2029. That's the SNP conceding defeat in Aberdeen South. In other news, the zoo's crocodile enclosure won't open today out of respect after a 3-year-old boy ended up inside and was seriously hurt. He's in a critical but stable condition. A 30-year-old man from Norfolk's been arrested on suspicion of murder. And the Foreign Secretary says the UK is standing ready to help clear the Strait of Hormuz of mines. The vital shipping route has reopened after the US and Iran signed a peace framework on Wednesday night. LBC weather largely cloudy later with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England, mainly sunny elsewhere and hot in the Far East, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Time is 1:05. The counting now getting well underway in all the three constituencies we're watching tonight. Just a reminder that, of course, we've got the Makerfield contest, which will prove so pivotal, so instrumental in the future of the Labour Party and indeed the country. We've also got the contest in Aberdeen South, where the Conservatives are hoping to pick up a seat for the first time in Scotland in 50 years. And as we were hearing in a news bulletin there, the SNP all but conceding that race. That'll be a big moment for Kemi Badenoch, her first by-election win in this Parliament, first win for the Tories in a by-election, I think, surely since 2021 in the Hartlepool result, and as well the result in Arbroath, where the SNP will be hoping to cling on, but it will be interesting to see by what kind of margin. I also see some reports coming out now increasingly that from Makerfield, where Labour are feeling increasingly bullish. We can see here Labour sources saying that they're encouraged by the early sampling in Makerfield. And I see online as well some reports, we'll turn to Natasha Clark in a moment, see if she can verify this, but some reports online saying, or Reform sources denying that Nigel Farage has left the count and has left Makerfield. Let's get the latest on the ground in Makerfield. Natasha Clark is our political editor, of course, who is right in the thick of things, I can see, surrounded by journalists and election agents and all sorts around, an absolute jamboree. Natasha, have you heard anything about this, about Nigel Farage, it being suggested that he's left Makerfield already, Reform sources denying it? Have you heard anything about any of that?
Yes, Lewis. Yes, I have heard that Nigel Farage may have indeed left Makerfield. Now, I'm told that was actually the plan, that he was going to leave the Makerfield anyway, potentially come back tomorrow morning. I don't think he was expected at this count, but lots of obviously differing views flying around here at this Makerfield constituency. We still haven't seen Robert Kenyon, of course, the Reform candidate yet. There are lots of Labour MPs here growing by the hour. I've just seen Louise Haigh, obviously a very important and central member of Andy Burnham's campaign. She says that they are, quotes, very confident. So I think you can take from that Team Burnham starting to get a bit of a feel that things may perhaps be going in their favour. So a little bit of a sense of where things may be going tonight. And as you were just speaking with Lisa Nandy, the Cabinet Minister, Secretary of State for Culture just now, she suggested that Andy Burnham, if he does win, will likely address the Makerfield constituency and indeed the nation tomorrow morning. So I've been hearing that if he does win, the address is on the cards. We've also in the last hour or so, Lewis, had the turnout here, 58.7%, not quite the 65% that we were reporting earlier in the day. Some sources obviously getting a little bit excited, a little bit carried away. But I think it does really benefit some of the smaller parties, potentially like Restore, saying people that have never come out to vote before may be coming out to cast their vote. And I've just been speaking with Rupert Lowe, the Restore party leader, and I put it to him that he might be the reason that Reform doesn't get another MP, that Andy Burnham makes his way to Westminster, make his way to Parliament, potentially becomes Prime Minister. He became a little bit irate with me, actually, when I was putting that to him, Lewis, and suggested that actually it's all Nigel Farage's fault for trying to, quote, politically assassinate me. So, of course, if we do get hold of Nigel Farage, we'll obviously put that accusation to him. But Rupert Lowe insisting that his candidate, Rebecca Shepherd, has been getting a lot of support on the door. She's been very absent for most of this campaign, Lewis. No one's really seen her. She's not been allowed to speak to the media. She hasn't appeared at any of the hustings either. But it does seem that they are about to take a large chunk of the result. And indeed, the people that we've been speaking to in Makerfield all week, I genuinely have been getting the sense on the doors that the Restore vote might be a little bit bigger than some of the polls suggest. And that's exactly what Rupert Lowe suggested to me when I spoke to him earlier. And Lisa Nandy as well, when she was speaking to you, Lewis, I thought her words where she said, you know, we've got to reflect on this result. Well, we've got to reflect on what Andy Burnham can bring with the Labour Party.
I thought, sorry to interrupt, Natasha, I just wanted to sort of come in at exactly that point, because I thought exactly the same thing. I thought already you can feel the tectonic plates, to use that hoary old political cliche, already shifting, can't you? I thought very striking, even though, of course, as a serving Cabinet Minister, Lisa Nandy is there saying, of course, I support the Prime Minister, I'm still in his Cabinet, basically saying that this win legitimises Andy Burnham to have a central place in the political debate, saying we need to hear his voice at the highest level, and she was sure that there would be a conversation between the two men, Burnham and Starmer. Very striking language for not just an MP, not just a Burnham backer, but a cabinet minister in Keir Starmer's government.
Yeah, that's right, and that's exactly what I've been hearing as well, Lewis, the fact that these two men probably will talk at some point over the weekend if indeed Andy Burnham does win this seat. Now, of course, we heard that extraordinary remarks from the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, just a few days ago, where he essentially gave Andy Burnham a job and said, I want him to have a huge part in my government. That was almost immediately rebuffed by Mr Burnham himself, those sources within his camp saying he doesn't want a job. The only job he's obviously interested in is the main job, the one of Prime Minister. So that is just not going to happen. So I imagine that Team Burnham, indeed, they've been saying to me for the last few days, they don't expect him to make any imminent moves. They will expect him to speak to the nation, to speak to the constituents. If he does win, there will then be at some point a conversation over the weekend. Now, Team Burnham have been very, very insistent that they do not want to see a contest. They do not want to see him trigger that contest. But indeed, if one is triggered, then he will indeed run. That's not something that obviously we will have confirmation of until Monday, because obviously Andy Burnham is not going to be sworn in until Monday itself. He can't challenge the Prime Minister until that happens. Lewis, is absolutely feverish speculation about exactly what's happening on the floor behind me. Oh, it's Count Binface. I just wanted to check that I wasn't missing any of the political action. Of course I am. It's Count Binface who is doing an interview next to me, Lewis. If you want to speak live with him, I'm sure we can get him down the line.
Please give my regards to His Royal Highness, the Count. It's great to see him once again. Yeah, see if we can get him on. I think it'd be very, very important to just really hear from the bin community what they make about all of this. A little bit of news. Thanks, Natasha. A little bit of news as well from Aberdeen, as we've been reporting. The SNP conceding defeat in Aberdeen South, with the Conservative Party expected to win the first victory for the Conservatives in a by-election since the days of Ted Heath. The parliamentary constituency, of course, being contested after the SNP's Stephen Flynn resigned after winning a seat in Holyrood's. SNP sources conceding, saying it is the Tories' night, but they've pledged to win it back in 2029. So we haven't got the official result yet, but with the SNP conceding defeat, very clear that the Tories have won a seat in Aberdeen South. Tell you what, if Labour win in Makerfield and the Tories win in Aberdeen, so much for the death of the old two parties, eh? Well, maybe let's talk about that a little bit with Professor Michael Jacobs, Professor of Political Economy at the University of Sheffield, was an advisor in a past life as well to Gordon Brown during his time as Chancellor and then Prime Minister. Professor Jacobs, thanks so much for joining us in the early hours. What do you make of what we're hearing so far? It feels from the mood music that we're hearing, Tories winning in Aberdeen, Labour potentially winning in Makerfield, both in relatively unusual circumstances, but considering all we've been hearing about is the death of the old two parties, quite a striking set of results if those are borne out.
Yeah, we don't know yet. I mean, if the SNP have conceded in the Scottish constituency, then that presumably does mean that the counting is looking, they've got clear counts building up in the voting, in where the votes being counted. That's not yet the case in Makerfield, and as I've just been there in the constituency, I would have to say it's very, very close. So I wouldn't want to get ahead of ourselves, I think, in saying that Labour have definitely won.
If Burnham does win, what does that actually tell us about him and about wider British politics? Because, of course, the truth is that he may be able to pull off this spectacular feat, and I think we can't underplay that if he does manage to win. The fact is, even in contention, frankly, at the moment, given the absolute parlous state of the Labour Party nationally, is already quite extraordinary. So it will be a remarkable political feat. But you can't pull off another load of Makerfields in a general election. This is very, very particular. Does an Andy Burnham ability to win in Makerfield tell us much about his ability to potentially to win at a general election?
I don't think we know that yet. You're absolutely right that if Burnham does win, it will be his win, not the Labour Party's. I met many people in the constituency who said they would absolutely not have voted for the Labour Party if it hadn't been Burnham standing. His popularity is remarkable. He has been mayor there for 9 years, and his vote has gone up each time he's been up for re-election. He got 2/3 of the vote last time round. So his popularity really is remarkable, and this will be a personal victory. So I'm not sure at this point whether we can read anything from it into Labour's chances in other constituencies, where clearly Andy Burnham won't be able to stand. So the question is not that today, it's in 3 years' time when there's a general election, assuming Burnham has won, and assuming he then becomes Prime Minister, whether he can change Labour's image with the voters at large such that they are happy to vote Labour even if he isn't their personal candidate in each constituency. And that we don't know. We simply don't know whether Andy Burnham is capable of translating the popularity he's had as Mayor of Greater Manchester into a comparable popularity as Prime Minister, if that's what he becomes.
And indeed, a key component of whether he is able to do that will be whether or not, or to what extent, he can affect a substantially different policy position from the Starmer government. And again, this is pretty inchoate and unclear, isn't it? I mean, Burnham has done a few interviews where he's talked about national issues. In the last couple of weeks of the campaign, resiled from that because they weren't going especially well, and he decided to focus instead, perhaps wisely, on just Makerfield itself. But to what extent do you think we can say that a Burnham government, if that's what we end up with, will be materially and politically much different to that of the Starmer administration?
I think one thing we can say pretty clearly, which is that he will convey what he's about and what a Labour government under him is about much more cogently and clearly than Starmer. Starmer has had this problem which in some ways it's hard to explain that he can't really explain what he's for. And people don't really have any sense of what the Labour government under Keir Starmer for the last couple of years has really been trying to achieve. He's just not a very good communicator. And because he doesn't really have a political philosophy of his own, he said there isn't such a thing as Starmerism and never will be. That people are just lost as to what exactly he is about. And because the government has done a number of U-turns, that doesn't help him define himself. And I think Burnham will make a difference there. Burnham is a much clearer politician, I think, in what he believes. I think that's improved over the last 10 years since he's been mayor. I don't think he was a particularly ideologically well-defined politician when he was in the cabinet before, but I think he's become a better one now. So I think one thing we can say is that the people will have much more of a sense of what the government is for. But of course, just having a sense of what the government is for is not enough to win an election. He will actually have to change things. He has less time than Starmer would have had. If Starmer had had a full 5 years, he will only have 3. And the problems that he's facing are the same problems that Starmer and Rachel Reeves have been struggling with: how to get growth, how to spread that growth across the country, how to make people feel better off. And so this is not even if he wins today, this is not an easy prospect in front of him if he should become Prime Minister.
Professor, to what extent there'll be people listening to and watching this, just finally, who despair at the prospects of another Prime Minister, the 7th in 10 years? This is the sort of thing that we used to mock other countries about, the sort of political instability and volatility. Is this about, in your view, the particular cast of characters that we've had that have simply been rather suboptimal by comparison to some of the greats of British politics and have been unable, perhaps because of their own deficiencies, to navigate the problems that we've been in, which is substantial? Or is there something more structural going on within British politics, and we just keep trying to do the same thing, which is change the head at the top and expecting different results, and we're not going to get them?
I think some of the problems are more difficult than some prime ministers have faced in the past. Brexit has been a major problem over the last 10 years or so, getting it done on acceptable terms and then living with the consequences. It's had obviously caused very serious economic damage. The COVID pandemic was a difficult period. We are living in a period of much lower growth than most previous governments before the financial crisis at least had to deal with. So I think there are some significant structural issues. I think we've also had some pretty rubbish prime ministers. I think 2 of the last Conservative governments, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, were not up to the job, personally. But I don't think that was true of all of them. I think Cameron, Theresa May, even Rishi Sunak were probably up to it, up to the job that they might have faced, but they faced very difficult problems. And I think there is an open question as to whether Andy Burnham, will be up to the very difficult problems that Labour faces. But I personally have been a bit encouraged by what he's talked about so far in policy terms. He said that the problem we have is that so many of the prices that have really affected people over the last few years because of the cost of living increases are no longer under the control of governments. And that makes it harder for governments to keep those prices down and to keep the cost of living down. That's true in housing, that's true in energy, in water, in social care, in transport. And he wants to bring those under some greater public control in order to get those prices down and make people feel the cost of living is coming down. And I think that's quite innovative. And I think that will represent a different form of government from the ones of Starmer and of his Conservative predecessors.
Professor Michael Jacobs there, Professor of Political Economy at Sheffield, also an advisor previously to Gordon Brown when he was Prime Minister. We'll be talking to Nadhim Zahawi, who of course was a former Conservative Chancellor of the Exchequer, former Tory Chairman, former Education Secretary, but now, curiously enough, a member of Reform UK. We'll be talking to him about his party's performance and its prospects. The time on this special by-election night programme here on LBC 121.
This is LBC.
Imagine you in a nice comfy seat, with your hands behind your head, taking in the views.
That might not be the case. One of the reasons that Labour are feeling increasingly bullish about their prospects. We should probably talk about one of the other candidates who has been a major player in this campaign. Someone who has certainly been motivating non-voters, mainly waste disposal bins and sites. I talk, of course, about the man himself, Count Bimface, leader of the bins, I think it's fair to say. Well, he's an aristocratic figure at the very least. Perhaps he's in the bin House of Lords. Some of his policies have included abolishing hydration breaks in football, giving Emma Hayes a proper studio, sticking it to the mainstream parties, destroying the far right, cutting their taxes while your taxes and raising everybody else's, and other things that humans don't care about. His campaign slogan, make your vote count. He's at the Makerfield count this evening, as it were, and he's been speaking to our own Natasha Clark.
Rupert, how has the campaign been going, and what's the reception like on the door?
Well, look, we've had a tremendous reception, and I think, as we had in Norfolk, the exciting thing is we've had volunteers coming from all over the country to help us. So in the local elections, which we swept the board in Norfolk, and the county council elections, we won the borough council by-election there. And we had people, probably 500 people came to that campaign. Last Saturday here, we had probably 1,200 people came from all over the country and the world. We even had people from Hong Kong. So I think the British people are stirring. I think they've had enough of the failure that they've seen in both government and the civil service. And sitting on the Public Accounts Committee, which I do now, I see quite how weak the civil service is, how they are serving themselves, not the public, which is what they're supposed to be doing, how they're wasting vast amounts of taxpayers' money, which means that hard-working people have to pay far more tax unnecessarily because there's a lot of waste, there's a lot of misappropriation, there's a lot of things that could be done a lot better, and there are far too many people employed in government. So look, I think we're resonating with what people think they want. Mm-hmm. And in Parliament, I stand up and I speak, and I try and speak the truth. As you probably know, I'm not in this for money. I give my parliamentary salary to charity each month. Charities in Great Yarmouth usually, but elsewhere if I think that's where it's best served. So I think we need more sort of what I call vocational politicians who basically want to change the way in which things operate, because Britain's going badly wrong. I think everybody can see that. Labour has done untold damage in the last 2 years. The front bench, most of them have no business experience, they have no life experience, they have no understanding of the consequences of the legislation they're passing. They're raising taxes all the time, particularly taxes on jobs with the increase in national insurance, and they're just damaging the real economy. They have no idea of the consequences of what they're doing. So I think the British people can see that, and they're getting increasingly frustrated by it.
And obviously your party, 5%, 7%, say
well,
some
whatever
polls.
we get, tonight is the poll. Tonight is the poll.
What would be a good result for you tonight?
Well, we came into this thinking that sort of 10% would be a great result. I mean, we're a new party. We're less than 4 months old. I think we were told we'd get 2%. In Great Yarmouth, in Norfolk, we were told we'd get 1%, less than 1%. We ended up, you could have halved all our votes and we still have won.
So under reported.
Now look, I mean, a national election is a different thing to county council elections, where I'm a local MP in Great Yarmouth. Everyone knows me, and they've seen what we've done in Great Yarmouth. They've seen that my office there is doing its best to help people. So I think it was easier in a regional election. This is a national election from a party that's 4 months old.
And how would you
feel
if
we get anywhere near 10%, I think that is the news of the night.
If you did get 10%, that would be enough to deny reform to win, and
I don't know.
Andy Burnham win this seat. How would you feel if that happened?
I don't know what the outcome's going to be, and I don't subscribe to this.
Would you be happy though?
I don't subscribe to this
if your party let Andy Burnham win?
Well, hang on, let me answer your question. You're a bit hasty with your questions. So what I'm saying is reform don't own any votes, nor does anybody. In a democratic election, you say what you're going to do and you let people choose whether they want to vote for you. Nobody owns the votes. And if Andy Burnham wins tonight, credit to him, it's a democratic election. You have to give him credit.
Of course.
Now, whether or not he wins by a margin bigger or less than the margin of votes we get is not the issue. The issue is this is a democratic election and everyone has the right to stand. So if Nigel Farage hadn't politically tried to assassinate me, I probably would still be within reform. So why don't you ask him?
So it's his problem.
Why did he do that? It wasn't necessary. It wasn't expected. I certainly wasn't expecting it. And at the end of the day, the consequence of what he did was that in the end, being politically driven as I am to change the way we're governed, I've now set up my own party. And I think you need to ask him why he did what he did, rather than asking me why I think it's right for me to effectively stand aside and let them win, which I'm never going to do. And it doesn't matter whether it's Reform or Labour. You know, I'm standing to win and to serve the people better. The British people deserve better government than they've had in the recent past.
And where's your candidate? Where's Rebecca? We haven't seen her at all this
She's on her way here.
She's on her way. We'd love to
She's on her way, so you will see her.
We'd love to hear her voice, because we've not heard her at all in this campaign.
You will see her. Well, you'll have to ask her if she wants to talk to you.
Will she be free to talk?
She's free, white and 21. She can talk to anyone she wants to. I'm not going to tell you who she can talk to.
Well, absolutely. LBC would love to speak to her whenever. But it does feel like she's been hidden away a bit in this campaign. Would you agree?
No, I don't agree. We weren't invited on to Question Time.
Wow.
And she spent her time campaigning locally amongst the people who are going to vote for her. And she's done a tremendously good job.
And what do you think of the issues?
And by the way, she's very brave to stand up and to put herself forward to represent the people of this constituency.
What do you think of the issues for Makerfield, the main things that you're hearing about on the doorstep that people actually want to see change on?
Well, people are worried about immigration. That's the biggest issue for the country, as we all know. Untargeted immigration, illegal people coming here illegally, people living here illegally, people not being sent home when they're not supposed to be here. Illegal means illegal, and I've made that quite clear. If you read our mass deportation document, which is quite long, if you've got the willpower to read it, a bit like the rape gang inquiry, which we've just produced, which you should all read, because that's very germane to this election, and that basically is full of the failures of the Labour Party. But if people, as they appear to have done tonight, continue to support the Labour Party, they're going to get more of the same.
And finally, can I just ask, we're hearing high turnout today. Do you think that helps you and the Restore Party, people that may not have come out to vote before at all?
In Norfolk, we saw people coming to vote who hadn't voted for a long time because they could see that we are a genuine alternative to the rather stale politics that has come to be the hallmark of Westminster. So I think if we get a high turnout, that will work to our advantage, yes. And we're bringing people, so it's not about just splitting the vote, it's about enthusing people. And as you probably know, the last election was won on a 59% turnout. And Starmer won it on, I think, 34% of that turnout. So he won it on a very, I call it a landslip election victory, not a landslide, a landslip, because it was on a very thin margin. And really, I'm hoping people will come back to vote. People will have belief in politics again, but they're not going to do it if they're continually let down by the people in Westminster who aren't serving the people but are serving themselves.
So that was our own Natasha Clark speaking to Restore's Rupert Lowe there, and it'll be very interesting to see, of course, how well they've done, how much of it was real, how much of it is a bit of an internet phenomenon. Always hard to tell with Restore. It's certainly how they started anyway. Also, before we go to the news, Stephen Flynn, who was the MP for Aberdeen South, stood down to become an MSP, a member of the Scottish Parliament, is now the Economy Minister in Scotland. He's tweeted, again, as we've been reporting, conceding defeat effectively in Aberdeen South. A tough night in Aberdeen that some will need to reflect on quite heavily. Commiserations to my good friend, the candidate, a great man and colleague. We lost Aberdeen South to the Tories in 2017 and we won it back 2 years later. I've no doubt we can do so again if we get things right. Intriguing wording there. A tough night in Aberdeen that some will need to reflect on quite heavily. Not entirely clear who Stephen Flynn means. We'll perhaps talk to Gina Davidson about that, our political editor in Scotland, shortly. We're going to be speaking, as promised, to Nadeem Zahawi, the former Conservative chairman, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and so on. But before that, at 1:32, let's take a breather now, get the latest LBC News headlines with Daryl Jackson.
The counting process is underway in a by-election which could decide the future of the Labour Party. Former Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham is hoping to become the MP for the constituency of Makerfield. Votes have also been held in the Scottish constituencies of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry and in Aberdeen South, where the SNP have conceded defeat, with a senior source saying it is the Tories' night. And the Foreign Secretary says the UK is standing ready to help clear the Strait of Hormuz of mines. The vital shipping route has reopened after the US and Iran signed a peace framework on Wednesday night. LBC weather, largely cloudy later with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England. Mainly sunny elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
So, what's on your to-do list today? Why don't you check if you're eligible for pension credit? It tops up your pension income and also
You've seen a few by-elections come and go, previously under the Conservatives, now with your new hat on. How do you think things are looking for reform?
Good morning, Lewis. How are you? I think, look, both our brilliant candidate and the organisation on the ground was exceptional, physical and digital. And I want to thank the people of Makerfield, who ultimately will decide who is returned to Westminster. And let's see what happens tonight. The thing that you and I both know, whatever happens tonight, is that the only serious challenger to Keir Starmer and this government is reform. It's the one party that, whether it's Scotland, Wales, and the local elections, amongst trade unionists in Labour heartland, the industrial heartland of our country, that is now being taken seriously as an alternative to this government, is reform. And that's something that we will build on, and we will continue to build and organise towards the general election. But let's see what happens tonight.
If Burnham does win, though, against the odds, let's be honest, because Makerfield, although it's been a Labour seat forever, it's very high up on your target list. It's exactly the sort of seat that you'd be expecting to win if there were a general election. Now, you did exceptionally well there in the local elections. If Burnham does win, despite all of that, despite the fact that Labour nationally are doing so poorly in the polls, does that not show that reform potentially has met its match in Burnham?
Well, if he does win, there's going to be the equivalent of what happened to the Conservative Party under Boris Johnson, which will be a psychodrama, because you've already seen, and you've reported on very vigorously, I should add, that Keir Starmer is going to try and hang on and is not budging, is refusing to go. And you've got Andy, and you've got Wes and Angela Rayner, and whoever else will enter the race. It will be a mess. And I think that will not help the Labour brand, as it hasn't helped the Conservative brand today. And beyond that, the problems don't go away for whoever is leader of the Labour Party, because they still have to try and come up for the money, with the money for defence, and that eviscerating speech by my old friend John Healey was pretty disastrous for the Labour Party and the Labour brand. So the problems won't go away, and I don't think replacing Keir Starmer with Andy Burnham is going to help much.
Does it remind you, I mean, you were a veteran of those internecine battles within the Conservative Party. You were one of those ministers who were moved around from pillars to post around the cabinet table. Does what we're seeing with the Labour Party, I'm sure you probably have a little bit of schadenfreude with it because Labour were very pious about it at the time. Does it remind you of those days? And what does it say about British politics that Labour so quickly has basically been afflicted by exactly those same sort of divisions?
It does, and I will never forget coming home one evening and watching the late night news and seeing my colleagues come on live television talking about the five families meeting together, and I just thought, this is crazy. The family watching this at home, the Brits trying to pay their mortgage, keep down a job, thinking that the party that leads them behaves like the mafia of five families was political suicide. And I think you're seeing the same with the Labour parliamentary party. There are, I know people in their whip's office who say that the parliamentary party is just ungovernable. And no matter what happens, and it's not just Keir, whoever takes over, is going to have the same problem. You've got these factions in the party that will not listen to their leadership about having to deal with welfare, deal with whatever they need to deal with to be able to afford to invest in our what is the sort of the first role of government, which is the protection of the realm, and the first responsibility of government. And you see it now with what happened with John Healey and Al Qaz. So it's not going to be easy. I don't think replacing the Prime Minister is going to help Labour because the problems just won't go away, and they can't carry the party. It's just going to get worse.
Of course, there are factional problems on the right as well, which we've seen play out in this campaign. Restore, on the basis of the polling that we've seen, doing reasonably well in Makerfield. We obviously haven't got long now to wait to see just how well and how much of it may have been excitement or whether it's real. Who knows? We'll see very soon. But it's true that this new party you've joined, and Nigel Farage pulled this trick on you as a Conservative for many years, basically suggesting that people like you, as you were then in the Conservative Party, weren't proper Conservatives, you weren't properly right-wing enough, that you were sort of Labour light. That's exactly the same trick that Lowe, apparently to some effect, is now pulling on Nigel Farage.
Well, look, I think the message from this by-election, if Andy Burnham, the Labour candidate, ends up winning the by-election, will be very clear for the country, which is if you want to get rid of this government, you have to vote reform to get reform. And so ultimately, I think in many ways, that will resonate with the nation if Andy is the winner tomorrow, or today, I should say. But in terms of where we are as a party in Reform, I think Reform is united in wanting to make sure that we deliver for the family, the community, and the country on all the major issues that I think are the things that were the undoing of the Conservative Party and now the undoing of Labour.
Sure, Nadhim Zahawi, grateful.
Let's see what happens with Restore.
Indeed so. Grateful to Nadhim Zahawi there, former Conservative Chancellor of the Exchequer, of course, now part of Reform UK. I think we are gearing up now for a result in Aberdeen South. Gina Davidson, our Scotland political editor, is in Aberdeen. Gina, a result appears imminent, is that right?
Absolutely, just about to be read out, Lewis, if you want to listen.
Constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Nurul Hoque Ali, 1,550. David Valentine, the Alliance for Democracy and Freedom ADF, 59. UK Hart, Reform UK, 2,478. Douglas Lumsden, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 14,000. Scottish Green, Flex Demand Better, 974. Mel Sullivan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,270. Richard Gordon Thompson, Scottish National Party, 8,258. I declare that Douglas Lumsden was elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as the member for the Aberdeen South constituency.
Well, there you have it, Lewis. The Conservatives have won this Aberdeen South constituency this evening, overturning the previous SNP seat, which of course was held by Stephen Flynn, the former Westminster leader of the party, who now sits in Holyrood, which is what triggered this by-election in the first place. The first Westminster by-election win for the Conservatives since 1967, the year that the Beatles, Sergeant's Lonely Hearts Club Band album was released. So quite an evening for the Conservatives. And as we were discussing earlier, clearly this has been about jobs in the North Sea oil and gas industry. And here, Douglas Lumsden, the winner, is about to speak.
I was going to say today, but it was actually yesterday. And to my friends, supporters and volunteers, we did it. And the people of Aberdeen have spoken loud and clear. We stopped the SNP and we sent Labour the message that the destruction... Supporters and volunteers, we did it. And the people of Aberdeen have spoken loud and clear. We stopped the SNP and we sent Labour the message that the destruction of the North Sea oil and gas industry must stop now. And to everyone in Aberdeen that put their trust in me, thank you. I share your anger, I share your frustration, and I share your fears for the future. And I promise that I will be a strong voice for this city, standing up for you, your families and your livelihoods against short-sighted policies. Now, we said at the start of this campaign that it is a referendum on the oil and gas industry, and the people of Aberdeen have gave a resounding answer that we back the oil and gas industry. And I'm lucky enough to have not just one leader, but two fantastic leaders in Russell Finlay and Kemi Badenoch. I have received a huge amount of support.
So an absolutely delighted candidate there.
So Aberdeen, so that's the victory we were hearing there, victory speech for the Conservatives from Aberdeen South, in Aberdeen South. First by-election win in Scotland for the Conservatives since 1967, since Harold Wilson was Prime Minister. Gina Davidson is there for us, our political editor in Scotland. This is a very, very big night for the Scottish Conservatives, isn't it, Gina?
It absolutely is, and it's obviously testament to the fact that they fought a very hard campaign here. You could probably still hear Douglas Lumsden, the winner, speaking behind me here. But they had, they threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at this campaign. It was a pretty short campaign. Kemi Badenoch was here almost on a permanent basis, and I'm already hearing that she might be back here tomorrow to help celebrate. But yes, a big night for the Conservatives, a real loss for the SNP, though. This is a seat that Stephen Flynn held, of course, a big beast in the SNP, the Westminster leader of the party for long enough, and now, of course, a government minister in Holyrood. He actually tweeted before we got this election result, Lewis, saying that it was a tough night in Aberdeen, and that some, he said, will need to reflect on that quite heavily. A real message, I think, there to those in his party who are not keen on the oil and gas industry and on new drilling. And the SNP stood accused by some who'd worked for the party in the past of equivocation on this matter. And they said that John Swinney might pay the price for that, and it looks like he has done tonight, please.
And I'll tell you what, Gina, just briefly as well, I mean, they haven't just won it, but they've won it in absolute canter. I mean, 14,000 votes to the SNP's 8,000 votes, 8,000. So, you're talking about 6,000 or so majority there. I mean, that's a proper collapse in SNP support since the election, and some, as you say, pretty strong tactical voting in favour of the Conservatives, which have led them to absolutely smash it.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll notice that the Labour vote absolutely collapsed here. Reform did not do anywhere near as well as they were expecting, and that, I think, is because the Conservatives' message was very much that they were the only party that could beat the SNP in this seat, and it looks like that's exactly what voters have believed, Lewis. And as you say, I mean, Stephen Flynn's majority 2 years ago was about 3,700. Douglas Lumsden has absolutely smashed that, and the SNP vote has fallen to around 8,000 or so. They are bitterly disappointed. I mean, they did well here just a month ago in the Scottish Parliament elections. Stephen Flynn won the majority of this seat for the Holyrood election, and they also won Aberdeen Aberdeen Central, which is another part of this Westminster constituency, and that was won by Jack Middleton. So they had, belief that they could do well in this election, but as I say, the Conservatives poured resources into this seat. I was hearing that some of them were up at 4:30 yesterday morning, starting to deliver leaflets on the last day just before the polling stations opened. So they have absolutely thrown everything at it, and they have got the result that they wanted.
Gina Davidson, our Scotland political editor, there reporting on that first result of the evening. If you're just joining us, just to remind you, Conservative gain in Aberdeen South over the SNP. First Scottish Conservatives victory in a Scottish by-election since 1967. Their candidate Douglas Lumsden taking 14,308 votes. The SNP's 8,258 votes. The rest of the parties on nugatory, negligible sums. Reform 2,500. Labour down. Labour absolute collapse in their vote, down to 1,500 votes or so. In fact, the Conservatives, in terms of vote share, are on 50% of the vote in that seat, a seat that they last held back. They lost, I think, in 2019. Let's cross live now to Joe Robertson, Conservative MP for, it has to be said, rather the other end of the country rather than Scotland. He's the Tory MP for Isle of Wight East. Nonetheless, I'm sure a happy man tonight. Joe Robertson, your reflections on that a very impressive result for your party in Aberdeen.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary victory, and I think it shows that the Conservatives are recovering, and they're recovering in all corners of the country. But we said it was a referendum on North Sea oil and gas. It's also a referendum on jobs, quite frankly, and so it turns out to be. People are willing to vote for sensible Conservative policies, which is jobs first and enough of the green agenda if it's going to make people poorer. We want to use the natural resources we've got, and that's the case we put to the people of Aberdeen South. And as you've just reported, we got 50% of the vote, not just a win, but a decisive win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely stonking up 25 percentage points. Labour vote, by contrast, down 19%. SNP down by 4%. Absolutely very, very impressive, very creditable victory. I'm sure your leader, Kemi Badenoch, will be up in Aberdeen tomorrow to enjoy the spoils of it. It's true, though, of course, that seat being so central to the oil and gas industry is an unusual seat, not easy to replicate that strategy, I think, across the rest of the country. Therefore, it could be said that this is rather sui generis, rather unusual, and doesn't tell us very much about the wider Conservative performance in the polls right now.
North Sea oil and gas is particularly important for Aberdeen, that part of the world. But there's a much wider point here that I think resonates throughout the country, is that jobs must come first. It's no good giving people employment rights if they don't have a job. That the Labour agenda, Ed Miliband's agenda, to pursue every possible green policy he can that makes some people poorer is not something people are willing to vote for. Both the Labour and the SNP have been, well, the SNP have been all over the place, and Labour, as I say, have been following Ed Miliband's agenda. Those have been rejected. Now, what people want to see is making Britain, the whole of the United Kingdom, making use of its natural resources in order to keep energy bills down. At the same time, we can invest in green technology, but invest, not make people poorer. I think that is an argument that's spread across the whole country. It just happens to be that the by-election was held in a part of the country where that has particular resonance. But this is a message of universal application. I'm quite sure of that.
And yet, up to now, we've got plenty of data points to show that that hasn't been very effective, because your leader's been talking about that, and you got battered at the local elections only 6 weeks ago. Just because Labour got more battered doesn't change the fact that the Conservatives did really badly in those elections. And if we look at the Makerfield results, and of course there are far more seats, parliamentary seats, in which you're competitive in England than there are in Scotland. If we look at the likely result in Makerfield tonight, let's just look at the parties of the right. You're not the first party of the right anymore in Makerfield. You're not the second party of the right anymore in Makerfield. You're almost certainly going to be the third party of the right in Makerfield. You might be lucky to even keep your deposit. What does that say about your party's performance in Kemi Badenoch's?
The Makerfield was a seat we were never competitive in, but you
were competitive in it as recently as 2019. You were getting 35% of the vote.
But in 2019, of course, we got a landslide majority in the House of Commons as compared
which is presumably what you want again.
Look, what we can accept, I think, in Makerfield is that really is unique. That is a man who wants to be Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, in his own backyard, which I accept he is popular in his own backyard, is trying to march into number 10 within days, weeks, months. And scores of people within the Labour Party, including Labour MPs, want that to happen. So I wouldn't read too much into Makerfield.
No, but the thing is, but Joe, I'm not asking to compare to Burnham. Obviously, he's on the left, and I'm not asking you to compare yourself to them. I'm asking you why it is that in places like Makerfield, you are now virtually non-existent. The reform has completely displaced you. Why is that? And is there any hope for the Conservative Party when that is the case, if you want to be anything other than a regional party?
I don't accept that at all. As you've just pointed out, I'm from the Isle of Wight, and we've been talking about Aberdeen South. So there's quite a large span of the country that are voting Conservative. Makerfield is an unusual situation.
No, but there are loads of places like Makerfield.
I mean, we can start debating on how many Tory MPs there are, but that seems a slightly sort of boring and fact-based
there aren't many. There are fewer Tory MPs right now than there have been in any parliament in our democratic history.
You know what? There's one more tonight, and that's hugely significant for a party that I accept did very badly at the last election. I'm not defending that. That's an obvious point. But look, Makerfield clearly is an unusual situation. Yes, Reform have done well. I don't deny that Reform have done well, and I don't deny that Reform have done well in local elections. But we've got to fight to win back those votes. We fought to win back those votes in Aberdeen South. We've shown it can be done. And look, that is a challenge to my party that has yet to be won. We have to continue to make the case to the British people of why they want to vote Conservative and not for any other party. So I accept that challenge, and this is part of the road to recovery.
Does it worry you that a party like Restore appears to be doing better and gaining more name recognition and more traction? To the point, many people, this is kind of what I'm getting at, Joe Robertson, many people would say that Restore is a deeply extremist force. And yet in Makerfield, it seems certain that more of the electors would prefer them to your party, the traditional party of the right of British politics. Does that not worry you at all?
I don't know what the result is going to be in Makerfield, but clearly the Conservatives aren't going to win it. I also don't know all the different machinations in the eyes of the voter. Look, I'll just put a possibility to you. It's only a possibility. I don't know. I haven't spoken to someone in Makerfield. But if Andy Burnham becomes the MP for that seat, he is almost certainly going to challenge the Prime Minister and remove Keir Starmer from number 10. That, for some people, is quite an attractive prospect. So I suspect some people with all sorts of different party loyalties are voting for Burnham, not because they particularly are enthusiastic about Labour, but they want to see the back of Keir Starmer, and they'll do anything to vote for it. I cannot possibly look into the minds of every voter, but I'm not saying to you Makerfield is a good result for the Conservative Party.
No, I'm just wondering what the Conservative Party intends to do. The Conservative Party has always had an important role in gelling together the right of British politics and making sure that it's the centre right of British politics, that things don't drift to the extreme right of British politics. And I just wonder what your reflections are on the fact, or about the fact, that in a seat like Makerfield, it seems likely that you're not just going to get thrashed by Reform, but actually quite soundly defeated by Restore, a party which is led by a guy who says that his solution to illegal immigration is to take them all to an island, give them no food, or give them basic food, and let the midges, quote, do the rest. Is that not a bit of a worry that more people in Makerfield find that prospectus more appealing than Kemi Badenoch?
I don't know whether more people in Makerfield find that prospectus more appealing. I find it highly unlikely, and I don't necessarily accept that premise at all. But
if more people vote for it, it's proof positive.
The challenge. I do accept the challenge that you're putting to me is that we have to unite the right, and that we Conservatives under Kemi Badenoch have more work to do, plainly, to convince the British people to put their trust in us, sufficient for us to form a majority at the next election. I accept that. There's a lot more work to do, but the signs that things are turning around are shown in Aberdeen South. They're not going to be shown in Makerfield. I accept that too. But We're only 2 years out from being dumped from power quite comprehensively, and it's a long road back. There is time to go before the next election, and we're on a path. And I think Aberdeen South shows that. I accept Makerfield doesn't, but it's not all rough. It's not all smooth sailing from here to the next election.
Joe Robertson there, Conservative MP for the Isle of Wight East. We have another result to bring you. It's that other Scotland result in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. That is an SNP hold. Better news for the SNP in Arbroath. Share of the vote, 41%. Way above the Conservatives' 19%, Reform on 18%, Labour down at 15%. So the SNP vote share actually up in Arbroath by 6 percentage points, Conservatives up by 4%, good performance for Reform up 10%, lamentable one for Labour. This is a seat that they might have hoped to gain. They're only about 1,000 votes out, Labour, at the general election in 2024. Nowhere near this time, down 18 percentage points. So an SNP loss, Conservative gain in Aberdeen South, an SNP hold in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. We'll get the thoughts on that, I'm sure, with our political editor, Gina Davidson, shortly. And of course, we've got the big one to come. That's in Makerfield, and it's coming up. The time is 2:00.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2:00, counting is underway in Makerfield in Greater Manchester, with Labour sources saying they're confident their candidate can beat Reform UK's Robert Kenyon. Officials have confirmed the turnout in the vote at 58.8%. Reform UK believe they will achieve their highest ever by-election percentage. Nadeem Zahawi, former Conservative Party chairman, now member of Reform UK, told LBC they are the only alternative party now.
The only serious challenger to Keir Starmer and this government is Reform. It's the one party that, whether it's Scotland, Wales, in the local elections, amongst trade unionists, in Labour heartland, the industrial heartland of our country, that is now being taken seriously as an alternative to this government, is Reform.
If Andy Burnham wins, he could challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party. But Anna Turley, Labour Party chair and Minister without portfolio, told LBC that now is not the time for that.
I think that's the last thing that we need. We are in government. We have a responsibility to the British people to have a stable government. We're less than 2 years into this government, which, I've certainly, for one, waited many, many years for in opposition. And we've got a huge amount that we want to achieve. And we've made an enormous amount of progress in the last 2 years, and we've got a big programme that we want to deliver over the coming 3 years before we go back out to the British people again.
Elsewhere, Scottish Tory MSP Douglas Lumsden has won the Aberdeen South by-election, taking the seat from the SNP. LBC Scotland political editor Gina Davidson is there.
The Conservatives have won this Aberdeen South constituency this evening, overturning the previous SNP seat, which of course was held by Stephen Flynn, the former Westminster leader of the party, who now sits in Holyrood, which is what triggered this by-election in the first place. The first Westminster by-election win for the Conservatives since 1967.
And in the last few minutes, the SNP have won the Scottish constituency of Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. In other news, a 3-year-old boy is in a critical condition after he ended up in the crocodile enclosure at the zoo in Cambridgeshire. A 30-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And consumer confidence has plunged among younger adults over fears for their finances and the wider economy. Analysis from GfK say there are now no demographic groups with a positive confidence score, including higher income households. LBC weather largely cloudy later with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Mainly sunny elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Well, a very good morning to you. You're listening to and watching Special Election Night programme here on LBC and Global Player and on YouTube. And we are 2 down, folks. 1 to go. 2 of those by-elections, both in Scotland, in Conservative gain in Aberdeen South. Their first election win in a by-election as Conservatives since 1967, winning it at an absolute canter on their anti-net zero message, winning 50% of the vote. SNP vote down, Labour vote substantially down, collapse really, down 19 percentage points. Conservative up 25 percentage points. The Conservative candidate, Douglas Lumsden, will be going to Westminster as the new MP for Aberdeen South, replacing, of course, Stephen Flynn, who is a well-known figure in Westminster, now a minister in the Scottish Government. SNP, better performance, though, in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. They've managed to hold on to that seat. In fact, their percentage of the vote up a little bit there. New MP will be Lara Bird, who wins that on a pretty lamentable turnout, it has to be said, only 31% in Arbroath. 9,800 votes to the Conservatives, 4,500. Again, Labour collapsed. They came second in that seat in 2024. Labour now only getting 15% of the vote. Their total percentage of the vote down 18 percentage points. So nothing much to be cheerful about for the Labour Party in either of these Scottish results. Let's turn to Gina Davidson, who's our political editor in Scotland. She's in Aberdeen tonight. Gina, mixed fortunes for the SNP. Great result for the Tories in Aberdeen. And in both places, Labour tears.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Labour result in particular is really interesting, Lewis, because just 2 years ago we saw a resurgence of support for them in that general election. We saw them win 37 MPs across Scotland. We saw them come second in this Aberdeen South seat. And Aberdeen, of course, this seat in particular used to be quite a Labour stronghold going way back. I mean, Donald Dewar first won it, some time ago in the 60s, and Anne Begg more recently. But since, I would say, the independence referendum, they've struggled in this seat, and it's flip-flopped between the SNP and the Conservatives at general elections. But as you say, first time in almost 60 years that the Conservatives have won a by-election in a Westminster election. Douglas Lumsden, absolutely cock a hoop. He, of course, is an MSP in Holyrood. He will now have to leave that particular position.
Another by-election.
Westminster. Well, no.
Oh, is he on the list?
Lewis is on the list.
Ah, right.
We will just have him replaced by the next Conservative who was on that particular list. So, it's a win-win for them.
The joys of proportional representation.
Absolutely. But for Labour, a really terrible evening. Have to have a double check on the figures, but they might have lost their deposit here. But there's no surprise. I mean, Anna Sarwar, nowhere near this seat, really, during the campaign. I think he managed to get to Arbroath once. I mean, they just knew they weren't in the races. We saw that at the Scottish Parliament elections just last month. So they really didn't put up much of a fight. The SNP, though, really disappointed, particularly to lose this seat. As you say, Stephen Flynn used to hold it, a big beast for the SNP. He has tried to change the SNP's stance on oil and gas. He obviously saw the writing on the wall. He's tweeted as much this evening. Just last week I was speaking to Fergus Much, who used to be head of comms for the SNP in the Parliament. He's now a strategist for his own agency, saying that people in this constituency felt betrayed by the way the SNP had shifted position on oil and gas, in particular under Nicola Sturgeon's premiership when she was leader of the party and First Minister. And that John Swinney, he said, was likely to pay the price of that equivocation, as he put it. And that appears to be exactly what has happened here this evening. They'll be delighted to have held Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, absolutely, but this is a big loss for them this evening.
I think, just looking at the figures, I think Labour might have just about kept their deposit in Aberdeen. Touch and go, about 5% of the vote. Not that will be of much comfort for them with such a desultory result. But I think, Gina, just thinking about the wider political implications of this, it strikes me that, 6 weeks ago we saw English MPs from across the country in absolute terror and turmoil about what might be happening with them with terms of reform in the council elections. We also obviously saw the Scottish Holyrood elections as well, where Scottish MPs were looking at those results and thinking, my word, what are we going to do here? We were hoping to actually get back into government in Scotland. No hope of that. But these results were kind of reaffirming, really, just how big a hole the Labour Party is in Scotland. We're seeing it mirrored across the rest of the country as well, which is kind of exactly why we're here in terms of the Makerfield by-election, which is that, whether you like Keir Starmer or you don't like him, you can't argue with these results. They're terrible across the country, including in these 2 by-elections in Scotland.
Absolutely. And of course, we saw Anna Starmer come out in February this year ahead of the Scottish Parliament elections to say it was time for Keir Starmer to go. He could see that, people were telling him that they did not like what the Labour government was doing at the UK level. He was trying to put some distance between himself and Keir Starmer. Very difficult for him, given how close they were during that 2024 general election. I mean, they had a real bromance going on every time Keir Starmer came to Scotland, but he attempted to do that. And, I don't think anybody really bought it. And of course, Scottish Labour had their worst election result last month in the history of devolution. They now have the same number of MSPs in Holyrood as the Reform Party, who prior to that just had one, and that was a defection from the Conservatives. Conservatives delighted here that the Reform vote appears to have disappeared, or at least people have voted tactically to make sure that the SNP did not win, Lewis. So I think that is another thing that they are particularly delighted about this evening.
Gina Davidson, our political editor in Scotland. Well, let's turn to Natasha Clark, our LBC's political editor, who is in Makerfield. Natasha, obviously, 2 important results we've got so far in Arbroath and in Aberdeen. But of course, we all know the big result is where you are in Makerfield. Do we have any sense of when we might expect that?
Yes, Lewis. There is a lot of activity starting to heat up here. We are hearing that Andy Burnham, the Labour candidate, may be here within the next 15 minutes to half an hour or so. That's what we're overhearing. So that potentially might explain the increased police presence at the count and lots of excited and eager-looking activists running around all over the place. And I've just heard in the last few minutes from another Labour source, they tell me they are increasingly confident that tonight's result will send a clear message. I think you know what that means, Lewis. I think they are facing, essentially feeling a lot more confident than they were at the beginning of the night. And obviously that turnout, when we were talking about potentially 65% turnout, there was a bit of a risk that they would see that basically benefiting people like Restore and basically seeing people that don't usually turn out. So that would have obviously been a little bit less good for the Labour Party. But the fact that it came in at around 58%, I think, led to a little bit more confidence, a little bit more buoyancy in Team Burnham that actually they do have this in the bag. Now, like I say, no result has been declared yet, but obviously if the candidates are coming over to the count now, it gives us some confidence that potentially we may be seeing a result a little bit sooner. We were expecting it between sort of 3 and 4, so potentially a little bit earlier than thought. But like I say, they are feeling increasingly confident here. And the police presence is quite high, and I want to say it's probably not because of Count Binface and the Monster Raving Loony Party having a little bit of a barmy just behind me, but it is got to that mad stage of the night where all of that speculation is just going round and nobody knows quite which way to turn. But yes, Andy Burnham very much sounding hopeful in looking at messages on his social media, looking at Josh Simons, who's the former Labour MP for the area, who's been going around with his clipboard and quite a large smile on his face, Lewis. So I think we can again read into these little signs that the team Labour are feeling quite confident about what's to come.
Natasha Mystic Meg Clark there, who's obviously keeping an eye on every twist and turn in Makerfield, and we'll return to her as soon as we expect a result, and probably before then as well. Preet Gill is the Health Minister and Labour MP for Birmingham Edgbaston and joins us now. Minister, thanks so much for joining us in the early hours. What is it now? 2:13. Still so exciting. Why would anyone have gone to bed? I don't know. Watching the football, what a load of nonsense. But we've just had those 2 results in Scotland, one of which you barely kept your deposit, the Labour Party. This was, in both cases, you were competitive in 2024. Is this yet another message, if any were needed, that the British public just keep saying they don't like what you're doing and they don't like Keir Starmer's leadership?
No, I don't accept that. I mean, these are some of the most safest SNP seats in the country. You'd expect the SNP to have
No. Minister, let me stop you right there. In Arbroath, you were 1,000 votes behind at the last election. It's not a terribly safe seat. It was a Labour target seat.
Well, I mean, look, they have been pretty safe SNP seats. I mean, we've got to look at the results. We've got to listen to what the message was that people were giving to us. But, we had a very strong message, especially around, our sort of clean power, our support for oil and gas. We are still drilling in the North Sea. Obviously, we've got to keep investing in clean power, as we have done. We've managed to invest in offshore wind, solar. This is about opportunity, creating more jobs, not getting rid of jobs, and enough power to power 20 million homes. I mean, that is really positive. But as I say, we've got to continue to make the positive case for change.
Will you listen to the voters of Aberdeen who have given you an absolute shellacking in that seat, and have given the Conservatives, who were standing explicitly on an anti-net zero platform, explicitly standing on the idea of expanding new oil and gas licences in the North Sea, will you listen to the voters of Aberdeen and accept that there should be new exploration for oil and gas so we can use our homegrown energy resources?
Yes, of course we will listen to the voters. I think that's really important.
So will you change the policy?
Well, we've talked about tiebacks. I mean, that gives further exploration. We are mindful that we will have to continue to drill for oil and gas until we make the transition. But we've equally got to invest in clean power because, as you know, the oil and gas prices are set on the international market. So even with the drilling, it will still be set on the international market. It doesn't therefore bring down the bills. What investing in clean power does, it creates lots more jobs and opportunities. I mean, that is really important. It brings in much more investment.
But the people in Aberdeen want the opportunities they've got now via oil and gas. And they say there's more oil and gas to be exploited. OK, it's a declining basin, but there's more oil and gas to be exploited, which your energy secretary is not allowing to take place. So will you have a change? Will you listen to the voters of Aberdeen and change the policy?
We will listen to the voters, but you can use current infrastructure to do further exploration. We've announced tiebacks, and we've got to make sure that people are hearing our message and we are listening to them and we are able to communicate that we must do both those things.
I don't understand, Minister. Are you going to listen to them and change the policy, or are you asking them to listen to you better? Which is it?
No, I'm saying we are listening. As I say, the evidence base for the investment in clean power is already there. As I said, powering 20 million homes, creating more jobs and opportunity. But equally, we are still drilling in the North Sea. The tiebacks means that what you do is you use the existing infrastructure to go much further in exploration. If that message hasn't got through, and if we are not communicating better, then of course we've got to do much more, with those communities. And I'm sure the Energy Secretary will do.
We're obviously still waiting the result in Makerfield. It looks, from what we're hearing, as if Andy Burnham is going to be victorious, which I'm sure as a Labour minister and MP you'll be pleased about. There are suggestions this evening, it's been reported, that Andy Burnham intends to go to the Prime Minister next week when he takes up his seat and say, I've got 80 MPs, I'm going to launch a challenge and you will lose that challenge if you contest it. Do you think it would be a good idea for the Prime Minister to reflect on this result, assuming it is a Burnham victory, and consider his position?
The Prime Minister has got a mandate to serve. We're 2 years into a Labour government. We've still got 3 more years. We have managed to deliver so much based on what we inherited, and we are really turning the country around. Of course, people are not feeling it immediately, and you wouldn't expect them to. But actually, the economy is growing. Waiting lists are coming down. Net migration has come down 82%. And there is a lot of speculation as to what may come next. What has to come next is our focus, just as it has been in terms of Makerfield, has got to be on the by-election of the Greater Manchester mayor election. I know Andy cares about that. We do not want to see Reform win in Greater Manchester mayoralty. And actually, all of our focus has absolutely got to be on that by-election.
So you would urge Andy Burnham, before he considers to do anything else, to focus on making sure that mayoralty stays in Labour hands?
I don't think Andy would want it any other way. I mean, his letter to the NEC was...
I'm not sure about that, Minister. I think he's got some other things on his mind. I think he's got a different job on his mind. I don't think the mayoralty, I think that's going to be in the rear view mirror, don't you?
I think there's a lot of speculation. Look, I mean, we've got to let's wait and see what the result says. I mean, as has been reported, we're cautiously optimistic.
But it's not just speculation, though, is it, Minister? I mean, we're in this extraordinary position. He ran basically saying, everyone knew, and he didn't deny it. He ran saying that he intended. He went on Question Time and said it, that he intended, if he won, to challenge the Prime Minister. And he's got a mandate to do that.
No, he didn't say that, actually. He said if a leadership election had been triggered, which one has not, he did not say he was going to trigger one.
He said he would take the fight to change the Labour Party to the highest level. I mean, you can't seriously be sitting here and telling my viewers and listeners that Andy Burnham didn't run in this election to change the Labour Party leadership, can you?
I am saying that there is no leadership contest. I would be absolutely delighted.
Probably will be by Monday afternoon.
And I want to work with Andy, and he will come to Parliament next week, and we'll have to wait and see. I think the speculation doesn't really.
You don't, Minister. You don't seriously believe that Andy Burnham just fancied being the MP for Makerfield, do you?
Well, look, I don't know. You'll have to ask Andy once he wins, and there's going to be lots of interviews. But what I would say is that we have a government that is delivering for the British public. The Prime Minister has got a mandate. I'm part of that government, and I take my responsibility as Health Minister. I have a brief on patient safety. That's my focus. The British public doesn't want me to be sitting here, part of what may come next or what is inevitable. They want me to be focused on the very job that they elected me to do so. And I think it's so disrespectful if I didn't do that. And we'll have to wait and see what Andy Burnham does next week. But as I say, I am focused on delivering, as is the Prime Minister.
So you would urge the Prime Minister to fight in any contest if one should emerge?
The Prime Minister has changed the Labour Party, and we have a Labour government. That is not something that we should just scathe over and not take seriously. It was, everybody said he couldn't do it. He couldn't change Labour.
So you think he should fight a contest? If one comes, you'd say, Keir, fight on.
Absolutely, because he has had 2 years into a 5-year government. Look at what we've achieved now. Imagine what we could do in 3 years. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that he's not going anywhere. He takes his responsibility.
Well, he's achieved the near potential destruction of the Labour Party. That's what appears to be happening across the country.
But you say that. But look, I mean, we inherited a country that was not working for working people. Of course, we are shifting. We've made lots of decisions that now means we have an economy that is growing, the highest in the G7. We've got waiting lists that are coming down. We've brought net migration down by 82%. We're lifting hundreds of thousands of more children out of poverty. We're thinking about our children in a digital age, about their safeguarding, and the social media ban is so important. This has been a challenging global economic environment, as well as the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East. All of those things impact domestic, our economy, but of course they impact us. And the Prime Minister has absolutely stepped up and taken on, delivering and, the very difficult things that people think somehow it's easy. He inherited 14 years of austerity, of where people were angry across the country. Of course, they're impatient for change. Change will come. People will start to feel it now, because we are shifting the tide. I have to say, our job has been to turn the country around, right? But this is only the beginning, because our ambition is actually much bigger than just fixing what was broken.
Preet Gill there, Health Minister, Labour MP for Birmingham. Edgbaston joining us live on this special by-election programme. A little bit of breaking news. Andy Burnham has arrived at the count in Makerfield. Increasingly positive noises from his campaign that he is about to return to Parliament. We'll get the latest on that from Natasha Clark. Also be speaking to Sarah Olney, the Lib Dem MP, Jess Phillips as well, another Birmingham MP, Yardley, of course, resigned from the government. Lots more to come on this special programme. The time is 2:22.
This is LBC.
Oh, bad traffic. Great news, isn't it? More time in the car. Joy. Maybe you don't feel it.
Birmingham, Yardley, and until recently, of course, the former Minister for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls. Jess, I'll come to you in a minute. So we haven't heard from a Lib Dem on the show yet, which is why I'm going to come to you first. And there's probably a reason for that, which is in all of the contests tonight, well, I don't know how to put this in a polite way. You're not a major player.
We're not in these particular ones, no. But I mean, it's partly in nature of first past the post, right? It's always going to be between the top two. In Makerfield, the top two were always going to be Andy Burnham and the Reform candidate, and likewise in Scotland, the SNP in Aberdeen South were going to be against the Conservatives. But, we've had great by-election success in the past. In the last Parliament, we won 4 with really, really big swings to us, really big majorities. We retained all of those seats at the general election. We had great success. We've had great success 8 years in a row. In local elections, we've made gains. So it just happens that these 3 particular by-elections are not in places where we're strong.
But in Aberdeen South, for example, no one's expecting you to win, but you could at least keep your deposit, right? You could at least beat the Greens. You were sixth in Aberdeen South.
Well, only
1,200 people of all the people in Aberdeen South thought that you were worthy.
Look, we've had a really, really good result in Scotland last month. We won 10 MSPs, which is a really good result for us. And we've been campaigning really, really hard. So I have to say this particular by-election was very much between the SNP and the Conservatives. And I think there will be a lot of people in Aberdeen South who might well have considered voting for our candidate, but will have voted for one party or the other of the top 2 because they wanted to make sure that the other didn't win. That's how it often works.
Do you think Andy Burnham will be a more formidable opponent than Keir Starmer?
What, for the Lib Dems?
Yeah.
Or
How does it would have affect you, do you think?
Well, I don't know. Obviously, it kind of remains to be seen. I'm not sure he'd be a more formidable opponent. Honestly, right now, I just don't know what Andy Burnham's going to be like. I don't really feel like we've got a sense of what Andy Burnham really stands
he's a Northern
for.
dad. That's what we know,
what he really plans to do if he becomes Prime Minister.
He's going to be vibey.
And I'm going to say, as a London MP, as a Southerner, I just don't know Andy Burnham. I gather he's done great things in Manchester, but for those of us who are not particularly tuned into it.
He's King of the North. How can you not know him? He's the King of the North.
Because I'm from the South.
You're from the South, all right. Well, let's turn to a Midlander, one Midlander to another.
What has he done?
Jess Phillips, who recently was in Keir Starmer's government, no longer. Looks like Labour's going to win in Makerfield.
It does look like that. Everybody's looking cheery, aren't they? Yes, I am happy. I am happy. I wasn't looking forward to that Reform fellow joining us in Parliament.
Why ever not?
Well, as a feminist,
yes.
amongst other things,
allegedly.
I do like plumbers.
Yes, and Parliament could do with a bit of that.
We could do with more plumbers in Parliament, definitely.
But seriously, Andy Burnham already, it's reported tonight, New Statesman's reporting tonight, that if he's elected, it looks very likely that he will be now, that he's got the 80 names, that he's going to go to the Prime Minister over the weekend and say, I've got the 80 names. Mm-hmm. We can do this the easy way, we could do it the hard way.
I have too heard this rumour, so I can't say what Andy Burnham is going to do because he's not been chit-chatting with me about that. But I think that what I feel like all of the Parliamentary Labour Party pretty much feel that it would be the very best for Keir Starmer to have a dignified exit and to do that and a clean transition. To do that, I suppose that is what it may take for Andy Burnham to go and have that conversation.
But it is said that the Prime Minister is minded to fight it, and that there are people around him who are encouraging him, perhaps not least Morgan McSweeney, who was apparently departed, but maybe not quite so departed, encouraging him to stay. As you know as well as I do, there will be factions of the Labour Party that will be very reluctant to see the soft left in the form of Andy Burnham take control. Do you think, you know him a bit, Starmer, you worked for him until recently.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that he will fight it?
It's quite hard for me. Yes, I think that I feel like he will fight it until the cold, hard figures of the names. Now, obviously, the rules of the Labour Party are such that Keir Starmer doesn't need to gather the names to stand. He automatically ends up on the ballot if there is a contest. But I don't think he believes that anyone has the names. And until those are presented to him, but I don't know how he will react to that. Look, all the talk that is coming out of Number 10 and Keir Starmer is that he will fight it. I can only take the man at his word.
And he's quite a stubborn guy. He's got stubbornness to him.
So, yeah. He definitely is quite stubborn, actually. Yeah, that I would say is definitely true.
Do you think that if there is a contest, or if Burnham comes in and maybe, as you say, Starmer decides in the end to throw in the towel because he just sees the writings against the wall, do you think it's important that there is a contest?
For me, yes, I do think it is important that there is a contest, because you are standing to be the Prime Minister of our country, and I think that you need to be tested in that environment. And as much as he's been tested in the Makerfield by-election, and I really like what he said about like, if it doesn't work for Makerfield, like, he has this sort of policy of like, I will think through everything I say, and if it doesn't work for Makerfield, then I won't do it, because I keep a woman called Brenda who works in the Asda in Small Heath in Birmingham. She's an imaginary woman, and if it doesn't work for Brenda, I'm not interested in it. So he's expanded it beyond Brenda. But is
there someone in Richmond Park, Sarah, that you have in mind? I would imagine more of a Waitrose in Richmond Park, to be honest. I imagine.
Probably.
Yeah. Look, I think that nobody actually knows what's going to actually happen.
Do you think Burnham will be a better leader of the Labour Party than Keir Starmer?
I think that, that is why there needs to be a contest. That is, I have no idea. I served with Andy Burnham for, I think, about 9 months to a year, because he left to be the Manchester mayor during the first year of myself being in office. So I don't know. I mean, I've worked a little bit with him and his team. Some of him are absolutely brilliant in Manchester. But that's why I feel that there needs to be a contest, because I don't know whether he'll be a better Prime Minister than Keir Starmer. What is definitely certain is that Andy Burnham presents in a manner and is more popular currently with the British public. And I mean, so the polling tells me anyway.
We're going to continue this conversation, I think, after the news. We're still, of course, waiting for that result, which we're told should be within the next hour or so. Let's get the LBC News headlines at 2:31 with Daryl Jackson.
The Conservative Party's won the Aberdeen South by-election, with Douglas Lumsden taking the seat from the SNP. The SNP held on to Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. Well, ballots are still being tallied in the constituency of Makerfield. That's where Andy Burnham is hoping to get elected to Westminster. Then he could challenge Sir Keir Starmer's leadership. And a man's being questioned on suspicion of attempted murder after a child ended up in a crocodile enclosure in Cambridgeshire. The 3-year-old boy is in a critical but stable condition. LBC weather, largely cloudy later with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England, mainly sunny elsewhere with highs of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
So, what's on your to-do list today? Why don't you check if you're eligible for pension credit? It tops up your pension income and also
which is well documented, that when England play, violence against women and girls go up, although I think it just goes up irrespective of whether they win.
Yeah, it goes up by 28% if we win, it spikes by 36% if we lose.
I mean, I was asking a reform spokesperson about this earlier. It seems a pretty extraordinary thing to tweet.
She just makes it sound like it's inevitable. Just, and also that it's the responsibility of the footballers to do something about it.
Yeah, Harry Kane keeps scoring, otherwise the women are going to get beaten up tonight.
It's just, as if they're not under enough pressure. But it's absolutely the responsibility of the perpetrators. And, the idea that this is, Jess is absolutely right, of course, that there's a link. But, we break that link by men stopping being violent. Yeah, that's what needs to happen.
There is no link between football. Does not and has never made somebody a violent perpetrator of domestic abuse. There is risk factors. Christmas, holidays, when women are pregnant is another one. There are a number of pitch points at points in life or points in time, and football is one of them. It does not, if England lose, you don't become a domestic violence perpetrator. You were one, and then you're I was about to swear. It's really late. Am I allowed to swear? No, I won't swear. That you beat your wife when you're cross about England losing, or happy and drunk when England win. And so Sarah Poachin, what she said is just a total and utter fundamental misunderstanding. And what she doesn't want to say is that men harm women. It isn't football. It is men who harm women. And she doesn't want to say that because, well, I mean, actually, I'm not going to put words in her mouth. I don't know why she did. She just didn't know what she was talking about at all. And she has claimed, I believe, that she just wanted to highlight an issue, which is absolutely fine. So if you're going to highlight a really, really important issue, get the facts right, because 28% spike in domestic abuse when we win. So them winning just means that 8% fewer percentage points of the spike of domestic abuse. And
presumably this is just because, I mean, presumably men are getting tanked up, they're getting drunk, they're coming back either frustrated or indeed sort of like happy or whatever it happens to be, and men who do that are going to do it anyway.
Oh yeah, they were. Nobody has ever become a domestic abuser because England did or didn't win.
It's not like you get domestic abusers they just hit every 4 years, just when the World Cup's on. It's a quadrennial thing.
Like it's they were domestic abusers before the football started. They remained it throughout, and they reacted to the football largely because they were drunk.
Moving back onto the Makerfield situation, I mean, is there people in Makerfield clearly haven't been too bothered by the idea that this has been a Labour Party gameplay. In fact, they've actually seemed to quite enjoy the idea of whether you can pick the Prime Minister or not, which has been a unique thing we've offered to the people of Makerfield in our endlessly flexible constitution. Which constituency gets to pick the Prime Minister next? Who knows? I know. But
it's me.
But nonetheless, what do you think as both as elected politicians, what do you think the public are making of this spectacle at the moment?
I think most people think it's extraordinary, and I'm obviously here as like the part of that majority of the country who doesn't get to pick the next Prime Minister.
I don't either.
Well, I think you'll have a role to play in the Labour.
You're in the next stage of the game show.
I'm just watching like everybody else is, and I mean it is. I mean, I just think it's mad, really. I mean, there is obviously not a huge amount of love lost for Keir Starmer, but I think the majority of the country remain to be convinced that swapping him out for Andy Burnham is going to make a massive difference. It's going to create a lot of disruption. We could well have a long summer of a leadership contest. That's going to create disruption both in our politics and our economy. It is not immediately going to make anybody's lives better. I think Burnham, if he wins, will then have quite a very short honeymoon, I would say. And for the vast majority of people in this country who get no say in who the Prime Minister is going to be, they're not expecting to see much difference either. So for a lot of people, it'll be like, don't really understand why this is necessary.
What's your sense of
how the country feels? We're knocking doors in Makerfield. I was surprised by how both very few people, like you say, they seem to have relished it in Makerfield, but very few people had taken the view that like it was a sort of spectacle, that they were being used or anything like that. And I had expected to hear a bit more, and that just definitely wasn't really a feature.
Turns out getting to pick the next Prime Minister is a bit of a head rush.
But you're not really, though, are you? You're not really. It's like you get to pick Andy Burnham.
You pick them or you veto it.
Exactly. It's not really a choice.
Yes. No, absolutely. I mean, that is totally fair. If you can get back to Prime Minister, they're not actually picking the Prime Minister. But all I can say is I have seen the data and felt and I don't just mean the data on polling, the literal data from the local elections, and felt it myself from the door knocking I've done around the country, is that the belief that Keir Starmer would not be able to beat reform. My father raised me, actually, funnily enough, not to vote for what you want, but to vote for what you don't want. And
good advice for an aspiring Labour politician.
Yeah, well, can I just say, my father is very droll. But and look, frankly, like all tactical voting is based on that. And the only exam question at the moment is which is the fittest system, fittest person, fittest collection to beat reform at the next election. And Keir Starmer is not popular in the country. No. And so we could just continue to see that decline, or we could try and do something about it.
What do you both make of another sort of fascinating thread or subplot of this entire by-election, this entire campaign, which has been the prospect of Nigel Farage basically having the same trick done unto him as he did for the Tory party for the best part of 30 years, i.e. getting boxed in by someone to his right, constantly accusing him of not being a true Conservative. I mean, Restore, I must confess, before, apart from Great Yarmouth, and apart from, I largely assumed this was a sort of internet phenomenon, but it doesn't seem to be the case, or at least it's manifesting as something over and above being an internet phenomenon. What do you make of the rise of Restore?
Well, I know Rupert Lowe a little bit because he and I both sit on the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament, and I always find it quite astonishing how, this seems to come. Rupert Lowe really loves being on the Public Accounts Committee. He's there for every session. He prepares really well. It's something he really loves doing. So I find it quite a little bit odd that actually he's also the leader of some fledgling, political party, which is suddenly getting, He
has 1.4 million followers on Facebook.
But I think it is a largely online phenomenon, and I think it's being pushed, I think, quite a lot by Elon Musk on.
But it's not.
X.
I mean, we were talking to Luke Trill earlier, the pollster, and he was saying, people on X are already quite political anyway, as we know. But the Facebook thing is real. And this is one of the reasons why, particularly in constituencies where most people get their news from Facebook, which would be like Makerfield, it's making a real impact. People are bringing them up unprompted in focus groups.
But so I think what it is, it's a demonstration of how powerful a strong social media reach can be.
Well, this is a guy who says that his policy on illegal immigration is to send all of the illegal migrants or asylum seekers to an island, give them some porridge and let the midges do the rest. This is a party which is doing... But what does that say about British politics right now?
That's what I'm saying. It's someone who puts really sort of, very inflammatory, posts out.
It's working.
And I know. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, but that is still
said that, when I
essentially
spoke
what
to,
it is.
I didn't know whether the Restore thing was a real thing or it was just a benefit for Labour to talk it up and also for Reform to talk it up.
And for the Tories to talk it up.
Votes. But when I went out in Makerfield, I didn't meet a single Reform voter. I met 2 Restore voters in the door knock I was doing of postal voters. And they definitely were not aware that these were the policies of Rupert Lowe that you have just cited. They didn't like Nigel Farage. If anything, actually, I think they were voting against Nigel Farage, and the messaging about how Restore would take votes from Nigel Farage was hitting home quite hard. So I don't think it's that the British public are all really aware of what Restore stand for. My children definitely know who Rupert Lowe is, so the internet thing is interesting. But what I will say about how it, it's happening, the fracturing on the right, which is what Reform did to the Conservatives and now having them done to them, is that the revolution always eats its children. It does, whichever end it is, and where, my end of politics, it's the Judean People's Front and the People's Front of Judea. Indeed. And now we have the exact same thing happening on the right. And actually, most politics, that's why most politics, in the end, enters into the centre ground.
You said something interesting this week, Jess, when the Prime Minister unveiled his social media ban. You said that would have been enough to keep you in government.
Yes.
You wouldn't have resigned if he'd offered you that, or you knew it was coming.
It would have kept me in the tent. And look, I spoke to people in Number 10 about this and said on Monday, this was after the local elections, remember, it was all trailed that he was going to do a big, bold change speech. And I spoke to people in Number 10 and said, we have to get the social media thing in there. I mean, it's free. And also, I was like, that would be a big, bold, big change. And that never materialised. It's not so much that specific policy would have kept me in the tent, although it probably would have on its merits. It's more that it would have shown boldness. To do it. That's the thing. And then I was left with a speech where it basically wasn't bold at all. If I'm honest, thought we'd already nationalised steel.
So what do you think changed? Was it just legacy shopping?
I think it was. I don't know. I can't answer that question because I don't know. But it was. genuinely them not wanting, like him not wanting to do it at that time,
which is only a few weeks ago.
But I have to say, well, the consultation hadn't finished, so I'll cut him some slack on that. The consultation hadn't finished, although we had all seen the results of up to that day of the consultation, and it was at 85% and it ended on 90%. So it was clear that unless there was going to be a late flurry from the tech companies, I think it was inevitable is the reason we ended up there. It was inevitable that this policy was going to happen, I have to say. And Liz Kendall, actually, it's her boldness that got it over the line.
Just finally, with this prospect, which I think we can all agree, it's a weird prospect. I've literally seen Andy Burnham get his mandate from Makerfield, come down to Parliament on Monday, basically turn around to the Prime Minister and go, I've got a right to have your job. Do either of you, perhaps both of you, at all feel sorry for Keir Starmer?
I feel sorry for anyone having a rough time in politics from a human perspective. Even my greatest adversaries, I feel sorry for the human experience, because we all know what that pressure is like. Keir Starmer has children similar ages to my children. He's got a lovely wife. He's had a rough time of it around the fire bombing of his house. That
all the conspiracies that went along with it,
and all the conspiracies that went along with it. You would be inhuman if you didn't feel something about people in that circumstance.
But at the same time, he had a historic opportunity to make some really big changes in this country. He had one of the biggest majorities ever. He came in and with a really wide open mandate, actually. There wasn't a huge amount of detail in the 2024 Labour manifesto. He could have made so much difference. He could have made so much change. But, you've said it yourself, Jess, there's just no boldness at any time. Has he really sort of stuck out for a course of action and stuck to it? That's a historic opportunity.
But I think quite a lot has changed and changed for the better. But the point that you make that is absolutely accurate is that it never felt like it was coming from him.
Yeah,
and that is a problem.
You said, just finally, Jess, you said you always feel sorry for people in political difficulty. Would that extend to Rob Kenyon?
I mean, it's going to be tough now going and fixing people's pipes and them being like maybe having to talk to him about the election. I don't think that I don't think it's nice for anyone to be really heavily under scrutiny. That is the job we enter into, but it's not that pleasant. So yes, do you know what? I hope Rob Kenyon has a nice life and rethinks his views on women.
Sarah Olney, Lib Dem MP for Richmond Park, and Jess Phillips, Labour MP for Birmingham Yardley, of course. Jess has got Brenda from the Asda in mind. She was all of that, and of course Sarah has, I don't know, Elspeth from the Waitrose. And we'll be turning to them, I'm sure, over the coming days here on LBC. It looks like we are very close to a result now. All of the journalists assembled by the stage, so we will find out if Andy Burnham has achieved something he has wanted for a very long time, to return to that place that he claims to despise, Westminster. The time, 2:48.
LBC.
McDonald's Taste of the Tournament has arrived. Get the Mexican Chipotle chicken. 100% chicken breast smothered in smoky Chipotle and fiery Diablo sauce. Now that's
person I messaged saying, is this still looking close? Just replied with a laughing face emoji. Another replied with an eyes emoji. So Lewis, read into that what you will, but I'm reading into that they expect Andy Burnham to be returned to Parliament with a comfortable majority, as one source has put it. Now, I still haven't seen hide nor hair of the Reform candidate. Now, there's a lot of tall men around me. I may have missed him, but Robert Kenyon, as far as I was aware, has still not arrived at the count in Makerfield. So this is where potentially in the next few minutes history could be made. Andy Burnham could be making that historic return to Parliament. As you say, Lewis, he is wanted for such a long time. And then, well, it's anyone's guess as to what happens next. Everybody in Westminster is playing 5D chess with what happens, basically. But all the people that I've been speaking to, essentially, it sounds like, Lewis, are going to have conversations, Team Burnham and Team Keir Starmer, over the weekend. I've spoken to Keir Starmer and I've spoken to Number 10 in the last few weeks, and they've given me every indication that the Prime Minister is going to fight this leadership challenge from Andy Burnham whenever it comes. Obviously, it can't come until Monday. So are we in for a weekend of potentially all hell breaking loose, as one source put it to me? Are we about to see cabinet resignations to pressure the Prime Minister to resign? Are we about to see a stalking horse candidate, as one source from T. Burnham suggested to me, to try and get the momentum going? But if Andy Burnham wins this seat in a few minutes, it will absolutely increase the pressure on him to return to Westminster and to launch that challenge against Keir Starmer as soon as possible.
Well, Natasha, I was just saying, while you were speaking there, I just had a text from someone on the Burnham team, and it said to them, it sounds like you smashed it. And their response was, yep, a rocket boost to Westminster. So it seems like that not only is Andy Burnham won in this contest, but he's won by such a margin that it will legitimise even further the attempt to remove Keir Starmer from office, because he will be able to say, I didn't sneak through here. It wasn't restore difference away from Reform. It wasn't some kind of fluke. I have been given a mandate, not just from Makerfield to be their MP, but explicitly to remove you.
Yes, and it's interesting, Lewis, because we were talking a few weeks ago about this campaign, obviously featuring, Andy rather than Labour, but he will be able to say that he has that mandate. And obviously he's been talking about potentially being Prime Minister and potentially returning to high office since this campaign began. I remember seeing the very, very first adverts that Andy Burnham put out on social media and his sort of election adverts. They were clear that he was looking for change. They were clear that even then he was hinting that he wanted to become Prime Minister. So make no bones about it. The people of Makerfield are absolutely aware that they are, or could be, about to elect the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And if that does happen, then obviously all hell, as some sources are saying to me, is going to break loose in Westminster if indeed Keir Starmer does try to cling on, as indeed we are hearing. So it could be a very, very frenetic weekend in Number 10 as they plot how to respond to Andy Burnham winning this seat. They have had weeks to prepare for it. Everybody has basically expected this for a long time. Nobody has really been talking all week in Westminster about the idea that Robert Kenyon could win. It does sound like, from everybody we're speaking to, they are very confident of this win. And like you say, if indeed they can put the Reform vote and the Restore vote together, and Andy Burnham can get even more than that, then it really will increase the momentum on him to trigger quickly. Because the longer he waits in Parliament, the more time that Keir Starmer and Number 10 will have to try to hold him back, to try to batter him down, and the more he starts to look a little bit like an ordinary MP on the back benches. He needs to come down on this Avanti train on Monday morning, absolutely with the momentum behind him, that this is the guy that can beat Reform, and that's the message I think he's going to be sending tomorrow. And I'm hearing, Lewis, that we are expecting to hear from Andy Burnham in the early hours of the morning tomorrow morning, if indeed he does win in a couple of minutes' time.
Tash, stay with us. Jess Phillips is still here. I suppose maybe that's Keir Starmer's best hope at this point, Jess, which is that Avanti are delayed so much that Burnham can't actually make it down to London after all.
But Andy Burnham has, I think the only person I feel who also relies on Avanti was moaned about him more than me, so he would chalk that up as a win as well.
Future Transport Secretary in his government. Who knows? I mean, it looks like speculating. People are saying now that he may well have got over 50% of the vote.
I mean, that is an absolutely phenomenal achievement in any election, especially one so...
An absolute majority, not just a relative majority, absolute majority of the votes.
I mean, it's rare in any election that anybody gets an absolute majority, apart from, like sort of Welsh Valleys in the 80s. Yeah. So it is. It would be a real achievement, and it will be I will be very, very interested in the actual direct results, because I always think, a win of one is a win, but in this I think it's going to send a decisive message.
But you think so? So if the margin is that substantial and he's got over 50%, and we can dismiss all the nonsense about restore or reform and him getting through on a fluke, you think that will make a difference to the PLP?
It absolutely does make a difference to the PLP, because there's quite a lot of people with seats that they won either as gains or just held that are very similar to Makerfield and similar to make up to Wigan. Unlike me, my seat is nothing like that. But and I think that if he had only won by a small amount, the confidence in the Parliamentary Labour Party, whose seats are like that, would have been, well, I'm not Andy Burnham and I won't have 3,000 people come and help in my election as he has had. What hope have we got if he can only win by a small margin? I think that shifts that conversation quite a lot, actually. So a really decisive win. I think that the leadership thing would have happened even if he had won by one. However, that would have been much wobblier.
Do you think it makes it more likely there's a coronation?
I still think that there's quite... I mean, look, you've got to remember that over 50% of the Parliamentary Labour Party have never met Andy Burnham. They've never served with him. Most of them have
left in 2017, as you see yourself said.
Yeah,
you only barely knew him when you came in 15.
I barely knew him. So it's... I still think that he has to come in.
They say they barely know Keir Starmer, so in a way...
I mean, true, that's true. But look, I think that he still has to come in and really prove himself. The idea that even just a decisive win just makes people roll over. And like you say, while there are a lot of seats like Makerfield, there's a lot of seats in London, and there's a lot of seats in urban areas that will, it's an interesting makeup of the Labour Party. Also farming seats, and we have so many seats that we've got a little bit of everything. I still think that a coronation is unlikely.
Would you like to see your friend Wes Streeting stand?
Yes, absolutely.
You think he will stand come what may?
Yes, I absolutely think he will stand come what may. And I want to see a competition for that exact reason of how. So yeah, keep Makerfield in your mind. That's absolutely what you should do as a constituency MP. But how are you going to make sure that this rocket boosting result is available across the country? And it doesn't just matter because you want to keep as many Labour colleagues and we want to stay in Labour government. It is that the alternative to a Labour government at the moment is one that I just would be an absolute catastrophe for our country.
Oh, but that's the thing that makes Labour MPs move, isn't it? It's the fear.
It's that, but well, I mean...
And he's proven he can beat them. Absolutely. And he's the only Labour politician in the country right now.
I know, but he can't stand in 650 seats.
Well, he can try.
Is the truth. But absolutely, the fear of losing your seat, though I think at the moment it is fear of reform that is driving everyone.
Jess Phillips, grateful to you. We're awaiting that result in Makerfield, absolutely imminent now. Before we get it, let's go to the news at 3 o'clock as we await that crucial, pivotal result from Makerfield.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, we're expecting the results of the Makerfield by-election to be announced within the next few minutes. We already know the turnout has increased compared to the general election, rising to 58.8%. Labour sources are also said to be feeling confident following those figures. Labour's candidate Andy Burnham has been pictured arriving at the count ahead of that declaration. Labour MP for Yardley in Birmingham, Jess Phillips, told LBC there should be a Labour leadership contest if Andy Burnham wins this.
You are standing to be the Prime Minister of our country, and I think that you need to be tested in that environment. I don't know whether he'll be a better Prime Minister than Keir Starmer. What is definitely certain is that Andy Burnham presents and is more popular currently with the British public, and I mean, so the polling tells me anyway.
Alex Wilson, Reform UK member of the London Assembly, told LBC this election is only close because of Andy Burnham and not Labour.
He has a lot of popularity across Greater Manchester. The local media there have never really scrutinised him properly, never really challenged him. I think that will change if he's returned to Parliament and if he becomes Prime Minister. I think he'll come under a lot more scrutiny from everyone on a national level than he has done locally. Any other Labour candidate wouldn't be in contention for winning this seat. I think that's fairly clear from the response we got on the doors.
The Conservative Party has won the Aberdeen South by-election, with Douglas Lumsden taking the seat from the SNP. The SNP have held onto the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry constituency. The party's candidate Lara Bird won the by-election with a majority of 40.4% of the vote. In other news, a zoo's crocodile enclosure won't be open today out of respect after a 3-year-old boy ended up inside and was seriously hurt. He's in a critical but stable condition. A 30-year-old man from Norfolk's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And the Foreign Secretary says the UK's standing ready to help clear the Strait of Hormuz of mines. The vital shipping route has reopened after the US and Iran signed a peace framework on Wednesday night. LBC weather largely cloudy later today with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England. Mainly sunny elsewhere and hot in the far east of the country, highs of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Time is 3:02. Special by-election programme here on LBC, streamed live on YouTube and Global Player, of course. And we are told that there is a result imminently in Makerfield. Of course, they always say this. It is for television and radio presenters to constantly assure their audience that it is imminent. And it's imminent right up until the point that it's not imminent anymore. And when that comes, we'll cross straight live to Makerfield. Jess Phillips is still with us, mainly because she just wants to see the results. She's been honest enough to confess that, but that's fine. That we're all happy. If any MPs are in the area, they want to come round, gather around the television and campfire. That's very, very...
Better be imminent.
Yeah, what is imminent? John McDonnell, Labour MP for Hayes and Harlington and former Shadow Chancellor, has also joined us. Some people at the count telling me that they think that Labour might get around the 54% mark, with Reform at about 35%, which actually wouldn't be much of an improvement from their general election performance. John, if that's borne out, what do you think it says? What message do you think it's sending?
Well, the good message that we'll both just know want, and I'm glad she's still here. Stop trying to evict her.
I don't want. Look, she's very welcome. I'm here till 6, and if she wants to stay, that's absolutely fine. She can take over if she wants after the result comes in.
I'll go out for the bacon sandwiches in a minute. Okay, but the huge thing for us, it just stops Reform dead. Absolutely stops them, because that's what our biggest worry was, Reform getting any momentum out of this. So it just stops them. And I have to say, for Andy Burnham himself, it is a tremendous victory.
Well, it will be a complete triumph.
He did run it on a very personal campaign, vote Andy, that sort of thing. So it's a huge victory for him and his team.
Is it, though? Does it actually say, is there a danger that it could be overinterpreted in the sense that Andy Burnham, becomes the MP for Makerfield? As you say, John, he ran basically not as a Labour candidate, he ran as Andy. Is that replicable in other seats? Because as Jess was saying before we went to the news, he can't run in 650 seats.
No, that's true. But what he was running as, if you like, and I'm like Jess, I don't like to personalise politics, but what he was running...
Well, Burnham does.
I know, but the way he was running it, not in a nasty way, I mean, the way he was running it was, I'm not Keir Starmer, and I want to change the whole party in that sense. So in that respect, if his victory is another message about actually we're moving on from Keir, and again, I don't want to personalise politics, you don't want to drug people like that, but if the message is we're moving on from Keir, it could be replicated in many other constituencies. And as just said earlier, there are a lot of our colleagues who are on tiny majorities, and at one point they were thinking, I'm only going to be a one-term MP. now, I think that might give them a bit of hope.
Do you think that if Andy Burnham comes down to Parliament next week, there are suggestions that he's willing to tell the Prime Minister that the game's up? Do you think that that is a very serious way of behaving as a new MP who's ultimately only received an endorsement from the people of Makerfield?
I actually don't think it's down to him. I think it's down to other cabinet members actually going to Keir and say, look, it's time to move on. Let's plan a smooth transition with dignity so that we can then move on to a new leadership.
I think actually the candidates, John, are actually, good news, Jess, they're actually getting to the stage. Let's go to Natasha Clark, who is by the stage as well, not on the stage because that would make her a candidate. Natasha, are you there? Are the candidates getting to the stage? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, Lewis, you can see behind me that the candidates have just come to the stage and they are about to declare. I think we can hear more. Yeah, just been welcoming all of the candidates to the stage, and we should hear in the next few minutes whether Andy Burnham has indeed won the Makerfield by-election.
Let's get that result now.
On Thursday, the 18th of June. I, Alison Mackenzie-Folan, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Austin Jake, Liberal Democrats, 163. Harvey Jonathan David, commonly known as Count Binface, the Count Binface Party, 95. Burnham Andrew Murray, commonly known as Andy Burnham, the Labour and Cooperative Party, 24,900. Daniel David, commonly known as Dan Clark, the Libertarian Party, 18. Dyer John Alfred, Independent, 37. Gemmell Edmund John, commonly known as Ed Gemmell, the Climate Party, 18.
Yes.
Gould Paul Richard, Independents, 8. Hope Allen, commonly known as Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 45. Kenyon Robert, commonly known as Rob Kenyon, Reform UK, 15,696. Pownall Robert Neal, Independent, 18. Shepherd Rebecca Lee, Restore Britain, 3,111. Wakefield Sarah Elizabeth, the Green Party, 308. Ward Peter Mark, Rejoin EU, Bring in PR, 35. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 997. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 9. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 39. Taking the total number of ballot papers rejected at 48. The electorate was 77,462. The ballot papers issued were 45,510, and the turnout was 58.75%. And I do hereby declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected. Thank you.
An extraordinary, seismic, titanic election result for Andy Burnham. He has not just won the by-election in Makerfield, he hasn't just squeaked it, he has absolutely stormed it with a majority of around 9,000, an absolute majority of over 50% of the vote in Makerfield. He is the new MP for Makerfield, and with a result like that, perhaps, likely even, to be the next Prime Minister. Let's listen to his speech.
For 27 years, you've been legally threatening me. This is not a nonsense. Go to the site and watch the 3-hour video. Shell killed.
Not entirely clear what was going on there on the stage. There seems to be a protest going on the stage, interrupting Andy Burnham's victory speech, which will be no less a sweet, I'm sure, once that protest has been dealt with in Makerfield. There was a absolutely classic British by-election site, to be fair, as this new MP for Makerfield and probably the next Prime Minister, flanked on one side by a bin and on the other by a fox, as Jess Phillips just remarked as we were watching it. To be fair, foxes do like bins, so not entirely unusual. As we're waiting...
It's the fox who's kicked off.
Oh, it's the fox who's kicked off, right, okay. Calm down, fox. We're just waiting for that to be dealt with.
Yeah.
John, Jess, your reactions to that result?
Huge result.
Yeah,
absolutely
massive.
Huge. Almost doubling the majority. Staggering,
Because
really.
it was 5,000, wasn't it, before the majority?
And the reform vote is really significantly low. It really is a trouncing for reform.
And it wasn't affected by the Restore. Restore definitely, seemed to be splitting the right, but it doesn't. It wouldn't have made any difference.
Well, the Restore vote, so just going through the figures, Labour 24,927, just shy of 25,000 votes. Reform 15,696 votes, so absolutely nowhere near. Restore are second, which was pretty remarkable in some ways, 3,000 votes. Burnham is taken to the stage. Let's hear him.
Fellow candidates, yes, all of you, can I say to you all, thank you for at least a civil debate between us. If not everything going on around the election, we managed that, and that's really important. Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight could be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs, bringing back something we've lost, hope for the future. I am proud that this place has shone in the world's spotlight these last 5 weeks. And the warmth, humour and hospitality of its people has been on show for all to see. Yes. It will never be a stepping stone to me, but instead will be my touchstone. A Makerfield test at the heart of British politics will ensure the places Westminster has neglected will now get fairness. I spoke in the campaign about the need to change politics. I promised to lead by example from the front as your Member of Parliament. I know people who traditionally vote for the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, and perhaps more recently, in May, for Reform UK, have given me their support in this election. I will always have respect to them for that, and out of respect for them, I will always take a place first rather than a party first approach, and I will focus on problem solving rather than point scoring, and I will work hard after this by-election to heal the divisions of this campaign, and let it be really understood that I will be your MP however you voted. When this borough went to the polls in May, it made a loud cry for change. In this campaign, we have begun to answer that. But I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again. It is with some sadness that this result brings an end to my wonderful 9 years as Mayor of Greater Manchester. This city region has given so much to me, and it is a wrench to leave the job I love. But I am not leaving the service of Greater Manchester. I've always been clear that it can't achieve everything it should be, and we can't close the north-south divide, and we can't make all the great English cities be what they should be without big change at the national level. I always knew one day I would seek to go back to Westminster to complete that unfinished business, so that Makerfield and Greater Manchester and the north of England can fulfil their potential. And I will forever be grateful to the people here, the people of the wonderful places that make up this constituency, the proud places that always have deserved so much more. I will forever be grateful to them that they have given me the chance to go back and make this country work for Makerfield and the many places like it across the country who have been neglected, who feel that the country works for other people in other places, but not for them. And that changes tonight. This result changes that. This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody. People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
So that is the outgoing Mayor of Greater Manchester and the new MP for Makerfield speaking after his triumph, and it can undoubtedly only be described as a personal triumph and vindication. Keir Starmer did not want him to stand in this by-election. He only acquiesced because his authority was spent. But his premise, his idea, that is Andy Burnham, that only he could take on reform and win, at least in this constituency and this contest, has been completely vindicated. Don't listen to the spin over the next 24 hours. This was a prime reform target. It was in the top 20 of all target seats for the Reform Party. It needed only a modest swing. As with these figures, Reform and Rob Kenyon barely added to their total at the 2024 election. And Andy Burnham didn't just won it, he won it at a canter with over 50% of the vote. He will come to Westminster on Monday armed with that legitimacy, not just about Makerfield or his strategy or his type of politics. He will come armed with an argument to Labour MPs that he will be making ferociously, that it is he and only he who can save the Labour Party. And it will be for Keir Starmer to decide what to do next. John, we sat in this studio about 6 weeks ago and you were absolutely, I remember, you were crestfallen at some of the results. You seemed very depressed. I kind of feel like maybe you are emotional in a slightly different way tonight.
I certainly
You seem so.
The reason I was depressed that time is because we had that flood of reform. And if you remember, for the first time, we had 2 reform elected in my constituency, which I never thought would happen. So it was really shocking. But yeah, I'm lifted by this. I think the whole Labour Party will be lifted by this because it shows we can not just defeat reform, we can trounce them. But we can only trounce them if we reflect on how Andy Burnham has done that, and he's offered hope and change. And I have to say, and again, I don't want to be harsh with Keir. Keir has to recognise that actually I think it is time to move on. So let's plan it properly. Let's not divide the party. Let's try and do it with a bit of dignity and a bit of what we describe in the party as comradeship.
And what if he doesn't?
I think that's going to be very difficult. I've worked with Keir. So is Jess. I think he's a responsible person. I actually do think he'll put the party and the country before his own career. And That's my view, and I'm hoping that happens.
Jess, your reaction to that result?
I mean, look, it's an absolutely phenomenal result, notwithstanding by-elections are weird things. And this was certainly the weirder of the by-election end of the spectrum. So it's a phenomenal result and gives him a huge platform to make those arguments when he arrives in Westminster on Monday. I think it was... He's absolutely right in what he said. I'm just going to say this, like, the people of his constituency were some of the nicest people I'd ever come across in all my life campaigning. I think he comes with a huge boost behind him for change that John talks about.
And when I say don't fall for the spin, one of the reasons this is especially impressive to win it in this way is that this is exactly the sort of seat. Yeah, okay, it's been Labour forever. I mean, for a very long time. That is true. In one sense, it's Labour hold.
Yeah.
But we know that it is also precisely the sort of seat that has culturally, philosophically, politically, it's been drifting little by little away from the Labour Party. And we saw what happened with the local election results where Labour got absolutely smashed. 6 weeks later... Here he is, converting that to an absolute majority in his constituency. What does that say? What is it about him that is enabled to do that in a way that the other candidate
I think that you shouldn't discount what Andy Burnham actually said himself, is that lots of people lent their votes to this particular campaign, and that absolutely... And I think actually that is going to be really, really important in the general election, if like defeating reform is absolutely the sort of the prime target of that people have to do. So I think that there was a huge amount of tactical voting in this. But look, what it said, I mean, Andy Burnham will know better than me, and what he said is that people want change, and actually they said that by voting for reform in the local elections, and they're saying it now by voting for Andy Burnham. People are desperate for change.
John, you talk about a transition. What would your ideal timetable be? If the Prime Minister is willing to accede to the idea of a transition, what sort of timetable would you think would be appropriate? Are we talking July? Are we talking party conference? What do you think?
As soon as possible.
You think so? So there are people who say, let's wait for party conference, give him that swan song. You don't.
My ideal transition would be for the members of the Cabinet to see him over the weekend or Monday and have a frank discussion, plan an exit. There are some things that Keir might want to make sure is delivered. Hillsborough, for example, things like that. Let him lead on that and get that through. And then by the time we get to the conference in September, we'll have had a new leader in place, and we use that conference to lift us again. The drawback of tonight, this is a tremendous victory for Andy. I think there's two messages. One, there's a progressive majority against reform, and people have let them have their votes, but because they want to block reform. And secondly, they do want change. So there's the opportunity of discussing that change. But I don't underestimate the Scottish results tonight as well, which were pretty grim for us. And again, that is a discussion that needs to be had within the Scottish Labour Party about their leadership.
What about the argument that Number 10 have been putting forward, which is to say that, OK, this is all very well and good, but now the Labour Party's got another job to do as a result of his standing in Makerfield, which is that there is a by-election which has to take place in Greater Manchester. And Number 10 are saying that they would like him to be part of that campaign, and that should happen first before the leadership is decided.
He can do it as he's leader of the Labour Party. In fact, it'd be more authoritative if he is the leader of the Labour Party. It would be the leader going back to Manchester to win that election with some authority behind him. So I actually don't think this idea of delaying is nothing more than a pretty...
I'm told that one of the principal voices in his ear about
McSweeney
would be Morgan McSweeney.
Yeah, McSweeney's trying to delay and cling on as much as possible. All the rumours are, from what we know from yourselves in the media, is that McSweeney is back in action again. I think that's a disaster.
Do you agree with that, Jeff?
I'm not sure how much he is back, but obviously I have heard the same rumours that everybody else has heard. And look, we should try and remember why he had to leave. It's a sort of, pretty shameful, as far as I'm concerned, episode in the Labour Party with regard to Peter Mandelson. But fundamentally, it doesn't matter if McSweeney isn't like some sort of magician. It's down to Keir Starmer to make this decision. And even I respect John saying that like the cabinet should go in and there's quite a lot of lots of people should make this happen. It is down to Keir Starmer to make this decision.
John, what would you say?
I hope that he makes
it. It is, but normally, and when you're in a situation like that, you need to be persuaded.
But what would you say? I mean, if Keir Starmer were here and others advocates of his, they'd say, well, hang on a minute. Okay, Andy Burnham's just got his mandate in Makerfield. Very impressive result. Prime Minister got a mandate. In 2024, a huge mandate, one of only 4 men to have ever got a majority for the Labour Party in history. Why should he defer, with the greatest respect to the people of Makerfield, to that one mandate from one constituency by comparison to the enormity of the general election?
Here's the problem. In the local elections, we were down to 17% support. Andy made reference to it there as well. We're not just facing a threat to a Labour government. We're facing a threat to the existence of the Labour Party. That's how serious it is. We've never been this low in the polls before. And secondly, and again, this is brutal, but politics is brutal, Keir is the most unpopular leader we've ever had. And on the doorstep, confidence and trust is gone. And it's almost impossible to recover when you get to this stage. And we have to be, Keir and all of us have to be realistic about the plight we're in.
Do you think that this means, given the size of all that, Jess, I know you say you really want a contest, but it feels like it makes it less likely, doesn't it? A contest?
Yes, it does.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think so at all, because I think that people have to prove themselves, and I think with regard to the delay, the genuine sort of legitimate reason for if Andy Burnham is, or whoever, but if Andy Burnham is the rightful winner, is that all of the sort of access talks that go on within a general election, I do think he maybe there needs to be like a period where throughout any contest that sort of thing is happening. Access talks are like during the general election with the civil service, because I don't want anyone who gets there to just fall on their arse immediately. I did swear I can't.
You know why it's 3:30. No one's noticing at this point.
I mean, I could do it naked and no one would mind.
Don't underestimate that. Don't underestimate, I think, Andy's preparations in advance. I'm sure there's been lots of preparation in advance.
But John, you think there should be a coronation?
I'm like Jess. I prefer leadership elections, but the reality.
You tried to stand against Gordon Brown, saying there shouldn't be. Go back way back when.
I know it's to have the debate, but let's get real on this occasion. Keir standing, I think, would be an absolute disaster, and I think it would be damaging for him personally.
The Jeremy Corbyn precedent.
Yeah, but literally, who is there? I think if Wes Streeting stands, I think, look at the support in the party. He's got about 5%. It would be a sort of infantile self-promotion exercise. And from the left, from the campaign group left, we wouldn't get on the ballot paper again because the nominations aren't there. So much as I enjoy leadership elections, etc., and that's why I've gone into them, I actually think the reality is there won't be one, so we might as well get on with the job now of getting a new leader installed, and as a result of that, stabilising the situation and taking reform.
Jess, do you think it would be an infantile exercise for your friend Wes Streeting to stand?
No, I absolutely don't think that at all. What I would also say is, how do I know that Andy Burnham is going to be a good leader of the Labour Party without a contest?
I think you judge him on his past and his experience that he's had both in government and in Manchester, which you've already credited previously because you've worked with him. But there's a real politics to be dealt with here. We're faced with reform, still on the rise, even despite tonight. We're faced with realistically no other alternative available to us that would command the support of our members, let alone the general public. So much as I'd like a left candidate on the ballot paper, and we showed with Jeremy, anything can happen on that basis.
What you showed with Jeremy is that the favourite never wins a Labour leadership competition.
We're Streeting is the new Jeremy Corbyn. You heard it here first.
What we showed with Jeremy is that actually if you get the right policy programme, you can convince the members that but I can't see either Wes Streeting or Keir Starmer being able to do that and command that support. So it's just the real politics of where we're at. So just let's get on with it now, because I think we just need to get some of those policies implemented as rapidly as possible.
But John, do you know what an Andy Burnham government would do differently to a Keir Starmer government? Because he said he's going to stick to the same fiscal rules. That's the big macroeconomic question dealt with. What is it beyond vibes that Burnham would do differently?
I think, for me, I have no illusions here about any huge radical change. For me, it opens up a space to have a proper debate and discussion whilst we're in government. And on the fiscal rules, I actually think if you look at some of the advisors he's now put around him, Andy Haldane and others, I think there's a creative way of looking at those fiscal rules so we can actually ensure that we can invest on the level that we need to, but also look at the redistribution of wealth and income in this country so we can tackle the levels of poverty that we've got.
You know, you've had the result now, so you can go to bed.
I know, I do feel like I've been drawn in again. I definitely want to go to bed.
Just for endless debate with John McDonnell. At 3:30 in the morning, it really is like a Labour Party CLP meeting. Right, let's go to the news headlines now with Darryl Jackson.
The former mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, has won the Makerfield by-election. It paves the way for him to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party.
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight just could, be the turning point. From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so.
Elsewhere, the Conservative Party has won the Aberdeen South by-election with Douglas Lumsden taking the seat from the SNP. The SNP have held the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry constituency. And the Foreign Secretary says the UK is standing ready to help clear the Strait of Hormuz of mines. The vital shipping route has reopened after the US and Iran signed a peace framework on Wednesday night. LBC weather, largely cloudy later with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Sunshine elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
London. The app for black cabs is here. Jump. Get about with drivers who have the world-famous knowledge and know every
be open at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe they'll open one for him.
If he does find a pint, then absolutely fair play. And the guy does deserve a pint with that election win that we've just seen here. An absolutely stonking majority for him, 55% of the vote. And a really poor result for Robert Kenyon and the Reform Party, considering that they were hoping to do far, far better in this seat. Just a few texts that I've been getting in from Labour activists and supporters. An insane result, a huge swing. He should be happy given where we were in May. Another person says this result will be heard across Westminster. This is game-changing. They are absolutely delighted with the result here. Absolutely nowhere near the close result that we may have been expecting a little bit earlier in the night. And the Conservatives have just sent in this response as well, saying Makerfield has long been considered a safe Labour seat. The fact it was even at risk shows just how unpopular Labour has become. They say there is no disguising the fact this was a disastrous result for Reform. Makerfield was one of their top target seats anywhere in the country, yet despite throwing everything at it, they have failed to win. And I thought what John McDonnell was saying to you just a few minutes ago, Lewis, I think everybody in the Labour Party within the next few hours is going to be having those conversations. If not now, then when? This is a guy that has just shown that they can beat the Reform Party. And obviously with Labour doing so poorly in the polls compared to Reform, if this man, if Andy Burnham can be the one to win this by-election and be the one to turn things around, you know, you heard his speech just from the stage there a few minutes ago. Make no bones about it, he is going to challenge the Prime Minister. It's now just a question of when, and it's just a question of how it's going to happen. So the next few days, a flurry of activity, I'm sure, in Westminster, conversations going on between Number 10 and Team Burnham behind the scenes about how this is done. They are obviously going to call on him to do this in a dignified fashion and to stand aside. I don't think Keir Starmer is going to do so, Lewis.
Natasha, we cut away just to remind people of all of the results and the enormity of it. But Rob Kenyon, the defeated Reform candidate. A pretty lamentable result, really. Barely any increase in their vote share in Makerfield. Did he have much to say after Andy Burnham had finished speaking?
No, he didn't. He decided not to take to the stage. Obviously, we did see a few of those candidates, including the Fox and that BBC protest group, take to the stage instead. But we didn't hear anything from Robert Kenyon. He was quite steely, stony-faced as he appeared on the stage. And I should say, fair play to Andy Burnham for shaking the hands of every single one of the other 13.
Even the Fox
on the stage just now. Even the Fox. He shook everybody's hand.
Sorry, the paw. Apologies to the Fox.
As it may be. Exactly. The poor. And just to go back to Robert Kenyon's result, 15,000 out of that electorate, or the total number of people who voted, so 45,000. Absolutely nowhere near what we thought Reform were going to be. And we should also mention Restore as well. We were hearing from people that they were going to vote Restore and that the vote was going to be potentially higher than the 3 to 5% that the polls had them on. But given the results, and I think just 3,000 people voting for the Restore Party, that sounds about right in terms of the percentages. So those polls that we heard about earlier in the election campaign seeming to be right there, Lewis.
I think it's about 7% Restore on 3,000 votes, which obviously, in the grand scheme of things, isn't very much. But actually, considering that they're a new force, and to come third with 7%, I can't imagine it won't make the difference, and that's going to be significant for Burnham. But I'll imagine they'll be pretty pleased with that. They've shown that they can really eat in to that Reform vote.
Completely, and obviously the fact that Rupert Lowe was doing a mini victory lap here at the count here really goes to show you everything you need to know about their prospects. And like I say, I think that tactical voting, as indeed Andy Burnham alluded to on the stage just a few minutes ago, very much here in Makerfield. That clearly was an issue. We saw the Lib Dem vote totally collapse here. We saw the Conservative vote totally collapse here. And if you look back to the general election in this seat, that was where we were seeing, the Conservatives in the teens, the Lib Dems in the teens, the Green Party in the teens. So lots of people have indeed lent Andy Burnham their vote in order to try to stop Robert Kenyon from getting into this seat. But yes, a very, very poor result for Reform tonight. Probably their worst result, arguably, since the general election. There will be lots of soul-searching, I think, from Nigel Farage and his party in the next few hours. And like I say, not even close. So clearly their ground game not quite as good as Labour's, as you would expect, in a seat that has been held by Labour since 1983. And actually, you could tell really here at the count, Lewis, you've been to many of these counts yourself. Of course, you know that the Labour activists, or at least the activists that have been in position for many, many years, are able to look at the boxes that are coming in. Right, OK, that's Makerfield area 122. We know exactly where that is, and we know whether that's our firm Labour support or it's going to be going elsewhere. But the Reform and the Restore and the other candidates didn't have that quite on the ground knowledge, so they didn't quite know exactly what they were looking at. And I think they were sort of wandering around looking slightly lost and slightly forlorn when obviously the results were stacking up not in their favour. So Reform Party licking their wounds tonight, and Andy Burnham, of course, going off to celebrate, and will be absolutely delighted with the fact that he has a majority of 9,000 over the second place candidate, and basically got more votes than the Restore candidate and the Reform candidate put together.
Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, who's been monitoring the results for us there in Makerfield. John McDonnell's still with me. John, I was just looking at some of the calculations that have already been made now. We've seen in just 6 weeks, this is a scale of Burnham's victory. In just 6 weeks, we've seen a 23-point swing from Reform to Labour. If you take basically the same wards within the constituency, the results we saw 6 weeks ago when you and I were sat here, 6 weeks later, Labour achieve a 23-point swing.
It looks as though the right, the sort of broad right, and I include Reform, Restore, and the Conservatives on that right has split dramatically in terms of the what you'd call the centre and left. That's held together, it's come together. And I think there's a huge amount of tactical voting to block Reform here. And it's most probably going to be a lesson for the conversations that are going to be had across political parties on the sort of progressive left for the future.
When you consider that the Reform result in Makerfield, essentially the vote has barely gone up since the general election. When you consider how much less Reform were polling at the general election by comparison to where they are now, is a scale of to keep them at bay in that way. Burnham has done something that no Labour politician has done in 2 years.
No. He's been able to, as I say, unite what you describe as the sort of progressive left. And so that obviously the Greens have come to us in this election, the Lib Dems, and it looks as though we may well have picked up people who have been non-voters as well. But he must have attracted some Reform voters back as well. And if you remember, when we had that discussion about the local elections, all the polling was showing then, the real analysis was showing that we were losing, we were losing 16 votes from Labour to the progressive left, to Lib Dems, Greens and others, but about 10 votes to the right. So what he's done is he's pulled the left votes back, the progressive votes back, but also he must have taken some of those of Reform votes too. And again, it does send a message about the sort of strategy that we need to pursue in the future. The strategy of trying to reform hasn't worked nationally, that Keir Starmer has been pursuing, but this sort of progressive strategy does seem to have worked.
Would you agree with what Andy Burnham said, though, in his speech? And obviously, to some extent, it's self-referential. But he said this is Labour's last chance. And presumably, if you do replace your leader now, you're not going to replace them again during this parliament.
No.
So in a sense, this is the last chance and only chance, isn't it?
I think that's what many of us have been saying for quite a while, because, as I said before, that dip in the polls was really frightening. Then Reform victories in terms of what happened in local government, I think that gave so many people a shock. And we thought, as I said, people are saying, look, this isn't just about losing a government. We could lose the party overall, the bulk of the party. So this gives us a bit of hope now, and you'll see now, I think, when Andy gets back into Parliament next week, you'll see people, MPs, milling about in corridors, in the tea room, having a real discussion about where do we go from here. And it's a combination. It's not just about personnel and Keir Starmer. It's also about what is the political programme that we need to deliver now. And it is about, we've got to deliver on some of those early promises, and it is about tackling the cost of living crisis. It is about redistribution of wealth. It's about a scale of investment. It's interesting, some of the advisors, as I say, that he's brought around, like Jim O'Neill, they're into heavy state investment, particularly around infrastructure to get jobs and the economy going. So I think it's that sort of programme we're looking at.
Would you like to see, if Burnham does become Prime Minister, would you like to see a cabinet that reflects the whole of the Labour Party? Or do you think actually this is the sort of soft left turn and actually Blairites and so on shouldn't be welcome?
I've said time and time again, we're a broad church. We need a leader that will unite the party again, and that broad church has got to have a cabinet which is left, right and centre. I kept saying to Keir Starmer kept on saying he admired Harold Wilson, and I kept saying to him and his followers basically, well, Harold Wilson had a broad church cabinet. It was rumbustious, but it actually made better decisions as a result of the challenges in those debates. So Andy has made it time and time again about the need for unity. I think he made it in that speech then. The best way of bringing about unity is to have that broad church approach. And then also, the other thing that Andy said in his writings in the past, he's actually argued against the whipping system overall. I think you do need...
See how long that lasts.
That's right, yeah. I think you do need a whip of some sort, but you don't need the heavy-handed whip where people like me have lost the whip on policies that we then implement.
He's talked about electoral reform.
Yeah.
Is that something you'd like to see?
Yes, I've been an electoral reform campaigner now for the last 10, 15 years. But he's right, though. You can't do it. You've got to put it in the manifesto and have the people determine whether or not that's the policy they want. Because if we didn't have it in a manifesto, the Lords would just block it anyway.
You know that if he does become Prime Minister, and particularly if he starts to deviate in a significant way from the 24 manifesto, more and more people will say there needs to be a general election, that he needs to have his own mandate. Do you think that a Burnham victory or Burnham becoming Prime Minister, do you think that does hasten the next general election?
No, I don't think so. I think most in the Parliamentary Labour Party and the party overall will want to see them as near as the 3 years out as possible to deliver on the ground. But on the manifesto, look, the last manifesto was pretty lightweight and so broad-ranging you can interpret it in a whole range of ways. So I don't think he'll be having any problems about interpreting it in a way which is more progressive.
Because, he wasn't even elected at the general election. He hasn't got any legitimacy beyond what Makerfield has given him.
Well, what The legitimacy he will have is from the Parliamentary Labour Party itself, which was elected at the last election, and therefore, if they elect him as leader and decide he's the leader, he'll have the legitimacy from that mandate. But as I say, the manifesto itself is so broad, it gives him the opportunity of introducing a range of policies. One of the things he's been campaigning on in particular is public ownership and control, and if you go on the doorstep, that's one of the key issues that people raise.
He's not going to nationalise things, is he?
Well, I think water's falling apart anyway, so it's going to have to be brought back into public ownership of some sort.
Keir Starmer, it must be a very peculiar evening if he's awake. Must be a very peculiar evening. It will be morning for him. Do you see him as a tragic figure in the Labour Party's history? Is that how you think history will remember him if he goes now?
I think it most probably will see him as a tragic figure. Yes, I think it will. But it's a tragedy of his own making. That's the irony in all of this. The problem that it's the point that you've just made. Once you break that broad church and you just have around you largely people with one agenda, control, and sycophants as well, and you stop listening to people, you start making mistakes. And we've alienated section after section of our support with policy mistakes, and it ranges from the winter fuel, the 2-child limit, the tax on disability benefits, and I have to say Gaza as well, some of the statements he made. So I think he is a tragic figure, but it's a tragedy of his own making, and all you have to do now is say, look, let's try and get a smooth transition, let him go with dignity, but let's start learning some of the lessons of those mistakes.
Just fine now, well, no. Have we perhaps rushed to write off the two major parties with all the talk about new fragmented politics? I mean, we have got tonight a Labour hold and a Tory gain.
Tory win, yeah. I wouldn't underestimate the Tory revival as the reform begins to break up and as the splits occur, as has happened with Restore. So I wouldn't underestimate the Tories coming back by any means.
John McDonnell there, former Shadow Chancellor under Jeremy Corbyn, giving us his thoughts on what will be an extraordinary period for Labour Party politics. At the time, 3:48.
LBC.
The all-new, all-electric Toyota CHR Plus. Sleek, stylish and quietly reliable.
So I'm not quite sure this liminal space between today and yesterday at 10 to 4 in the morning. Your thoughts on that remarkable, we're going to run out of superlatives for it, but remarkable result in Makerfield?
Yeah, it is. It's a huge mandate for Andy Burnham. And I think the most important thing about it is it cauterises this run of kind of quite bad by-election defeats for Labour, in Runcorn, in Caerphilly, in Gorton and Denton, where other parties have won and Labour has been pushed often into third place.
Well, to be honest, Andrew, we don't even need to look that far back because, of course, we can look to literally the other two by-elections which were taking place this evening in Arbroath and Aberdeen, where, Labour did absolutely lamentably in a country, Scotland, where actually at the general election it was one of Labour's best performances.
Yeah, and I think we shouldn't forget that even though this is a better result than the 2024 election, Labour's vote has fallen by a third since then nationally. So to get a far better result than in the 2024 general election for Andy Burnham is a huge mandate. And it shows, I think, that people do want change. They like Andy Burnham. He's popular. Obviously, it's in Greater Manchester. He's particularly popular there. But I think if this had been any other candidate, they probably wouldn't have even won. And I think that shows that Andy Burnham probably has a chance of reviving Labour's fortunes in a way no other figure does.
But is it really? It's a tremendous mandate, clearly, from Makerfield. But Makerfield is just one constituency. The Prime Minister got a mandate from over 400 constituencies at the general election, not even 2 years ago. And this will sound a little bit toxic masculinity, I don't mean it to at this time of the morning, but when we're comparing mandates, as it were, really? Are we really saying that Makerfield surpasses what happened with the general election for the Prime Minister?
Well, no, but we live in a parliamentary democracy where a party wins the election and forms the government, and it's up to the members of that party who the leader is. And, we don't have a presidential system. Keir Starmer didn't win the election in the same way that, unfortunately Donald Trump won in the US or, any other president wins an election. This is about winning a constituency basis, and the parliamentary party decides. We've had changes of Prime Minister under the last government, several of them. Not always for the best, it has to be said. But, I think this would be a popular choice in the country. If you look at the polling, Keir Starmer's one of the, I think, the most unpopular Prime Minister in British polling history. Andy Burnham is pretty much the only not only the Labour figure, but the only politician in the country who is popular with the public, So I think he has got a mandate. I think people, clearly don't like Keir Starmer. The polling reflects that nationally now. And he wasn't that popular even when he won. It was really the capitalising on the Tories' unpopularity and the split with Reform. So, look, Andy Burnham's got a chance here to revive Labour's fortunes. I think it's pretty much Labour's last chance. If he doesn't get it right, Labour is in big, big trouble.
And what does getting it right, in your view, what does getting it right look like? Because obviously, Andy Burnham, I don't think anyone would dispute. He's great at vibes. He's much better at comms than Keir Starmer is. He gives off that sort of cool northern dad thing. He's been king over the water. He makes people feel good about themselves. I've seen it. He has a sort of slight Boris Johnson about him in terms of the connection he has with people. Puts a smile on their face. All of that, no one would deny. But what's his policy programme? How will Burnham be different in government by comparison to Starmerism, or is it just Starmerism with vibes?
If it is just the latter, he'll be rumbled fairly quickly and will end up in the similar polling position to Keir Starmer. And look, I think the issue is the cost of living crisis. That's what got the Tories kicked out so emphatically at the last election. People's living standards were not getting any better. In fact, they were going backwards in a lot of cases. So he needs a quick, impactful policy or two, I would say, to kind of give him an extended honeymoon and people to realise, this is change. But longer term, he's got to be straight with the public. And that I think is the frustration that people feel, is that politicians haven't been honest with them. I think he needs to say, look, this is going to take years. This is long term, some of this. You cannot reverse 15 years of, pretty much stagnant growth, and a kind of declining level of public services in a couple of years. He's got to be honest. He's also got to be honest about tax. And that is, I think, one of the cardinal sins of the Labour manifesto.
You think he should increase tax on income?
I think you've got to have an honest debate with people and say, look, if you want your public services to improve, there is no way around this. We've got to get more revenue in. Now, long term, that's got to come from higher growth. But at least in the short term, there has to be a bolder policy on tax. And that has to come from those with the most.
Do you think that, let's leave Keir Starmer out of it for a second, maybe he'll contest a leadership election, maybe he won't. Obviously, he can do so, as was proven by your old boss, Jeremy Corbyn. He can get onto the ballot automatically. Who knows what he'll decide to do. But do you think that, let's assume for a moment he doesn't, do you think that it would be better for the Labour Party and for the Labour government, and potentially for Andy Burnham himself, if there were a contest? Or do you think that the requirements of government mean it would be better to have a coronation?
I'm a little bit torn on this, to be honest with you, Lewis, because I think it's always good to have that policy debate and for people to set out their ideas and for them to be challenged on it. And I think, as you say, there is this feeling that, there's vibes with Andy Burnham. I think he's set out a few policies that he's been clear about. But you're right, he hasn't gone into detail. Perhaps a by-election isn't the place to do that. But I'm not sure there will be a contest, because I think he is by far head and shoulders the best candidate to be Prime Minister. And therefore, I can't really see that any other candidate would get the nominations to get on the ballot paper. So practically, I think we will have a coronation. I think Keir Starmer will concede. And actually, Labour now has a huge by-election to fight for the Greater Manchester mayoral election that Andy Burnham will vacate, and that has to be done fairly shortly. And Labour's best chance of winning that mayoral election, which will be hotly contested by Reform and by the Greens, will be probably with a change of Prime Minister, and that Prime Minister being Andy Burnham.
Is there a danger? We know sometimes, the Labour Party it never actually does coups in this direct way. It tends to be much more averse to the kind of blood sport of politics in that way, historically speaking anyway. Arguably only one Labour leader in the entire history of the party has been removed directly. Do you think there is a danger that if this isn't done right, and maybe Starmer does decide to contest it, there's just a sort of toxin which is introduced into the Labour Party from which it can't recover?
No, because I think it'll be fairly swift, and I think Keir Starmer's got enough sense, or at least I hope so, that he'll recognise the fact that it's over. And I suspect a lot of his front bench will come to him and say, "Look, you need to resign." And I think you're right. The Labour Party doesn't have this history of kind of Michael Gove style backstabbing that the Tories have, but I think people will quietly go to him and say, "Look, your time's up. You need to go." And if that happens within his cabinet en masse, he can see the writing on the wall and won't fight it.
Andrew Fisher there, who is Director of Policy under Jeremy Corbyn. Let's get some of your views, shall we? We've had enough from the politicians for a little while. Ian in Bristol, I think, has something to say about this. Ian, do you think that Andy Burnham has a mandate to become Prime Minister?
Yes, I do, actually. Good morning. Hope you're keeping awake with lots of coffee.
With all this excitement, how could I be anything other, Ian? Honestly, this is, politics. That's the real drug. Go on, why do you think he's got that mandate? It's just one constituency, isn't it?
Well, yes, but, does he have any more mandate than Cameron had to become Foreign Secretary?
It's a bit different, though, isn't it? That's just one job within a government rather than becoming Prime Minister.
But, you've had other people who've become Prime Minister who've been in the Lords.
Do you think that he's got what it takes to resurrect Labour's fortunes nationally, not just in one place in Great Manchester?
Well, okay. The Labour Party has a mandate to govern at the moment, and he's going to be able to communicate. I agree with you on various things that you said. Starmer is not a politician or a great communicator, but I think he could actually. I think he could actually reconnect, because he's not seen as part of the all this sort of fake stuff that's made up about the sort of social elites, I think he's got some really good ideas. And
right.
When I've been to Manchester, I've seen how that place has changed an awful lot.
All right, Ian, grateful to you. If you have thoughts on whether this gives Andy Burnham a mandate to become Prime Minister, share them with us. 0345 6060 973. Thank you for joining us on this LBC by-election special. Well, what a momentous night it has proven. We've seen with Andy Burnham taking a huge majority in Makerfield, putting him within reach of becoming Prime Minister. Keir Starmer now in serious jeopardy for the coming days. Does this give Andy Burnham a mandate to run and rule? We'll get your calls in, but we're not done yet with all of our coverage. Coming up in the next hour, we joined in the studio by Labour campaigners, podcasters, and the Deputy Green Party leader. We'll also have continual analysis from LBC's political editor Natasha Clark. Lots more besides. A packed few hours left of this marathon election programme here on LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, Andy Burnham is heading back to the House of Commons after winning the Makerfield by-election.
People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them.
He could now bring a leadership challenge against Sir Keir Starmer. Well, John McDonnell, Labour MP for Hayes and Harlington, told LBC he thinks the whole Labour Party will be lifted by this victory.
It shows we can not just defeat reform, we can trounce them. But we can only trounce them if we reflect on how Andy Burnham has done that, and he's offered hope and change. And I have to say, and again, I don't want to be harsh with Keir. Keir has to recognise that actually I think it is time to move on, so let's plan it properly. Let's not divide the party. Let's try and do it with a bit of dignity.
Labour Birmingham MP Jess Phillips told LBC it's a phenomenal result.
I think he's absolutely right in what he said. I'm just going to say this, like, the people of his constituency were some of the nicest people I'd ever come across in all my life campaigning. I think he comes with a huge boost behind him for change.
Meanwhile, in this morning's other two by-election results, the Conservatives have taken the Aberdeen South seat from the Scottish National Party. LBC's Scotland political editor Gina Davidson was there.
The Conservatives have won this Aberdeen South constituency this evening, overturning the previous SNP seat, which of course was held by Stephen Flynn, the former Westminster leader of the party, who now sits in Holyrood, which is what triggered this by-election in the first place. The first Westminster by-election win for the Conservatives since 1967.
And the SNP have held the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry constituency. In other news this morning, a 3-year-old boy is in a critical condition after he ended up in the crocodile enclosure at a zoo in Cambridgeshire. A 30-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And consumer confidence has plunged among young adults over fears the finances and the wider economy. Analysis from GfK says there are now no demographic groups with a positive confidence score. LBC weather, largely cloudy later with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Mainly sunny elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Well, a very good morning to you, listening to Election Special live on LBC, on YouTube, on Global Player with me, Lewis Goodall. If you are just joining us, and frankly, if you're joining us now, you made a mistake. You should have joined us about an hour ago for the real moment, but we'll recap it anyway, just in case. Let's get through the Scotland results first. One SNP hold in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. We don't need to detain ourselves very long on that. More interesting, Conservative gain in Aberdeen South, getting 50% of the vote. The first Conservative by-election gain since 2021 nationally, and the first since 1967 in Scotland. But we all know what we're here to talk about. Potentially the most pivotal moment, certainly of this Parliament, and the most consequential by-election in our modern democratic history. The Makerfield by-election, Andy Burnham is returning to Parliament, a place that, for a large part, he says he dislikes. Nonetheless, he is going back as the MP for Makerfield, having left the House of Commons 10 years ago. And he's not just going there with a victory which he managed to win by half a hair on half an eyebrow, as some had been predicting, but instead had managed to storm that by-election with 54.8% of the vote, an absolute majority, the best result in Makerfield for the Labour Party in over a decade, adding nearly 10 percentage points to the vote on an increased turnout. Meanwhile, possibly the most disappointing election night we have seen for the hitherto insurgent Reform Party that we've seen for some years, really since their foundation. Their percentage of the vote in Makerfield barely nudging up at all, only up 2.7%. Restore coming third, this weird internet fringe force, as it has been largely known, coming third with 7% of the vote. And they were the only three parties, that is Labour, Reform and Restore, to even keep their deposits. The Conservatives on 2%, Greens on 0.7%, Lib Dems on 0.4%. I think we're firmly in friends and family territory when we get down below half a percentage point. Lots and lots to get through, and there will of course be continuous coverage on LBC throughout the day, not just on the result, but of course on the consequences of that result. Let's start to chew over it now with new panel just joining me in the studio. We've got Jovan Owusu Nupal, who's a Labour campaigner, was the party's candidate against Nigel Farage, so he knows a thing or two about standing against reform in Clacton at the last election. Co-presenter of the political podcast What's Left, and we've also got Mohsin Ali, deputy leader of the Green Party and a Leeds city councillor as well. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me in this, as I've been saying, sort of liminal space between yesterday and today. I think we can firmly say it's today now, just about this morning. So at 4 o'clock in the morning. Jovan, as the Labour Party man, let me start with you. How are you feeling about this result?
I mean, after a long day, this is the news that we'd all been hoping for over the last 4 weeks. I feel elated, I feel tired, but I also feel quite hopeful and optimistic that now...
Have you been up to Makerfield?
Yeah, I was up in Makerfield today, and I would say...
Just today? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the campaign felt like the Labour Party that I knew it to be from years and years ago, where it was all of the traditions out coming together behind a candidate who had a hopeful message, an inclusive message in the face of what was quite a divisive politics. And that campaign, I was on the train back to London, and I just felt so refreshed and hopeful, because people on the doors for the first time in a long time, having just come off the back of the local elections, were saying they were voting for Labour, albeit they said they were voting for Andy Burnham more so than they said they were voting for Labour.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. Look, it's clearly deeply impressive. It's a personal triumph for him. There can be absolutely no doubt about that. But having been up there, I was up there this week as well, nowhere was Labour being mentioned. It was vote Andy. It was vote Andy for us. Now, is that replicable? Because he was basically standing as the outsider. If he becomes Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party, he's not the outsider anymore. He is the Labour Party brand. Is it possible for him to replicate this sort of result elsewhere, or was frankly this just about Makerfield in June 2026?
Well, there's a not-so-savoury blueprint for how this stuff has happened, and you can look at Boris Johnson, who was once Mayor of London, who then came back into Parliament as quite a popular figure, who went on then to lead the Conservative Party. I think the idea that this is just Andy Burnham is to a point for the birds. Obviously, he's done incredibly well and there is a lot of support. To me, and what came upon the doors, was that this is a course corrective for the Labour Party, where the Labour Party has over-indexed in trying to chase reform voters, where I think it's over the years lost touch with the values that constitute the Labour Party. What Andy Burnham seems to have done is recalibrate all of those, bring people back together, bring the party back together, and at least refresh the party in government of a set of ideas, of social democratic ideas, a longevity in the programme for government. And I think all of it is about inspiring hope, the idea that the country can get better and that a political party when in government can actually see the change that people want.
Mohsin Ali, Deputy Leader of the Green Party, didn't even keep your deposit in this seat. What happened to that green insurgency that we heard so much about a few weeks ago?
I mean, if we just go back a few months and we look at Gorton and Denton, we had an absolutely fantastic campaign. We had a fantastic candidate.
Burnham would have beat you there, wouldn't he, on the basis of these results? You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Really?
I mean, the anger faced or directed towards Labour is really palpable, especially in inner city areas.
But it's clear that he managed to overcome the anger towards Labour.
If we look at areas like this, I mean, for the Greens, this is always going to be a tough election. We knew that.
Yeah.
And we knew that going in. But we're gearing up for the Greater Manchester mayoralty, and I think this is going to be a straight-up fight between Greens and Reform. You mentioned a few minutes ago, it was just about Andy Burnham. So this has been a bit of a strange election, really, because it's Andy Burnham's personal brand that has won this election. It's not the Labour Party. Andy didn't mention anything about the Labour Party because he recognises how toxic a brand it is.
Do you think, though, you mentioned about the Greater Manchester race, which of course will now hone into view, got another by-election, and it will be a significant one because it's a big job, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people from different parties interested in it. Given Burnham's popularity, and he'll be able to campaign whether he's Labour Party leader or not by then, assuming that is a prospect. Given his purchase and salience in Greater Manchester, are you right to say that it's definitely a Reform Green contest? Surely Labour will be in with a shout. I mean, Burnham won every single ward at the last election.
I think if we look at the makeup of Manchester now, we just won 18 councillors in Manchester City. We won councillors in Bolton. We've did a strong performance in Oldham, Rochdale. We've got a solid basis to work from. And with the voting system in the mayoralty, all we have to do is come second. A lot of Labour's second preferences will go to the Greens. They're not going to go to Reform.
Well, it's clear as well, though, isn't it? It's clear that certainly in Makerfield, there was clearly some tactical voting from the Green Party to Burnham. It could be that Burnham is a more formidable opponent for you than Starmer has been, because it's clear that, at least for some people on the left, who you've been attracting more and more, that Burnham is a more appealing person and that he might be able to unite the left in a way which would be to your detriment.
I think it depends on which version of Andy Burnham turns up. Now, Andy Burnham likes to talk a good game, but I think there's a real danger of him putting on a veneer to the Labour Party, giving it a new shine, but the policies stay the same. All we have to do is look at who's behind him. The same Labour Together project is behind him. Josh Simons, who stood down to make way for him, is one of the architects of Labour Together, and now he's been promised, what I hear, he's been promised a job working for Andy Burnham. So when you've got the people who are behind Keir Starmer, behind Andy Burnham,
to be fair, they're definitely not all. I mean, some of the people behind Keir Starmer definitely do not like Andy Burnham.
Some of the people, I mean, but that same Labour Together team is there. And when that influence is there, I'm worried about the Andy Burnham that turns up. We've already seen him, his noise around cutting welfare to fund warfare, his noise around backing Shabana Mahmoud's immigration policies, his failure to call what's happening in Gaza a genocide. I am worried about him.
It's true, Jonathan, isn't it? That he's not. I mean, actually, the Makerfield thing is significant, because if he had become the MP for Gorton and Denton, where he had to fight that contest against the Greens, he would have undoubtedly adopted more left-wing positions than the ones that he's adopted in Makerfield. Because he's been campaigning in Makerfield, now he's going to be the MP for Makerfield. He's had to, whether it is Shabana Mahmoud's immigration reforms, whether it's his position on Brexit, all sorts of different things. He's definitely not run as a sort of left-wing kind of figure. So how long does that sustain, that idea of him being a more appealing to left-wing people?
He's ran on a platform essentially to change the Labour Party, to reconnect the Labour Party with, I think, some of its founding philosophies of community, state intervention, more role for the state in the life of everyday people to ensure that their lives are better. What we can see, which I think is quite impressive, is this almost metropolitan consolidation of the Labour Party, in which largely young people like myself who live in the cities, which has wants to stay in the Labour Party for the last decade or so. Now you've got people who are more pensioners, who are owning their homes, who drive a bit more, who have less of the kind of veneer of the metropolitan politics, I think. He's able to win those people over, and I think that's absolutely essential if the Labour Party wants to form a government next time round. And so I think the idea that he's moderated some of his politics, he's had a politics that is appealing to that demographic of people that he's standing in, and I think that's perfectly
Well, everyone
right.
goes on about Manchesterism, and what Manchesterism, as far as I can see, I mean, yeah, there's a bit more on public ownership with buses or public control and so on. But it's very New Labour. I mean, it's basically bringing in a load of private money to regenerate city centres. Now, don't get me wrong, perfectly good idea in lots of ways, but nonetheless, I mean, he calls it business-friendly socialism. But it's not that new an idea, is it? Isn't that, you talk about reconnecting the Labour Party with its philosophy or founding philosophy. It's not that new, is it?
Well, and I would accept your point. I mean, some of the policies and what he's advocated over the last couple of years isn't an entirely new programme of Labour doing things.
Is it just, I'm getting at, is it just vibes? Is it just Keir Starmer, but with a northern accent and a cheeky smile and someone who can connect with people? Don't get me wrong, that's really important in politics, but is that all it is?
I don't think so. I mean, what I see is a fundamental critique of the political economy of the day.
Really?
He recognises that, as I said, the state has to take a more prescient role in the economy.
Starmer's been quite interventionist. Starmer's nationalised British Steel. Starmer's...
Quite rightly so, too.
Yeah, but then what's the difference?
He recognises that you have to have a reindustrialised process. We haven't seen the government, I don't think, outside of Ed Miliband's energy strategy. There hasn't been much around reindustrialising the capacity for this country to produce its own goods. Greater nationalisation. I mean, I've heard conversations around water renationalisation, which I think is a good thing. Greater public regulation on the buses. The local transport is something that affects so many people. the idea that the state can be harnessed and mobilised for good, I think, is a start. We've had 14 years of a particular track. He's quite right. I mean, I don't agree with the Blair essay where he rejects the idea of 40 years of neoliberalism. I think Andy Burnham is quite right that we've had a consensus that has failed the country for 40 years, and he wants to do something about it. I think that's a noble thing to do.
Martin, where the Green Party been over the last few weeks?
I mean, just to come back on that a little bit, I think Tony Benn said it best when he said politicians are of two types, weather vanes and signposts. And I think Andy Burnham is a perfect example of a weather vane. He goes whichever way he thinks the political winds are going to take him. And that's why if he'd campaigned in Gordon and Denton, he would have been more left-wing, and he would have put out a lot more left-wing messaging. And that's why when he's campaigned in Makerfield, he's changed his message. I am worried that he will bow to the pressure that's around him, and that's his track record. In terms of where the Greens have been...
I mean, I just say that because, I mean, there was a period before... I mean, OK, it was a run-up to the local election, so you'd expect him to be everywhere. Your leader, Zach Polanski, was ubiquitous. Seems to have retreated a little bit from the fray, and perhaps that's also being revealed in the polling. I noticed More in Common poll this week showing you at 9%. That's the first time you've been below double digits since February.
I think the only polls that really matter are the election results, and we've just had our best set of election results in May. We elected nearly 400 councillors, 2 elected mayors in London. We took control of 5 councils in London. We elected councils, our record set in Birmingham, in Manchester.
Has he been a bit bruised by all of the negative attention that he received and all of the accusations of lying about things and so on? He's been rather bruised.
I wouldn't say he's been bruised. I think what we've done is we've built a party from a membership base of 60,000, taking it up to 230,000 and counting. And with that, we've had tremendous growth, we've had tremendous success, and now it's time to regroup and build for the future. If we'd have gone into Makerfield with a year of that growth and a year of that solid foundation, we would have been talking about a very different story today.
Well, go on, Trevor. Gently add, and we were speaking about this before, I do think it's a bit rich questioning which brand of Burnhamism we might get when you've got a political leader who was once a Lib Dem and hopped over, it seems rather conveniently, to the Greens, who wasn't able to vote in his own.
Well, it's a fair point, isn't it? I mean, that's a fair point, isn't it? If you're talking about weather vanes and signposts, I mean, is that Polanski a weather vane or a signpost?
Zach's gone on a political journey, right? Most of us have. I used to be in the Labour Party, right? I've realised that the Labour Party and the structures within the Labour Party are so toxic. They didn't let you campaign, right? When we have a toxic infrastructure like that, I don't think good can come from that. With the Greens, what we have is a party that values freedom of expression, that values debate, values discussion, and it allows people to grow. But
could you not imagine working better with an Andy Burnham Labour government compared to Keir Starmer? I just say that because, if you accept, or if the essay question continues to be, and who knows, maybe it won't be on the basis of these results, but if it is basically does the left, quote unquote, stop a reform, conservative, who knows, even restore government, you're going to have to work together, aren't you? Can you imagine doing that better with a Burnham than a Starmer?
I mean, it does go back to which version of Andy Burnham turns up.
But there is a version you could imagine.
There is a version that we could work with, a version who would support PR, who would support reindustrialisation, who would support nationalisation. And when you're talking about nationalisation, he's not really talking about nationalisation. He's talking about more control and better regulation. So what we really need to do...
That's what we can afford, isn't it? Because actually renationalising a lot of these industries is extremely expensive.
A lot of these industries are already in debt, heavily debted.
True.
Right? They've been asset stripped. So when Margaret Thatcher privatised a lot of these industries, they were laden with assets. What
we are where we are.
What the private equity companies did was they took out everything for... they extracted wealth for the benefit of the shareholders at the expense of ordinary people. And we've got to make sure that we put that back at the heart of everything that we do.
All right, we'll continue this conversation in a minute. Time, 4:21.
This is LBC.
At Waitrose, you know you're a food lover when the standout summer party spread even outshines the unfortunate weather. Make it a summer
be put in a position of Foreign Secretary or something, I think, for that stability. My view is that we will likely have a Prime Minister, I'd imagine, by Labour Party conference, the end of September. And I think that would be the most desirable outcome, I think.
And do you think it should be contested? Or
I do.
You do?
I do.
Think, who else would you like to see get involved?
I've listened to Wes Streeting's speech this week, and I was refreshed by senior figures in the Labour Party talking about ideas and concepts, rather than, I think, at times what can be seen as nebulous value systems. This was, and I'm not naturally sympathetic to the modernising movement within the Labour Party, which Wes Streeting comes from, but I found it so refreshing that you had big ideas around capitalism, around state intervention, around the essence, the role of the state being brought back into the heart of the Labour Party discussion. And I want to see more of that, because it allows members like myself to have more clarity when they're making the decision. And I'm always very mindful that this is now a decision that will be bestowed unto us. And this is about the future of the country, most fundamentally. It's not just changing an inconvenient or unpopular leader. This is about actually who's going to take us forward, who's going to alleviate poverty, who's going to bring about greater prosperity for the country, and who can subsequently then lead the next general election in favour for the Labour Party.
Martin Ali, what would you... Perhaps you can shed some light on this. These rumours, these reports that sources are in The Spectator, that your party is currently being consumed. I say your party, don't mean your party with a capital Y and capital P. I mean it with a lowercase y and lowercase p. How have they done tonight? Haven't heard anything from them. Is currently being consumed in internecine warfare over the question of anti-Semitism, in which you're accused of playing a leading part in the warfare, not the anti-Semitism.
I think one thing that happens with a lot of these media stories is they're very tabloidy. One of the journalists that broke this was a former Sun reporter, so I guess that's where the sort of angle of reporting comes from.
But is she wrong? I mean, rather than attacking the reporter, is the story wrong?
But I'll get to that. But you've got to understand the culture of the Green Party. We really value debate, and we really value democratic processes. Now, Global Majority Greens have a mandate from members to represent Global Majority members and the interests of Global Majority members.
So just explain what that is, the GMG.
So Global Majority Greens are the special... So within the Green Party, we have special interest groups who represent people from... It used to be called Greens of Colour, if that sort of gives any
right.
Understanding. So black and brown people from Africa, Asia... and represents and highlights the fantastic work that all our candidates and advocates for their rights.
But just to be clear, for the listeners and viewers who won't have necessarily followed this bit of quite sort of detailed Green Party politics, the report in The Spectator is essentially saying that your leader, Zach Polanski, is dealing with this Global Majority Greens group, and this group, of which I think you're a part, is accusing Polanski of creating a hierarchy of racism with allegations of anti-Semitism taken more seriously than other complaints. Is that your position?
I'm a member of Global Majority Greens. I am brown-skinned, yes. Now, nowhere in the Global Majority Greens report does it mention Zach, right? It mentions the leadership, which I am a part of. So it's important to listen to people's views. It's important to listen to what they feel. If they feel something, let them make their argument. Let's listen to it and let's move forward on that. We can't have... We are a broad church and we build a coalition across a wide variety of members. We have to be able to listen. As leadership, as leaders, we have to be self-critical. We have to reflect on our own actions. And that includes me.
But this report says that among other things, there is a draft GMG report that will be presented at the Green Party AGM later this month and will accuse Polanski and his team of performing anti-racism without putting it into practice. Do you believe that Zach Polanski has created a situation where the party has a hierarchy of racism?
Like I mentioned, the Green Party is a very flat structure.
No, but what do you think? Is that what you think?
This is what I'm telling you. The Green Party is a very flat structure. Zach can't create anything like that. The way our structures won't allow it.
But do you think he's performing anti-racism?
Absolutely not. Zach is an anti-racist.
And so you think that he hasn't or isn't creating a situation where there's a hierarchy of racism in the party? You don't think that?
He can't do that.
He can't?
He can't do that.
So why does this report say that he and the leadership...
It doesn't say anything about Zach. It says the leadership, which includes myself, which includes some of our governance bodies, there is work to be done within our governance structures.
But it says specifically, this report criticises the party for suspending members accused of anti-Semitism, even though, the reporter says, even though in most cases the evidence of anti-Semitism is quite clear-cut. Do you think there is a problem of suspending members for anti-Semitism?
I think our disciplinary process needs some work to make sure that every case is treated fairly.
So to be clear, you think that some members have been thrown out of the Green Party accused of anti-Semitism when they shouldn't have been?
No one's been thrown out, okay? People have been suspended. Pending investigation. So I think that process needs to work more transparently. I think that process needs to work a lot more efficiently. There's a lot. Like I said, we've gone from a membership of 60,000 members to a party of 230,000 members. We're going to pick up some bad eggs. We've got to have a good way of vetting people, and that's the work that we're doing at the moment. So when I said we're regrouping after fantastic election results, this is what we're doing. We're doing a lot of development work within our party and our structures.
The GMG is said to believe that the Greens are too pro-Zionist. Do you think that's right?
I don't think I've seen that in the report.
It is in the report from the Spectator. Says,
I mean, it might be in the Spectator report, but I don't think that's in the...
The GMG doesn't believe that.
I don't think I've seen that line anywhere.
But you certainly don't believe that?
No, I haven't seen that line anywhere.
But you don't believe that the Green Party is too pro-Zionist?
No.
And you don't think that this sort of warfare, or maybe not warfare is too strong a word, but this sort of endless debate about these sort of issues, you don't think that this is one of the reasons why perhaps parties like the Green Party end up rather sort of collapsing under the weight of their own kind of internal disputation, let's put it that way?
But it's not a dispute. This is the whole point. In the Green Party, we have a very open culture of debate. This is something that used to be valued in the Labour Party. We have a very open culture of debate. We can look at things, we can disagree on things, and we can move forward together. Our culture, you have to be in it and watch the way we work with each other.
Well, would you agree with the GMG claim that within the party, anti-Semitism allegations are treated with exceptional urgency, while anti-Muslim racism and anti-Palestinian racism and anti-Roma racism and anti-black racism, ableism and misogyny are not?
Like I said, our disciplinary process needs a bit of work.
So you think that you think basically at the moment that the Green Party is favouring or looks at more urgently accusations of anti-Semitism rather than other accusations?
That's not what I said. Right.
Well, I'm sort of inferring.
You're inferring, but
it's quite a reasonable inference.
Inferring is doing a bit of heavy lifting there. Our disciplinary process does need work. It needs to make sure it treats everything fairly, and it's right that global majority Greens can raise that as a concern.
I suppose some people might think that given that the accusations of anti-Semitism have been some clear examples of it within the Green Party, that maybe Zach Polanski and the leadership are taking that seriously because that's the most prominent accusations that take place, and it would be a good thing to take that seriously.
I think it's important. Anti-Semitism is abhorrent, and it's important that any accusations of anti-Semitism are treated fairly and investigated properly and thoroughly. And that's the key, thoroughly investigated. What we can't do is rush processes. Our disciplinary process has to remain independent.
Joanne, before we go, Andy Burnham, would you like to stand again for the Andy Burnham-led Labour Party?
I think I would be more enthusiastic this time, standing for a Labour Party led by Andy Burnham. I have a lot of high hopes for him and the Labour Party should he become the Labour Party leader now that he's been elected the MP.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time this evening or this morning, whatever time it is. Really grateful to both of you. After the break, we're going to be talking about how the Constitution plays into all of this, given that we've just got a new MP elected who might become Prime Minister, how that intersects with the fabled Labour Party rule book. And if that doesn't make you stay with us as an introduction, I don't know what will. 4:32 is the time. Darryl Jackson has the news.
Andy Burnham has won the Makerfield by-election, paving the way for him to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party. The former Greater Manchester Mayor won 24,927 votes, giving him a majority of 9,231. Well, the Conservative Party's won the Aberdeen South by-election, with Douglas Lumsden taking the seat from the SNP. The SNP did hold on to the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry constituency. And a man is being questioned on suspicion of attempted murder after a child ended up in a crocodile enclosure in Cambridgeshire. The 3-year-old boy is in a critical condition but is stable. LBC weather largely cloudy later with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England. Sunny elsewhere, highs of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
The FIFA World Cup is here. We've been waiting for it, dreaming of it. Absolutely nothing could make it any better. Except getting a...
Says all that munching isn't good for me. Around half the sugar we eat comes from unhealthy snacks and sugary drinks. If you want to change from a snack monster to a snack star, search Change for Life for loads of healthy snacking ideas.
Leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
Time is 4:35. So, where are we constitutionally? Where are we politically? Not necessarily the same thing. Well, let's talk to Dr. Craig Prescott, who is a constitutional expert lecturer at the Royal Holloway University of London. Dr. Prescott, thanks so much for joining us this morning. I suppose we now have a situation where we know before something couldn't happen, which is that Andy Burnham could not possibly become Prime Minister. We now know that he could be. I am struck always, though, that these days, now that MPs aren't the only ones to choose who the Prime Minister is, we've also got the Labour Party rulebook, which intersects with all of that. How might they potentially come into conflict, if you like, our sort of constitutional processes in the Labour Party rulebook over the coming weeks?
Oh, hello. Good to join you. Essentially, that they tried to design the Labour Party rule book so it sort of matches what the Constitution requires. Essentially, that we have a Prime Minister until they resign. And if there's a leadership contest, then Starmer can choose to take part in that, or he could choose not to. And at that point, he would no longer be the Labour Party leader, but he would still remain Prime Minister until the Labour Party leadership contest has done its thing, produced a winner, at which point Keir Starmer would resign and the King would appoint whoever wins any leadership contest.
The Prime Minister's position right now, he, of course, is saying that he will fight any contest. If he does fight that contest, which I think automatically gets on the ballot. Of course, he doesn't need to consult his MPs. Whoever else is in that contest, what does that mean? I mean, this could drag on for some time. I mean, constitutionally, as you say, he's still the Prime Minister, but it's pretty bad in terms of the paralysis of government, surely.
Yes, and this is one of the problems with modern leadership contests that we have with both Labour and the Conservatives, is that they can take an inordinate amount of time. We could be talking, I think when Keir Starmer won to become Labour leader, it took 4 months.
Yeah.
And now that's far, far too long for a party that's in government. They will have to do this more quickly than that because they are effectively choosing the next Prime Minister. You could see we're coming into the summer. You might see that we've got the summer recess coming up. You definitely want to have a new leader, by the party conferences in September at the very least.
Well, this is the thing that I was sort of getting at with the first question in a way, Dr. Prescott, which is that we sort of think, particularly obviously younger listeners and viewers who might have only observed these things in recent years. I say this myself. I don't remember the previous situation either. But of course, constitutionally, it used to be so much more simple when MPs simply decided who the majority party decided who the Prime Minister was. You go back to, 1976, you go back 50 years this year, and you go back to the Labour Party leadership contest when Harold Wilson unexpectedly stood down, Jim Callaghan's in within about 10 days or so, likewise in 1990 with Margaret Thatcher and John Major, when it was just the MPs who decided this could all be dealt with extremely quickly. But now that each of the parties has a certain level of internal democracy where their members decide who their leader is, it slows everything down so substantially. It all gets a bit murky.
Yes, it is a genuine question as to whether it is the best thing for the party of government to have such a long, elaborate leadership contest process. If you're in opposition, you could take your time. In a sense, the Constitution doesn't really take much interest. But in government, this political paralysis is not a good thing for politics, for policy, for the way we want to do things. And so I think there's a genuine argument that if you're the party of government, it really should be your MPs who choose who the next leader is. And fundamentally, a prime minister must have the confidence of their MPs to remain in office, not the party membership. And you could have situations, indeed we have had situations, where the Labour Party leader, particularly when it was Jeremy Corbyn, did not have the support of a majority of his MPs. Now, that was in opposition, and that's fine, but that would be, untenable in government. And so there is a bit of misalignment here with some of the way parties choose their leader and what the Constitution requires in a Prime Minister.
In terms of Andy Burnham, I suppose if there was going to be a coronation, then he could be Prime Minister quite quickly. If there's going to be a contest, though, feels to me like this could go on over the summer, a bit like as we saw in with the situation when Boris Johnson gave way to Liz Truss, albeit briefly. That Conservative Party leadership contest between Sunak and Truss, again in similar-ish circumstances, took several months to elapse, and it was not until, I think it was the end of August, start of September, that Truss very briefly became Prime Minister.
Yes, they timed it to coincide with the summer recess. And so that the political temperature generally sort of lowers over summer, most of the time, not always. And so that gave them, in a sense, a bit of breathing space to have a leadership contest. And they timed it so that it would, the new Prime Minister will be appointed for that short sitting that there is of the House of Commons before the party conferences. I think politically they would definitely want to have the new leader in, around that time before the party conference, because that really could give the new Prime Minister, the opportunity to set out his stall in that keynote speech. Because the one thing that Andy Burnham has just missed is like having a King's speech, setting out his legislative agenda, which is normally, the process, the time when our politics resets in itself. It's the start of a new political season, effectively.
I'd say one thing, Dr. Prescott, just finally, that strikes me is that, look, there's nothing particularly, in some way, this by-election process is unusual, but there's nothing unusual particularly about a party of government changing Prime Minister throughout the course of the Parliament. Many of our Prime Ministers have become Prime Minister that way, whether or not they've gone on to win or lose a subsequent general election. Feels to me, though, constitutionally, we are developing something of a trend which is genuinely novel, which is that we could be on the verge of having our second Prime Minister who was a mayor and who basically established their political power base in a mayoralty. Now, traditionally, this is not unusual in a sense in, say, American politics, where it's very normal for an incoming president to establish a power base as a governor or whatever it happens to be away from the centre. But in our system, basically all of our prime ministers, pretty much, with a few exceptions who had some experience in local government, but they all came to Westminster and made their name in Westminster. Now, Johnson and Burnham both were known in Westminster before they became mayors, but we're developing something quite interesting and novel, which is these mayors who are sort of in a kind of American style, sort of coming in and doing the whole I'm coming in to clean up this swamp and to sort of, the sort of American style sheriff, I'm going to come in and clean up town. This is quite an interesting development, isn't it?
Yes, this is something which is new. We've had mayors for around 20 years or so, but they are becoming much more prominent, and Westminster has been giving more powers to mayors, and so there is a sense that they are able to perhaps to do things a little bit differently to Westminster and to say, look, I've done this in Manchester, or I've done this in the West Midlands. I think this could work for the rest of the country. So you do have a new source of potential prime ministers or even cabinet ministers in some ways. And it's sort of, that's the difficulty for our constitution, because in a sense, you might think that they have more experience, more relevant experience to be Prime Minister, which is about running government, than perhaps an MP does. But our Constitution, for obvious reasons, favours MPs in terms of who the next Prime Minister will be. You have to be an MP in order to be a Prime Minister. But we now have these positions where you've got people with perhaps more relevant experience.
Dr. Craig Prescott there, who is a lecturer and a constitutional expert at Royal Holloway, University of London. Well, after the break, we'll be thinking a little bit about the international dimension of all of this. How might an Andy Burnham premiership already tripping off the tongue? That isn't it now. He's got those magic letters after his name. Might he handle the international scene, something that, generally speaking, Keir Starmer has been praised for? You're listening to this special election night programme at 4:45 in the morning here on LBC.
LBC.
Pam, what on earth has happened to your eye? I don't know. I looked online, but then
Well, for what it's worth, to me it looks like what my gran said her old neighbour Queenie.
When the mayoral election comes round for Greater Manchester, I'm going to be voting for Labour, because I do not want reform to get in our area. And so I will be backing them wholeheartedly. I was with somebody for 7 years, and last week I split up with him because he has become one hell of a reform and restore advocate, and I cannot stand it.
Oh, wow. So your relationship of 7 years broke down because, what, he was voting restore?
Yeah. He's the rhetoric that he's been coming out with over the last few years has been really quite scary. It's all the talking points of Tommy Robinson and Elon Musk.
And this was a new thing. He hadn't had that sort of politics before.
I would say over the last 2 or 3 years, it has slowly crept in. But like I say, it has become really quite scary. You know, all the dog whistle.
And why do you think that? And where do you think that came from?
Oh, it's social media, without a doubt. It's social media.
I mean, that must have been. I mean, I have to say, on this election night programme, I didn't expect to be getting into relationship stuff, but here we are. It's early. It's nearly 5 o'clock, so why not? But that must have been as reasons for relationship breakdown, politics or developments in politics. It's quite unusual, but presumably quite hard to deal with.
So I've always known that he's been right of centre and I'm left of centre. And over the years, we've had many political discussions about the things that have been going on in the country. And, you know, we've always done the whole agree to disagree, you know, be nice about it and that sort of thing. But like I say, over the last few years, he's become more extreme with his point of views and has been saying things like, you know, oh, well, I'm all for Rupert Lowe saying deport a lot of them, and it's become quite scary. So I
do you
called it a day.
Do you think that this mandate given by your almost neighbours in Makerfield, do you think this does give Burnham a mandate to become Prime Minister?
Having seen what he's done in Greater Manchester, knowing full well that he speaks to everybody and he's been the mayor for everybody. He's been working hard with, you know, Conservative councils and Labour councils and so on and so forth. It's genuine that he is genuinely working for everybody. And so I would like to think that he can take that message out to the country, if for no other reason, to keep reform out.
All right, Terry in Trafford, grateful to you. Your thoughts on Andy Burnham's victory, by the way. Great to hear from you. Do you think that the means that he is heading for number 10? And should it? 0345 60 973. Let's consider the potential foreign policy implications of a change in Prime Minister. Of course, it would be our 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years. One area in which Keir Starmer, in the main, has received quite a lot of credit and praise is his handling of foreign policy and international affairs. Of course, we could be looking forward to the rather delectable prospect of Andy Burnham meeting President Trump. How will he handle that relationship? Donald Trump will certainly have had his fair share of prime ministers by then. I'll count them up in a minute. Well, let's talk to Charles Feldman, a political analyst and host of the SOS America podcast. Charles, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Would you anticipate much of a change in UK-US relations if Burnham would be prime minister? Because obviously initially Keir Starmer held Donald Trump, or attempted to hold Donald Trump close. Now there's been pretty much a breakdown of relations, certainly publicly. Donald Trump criticising Keir Starmer yet again yesterday at the G7. Would this be an opportunity for rapprochement, or would the two personalities be too different?
Well, good morning. First of all, there are many people in the United States that would probably wish we could change government as quickly as you guys change it over there.
Careful what you wish for.
But, you know, in terms of the relationship, you know, the one thing that I think every world leader by now knows about Donald Trump is if you praise him, if you tell him to his face and behind his face how great he is, you will have a good relationship with President Trump. But the minute you say or do anything that he interprets as some sort of a slight, that relationship goes very quickly down the drain. So to more directly answer your question, yes, once there's if there's a change of leadership at number 10, initially I'm sure that there would be very kind and warm, communication between the White House and whoever the new, I was going to say whoever, but if Burnham becomes the prime minister. But the devil is always in the details. And as time goes by, you have to see what sort of policies are going to either make Donald Trump sit up and say, oh, that's really great, we can do business with this guy. Or, Donald Trump will take the opposite tact and say, this is somebody I can't do business with.
I tell you one thing, sort of observing Trump in the past with others, and I think Starmer benefited from this a little bit as well at the beginning. He does like a winner, doesn't he? He likes a winner and he likes someone gutsy, and I can totally imagine, I'm sure he hasn't been following the exigencies of the Makerfield by-election in tremendous detail, but I'm sure if it were explained to him, kind of the heist, in a way, that Burnham has, or looks like he's managed to pull off, one sort of thinks that might impress Trump a little bit.
Well, Trump is, you're right, he's impressed by people that he perceives to be winners. And he also has this kind of philosophy of governing that it's all based on the rapport that he has with a personality. If he gets along with somebody like Vladimir Putin, then it seems like Putin can do no wrong in Trump's eyes. If it's somebody who he doesn't have a certain chemistry with, then that relationship goes down the drain. There's one thing about Burnham that I think might endear him to President Trump, if I'm correctly understanding what Burnham's philosophy is. As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, he is all in favor of increasing defense spending. Am I correct about that?
Well, he's sort of given mixed signals, I think it's fair to say, but it's possible, yeah.
Okay. If, in fact, that mixed signal becomes a stronger signal in the direction of increasing defense spending, that, as you know, is something that Donald Trump is claiming, NATO allies ought to be doing, that they should be spending more on their own defense and relying less on, the U.S. military to come to the rescue. So if that, in fact, becomes Burnham's governing philosophy, if he becomes prime minister, that would, I suspect, be a plus in the column for Donald Trump.
I mean, it's certainly true, isn't it? If Burnham does become Prime Minister, he'll be doing so at a moment when UK-US relations have seldom been worse. I mean, we saw Trump has obviously been consistently attacking Keir Starmer over Iran, and of course we saw Pete Hegseth as well, after the Iran deal has been signed, sort of choosing that moment, the Defence/War Secretary, to launch a review of US operations and base arrangements and so on, and commitments to European security. I mean, it will be a challenge. It would always be challenging to deal with Donald Trump, but particularly as a new Prime Minister, especially challenging to do so at this moment.
Yes, and Trump is at the coming to the end anyway of his term, and depending on how long. Again, I mean, your government changes very quickly, but provided that Burnham becomes PM and he has some staying power, he's going to have to deal with whoever becomes the next president of the United States, and that may actually be a more critical question, because once Trump goes away, I suspect that U.S. foreign policy is going to revert rather quickly, even if it's another Republican that replaces Trump, and certainly if it's a Democrat. I think that U.S. foreign policy is going to take a radical shift back pretty much to where it was in what some people consider the good old days of Joe Biden.
Charles Feldman there, political analyst, host of the SOS America podcast. Will be an intriguing subplot how Andy Burnham deals with Donald Trump, if indeed he becomes Prime Minister, which is certainly looking pretty likely as of this morning. Before we go to the 5 o'clock news, let's get the thoughts of Andrew, who is in Rhyl, wonderful Rhyl in North Wales. Andrew, your thoughts on Andy Burnham? Is he heading for number 10?
I think he's definitely heading for number 10. I just really believe that the country is screaming out for something like this. It's funny because you mentioned about sort of like this hour of the morning being a liminal space. I think politically that's where we are at the moment. And having somebody who could actually sell a dream instead of a nightmare would be a real plus at the moment.
Do you think, what's your sense of how Andy Burnham in reality would be different? Is it just Starmerism and Starmer policy with better vibes, or do you think there'll be something substantially different about it?
There's a question. I think there is an element of vibes because wherever we are in the world, that's just how it is at the moment. People need that sense of something about it that it has sort of like some kind of really basic attractive quality. But substantially, I don't know. I think, especially on the foreign policy thing, I think that's the great unknown, and that is actually somebody who we need at the moment, somebody who can sort of navigate these waters, because it's basically quite terrifying. I mean, the past 6 months with, I'm just thinking anything about how Andy Burnham would have dealt with Iran. I'm not so sure, but I believe on sort of like a national level, on sort of like a domestic thing, I think he is going to be a real breath of change that was needed.
And in terms of reform, this has actually been the worst night for reform, actually for some years, possibly since their party's inception, sort of electorally speaking. Is this a blip, or is it the start of a wider decline?
I think it's a wider decline for them. Whilst you've got Reform and Restore just chewing at each other, and with the Conservatives sitting on the sideline basically egging them on, I think it's just going to be like a circular firing squad. I don't think they've got a clue. They haven't got a real vision to sell. All they've got is grievance, and yeah, that's no good. That's only got limited appeal. I mean, I know America's like gone down that path, but I believe hopefully we're a little bit more sensible.
Well, we'll see, won't we? Andrew in Rhyl, grateful to you. It is just turned 5 o'clock and we are in the final hour of our by-election special on this momentous night and morning in British politics. If you missed the enormous story of the night so far, if you're just waking up to it, Andy Burnham has won a huge majority in the Makerfield by-election. It is no overstatement to say that tonight's result may spell the end of the current Prime Minister's spell in office. Is it all over for Keir Starmer? 0345 60 60973. In the next and final leg, the foot, the toe of this marathon special, we will come back to our very own LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark. We'll be speaking to our Northwest correspondent, Chris Chambers, for a roundup of the best bits of the evening. Labour MP Luke Charters, Burnham ally Neil Lawson. We will try and unpack and understand what this all means for British politics and for you.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, Labour's Andy Burnham is set to return to Westminster after winning the Makerfield by-election.
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight just could, be the turning point.
The Mayor of Greater Manchester swept to victory, winning almost 25,000 votes. Reform UK's Robert Kenyon was a distant second with close to 16,000 votes. In his acceptance speech, Andy Burnham said Labour now has a final chance to change and must act upon it.
People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them.
Andy Burnham's victory paves the way for him to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour Party leadership. Mr Burnham previously said he would seek to enter any contest, but to do so he would need the support of at least 81 Labour MPs. Speaking to Lewis Goodall, the Labour MP John McDonnell said Sir Keir Starmer should accept that his time in office is coming to an end.
My ideal transition would be for the members of the Cabinet to see him over the weekend or Monday and have a frank discussion, plan an exit. There are some things that Keir might want to make sure is delivered. Hillsborough, for example, things like that. Let him lead on that and get that through. And then by the time we get to the conference in September, we'll have had a new leader in place and we use that conference to lift us again.
Two other by-elections were held overnight. The Conservatives won the seat of Aberdeen South from the Scottish National Party. Douglas Lumsden will be the constituency's new Tory MSP for the first time in 50 years. Elsewhere, the SNP won the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry seat, where Lara Bird held the seat for the party. In other news, a 3-year-old boy remains in a critical condition after he ended up in a crocodile enclosure in a zoo in Cambridgeshire. A 30-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. An Iran supreme leader has said President Trump approved their peace deal to halt the war out of desperation. Mujtaba Khamenei says Tehran will not submit if the US makes excessive demands in upcoming talks. Earlier, the US Vice President J.D. Vance insisted that Washington holds all the cards. In the city, the FTSE 100 will reopen later at 10,399. It closed down 109 yesterday. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather, largely cloudy with outbreaks of rain for Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England. Sunny elsewhere, hot in the far east, a high of 33 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Lewis Goodall on LBC.
The time is 5:04. It's disturbing for me to acknowledge or admit it, but it is just possible that some of you have not been with us uninterrupted since 10 p.m. And so in which case, I'm going to bring you bang up to date as to where we are. Because it has been, and although we often say in political journalism, we talk about sensational by-election results and extraordinary by-election results and remarkable by-election results. Just forget all those superlatives and those florid adjectives. I'm just going to give you two words with regards to the Makerfield by-election. And it is this: Labour hold. Not words that you will have heard much of over the last 6 weeks after those local election results. Frankly, words that you could scarcely believe for many MPs would be hearing again any time soon. But Andy Burnham, in a personal triumph tonight, has managed to pull off what many would have thought would be impossible. Not only hold on in a seat which was a key reform target, where in virtually every ward, when they were standing at the local elections just 6 weeks ago, they were able to, that is Andy Burnham, they were able to actually overtake everything that we had seen before with a 23-point swing. 54% of the vote, an absolute majority of the vote. It is a personal and political triumph for Andy Burnham, and is one which is setting him fair, potentially now, for number 10 Downing Street. Here's a reminder of what you might have missed. Makerfield, a de facto prime ministerial primary. The opportunity via a by-election for the 70,000 electors of a single constituency to likely choose or veto a likely prime minister for 70 million of us.
They literally could not be bigger. This by-election will decide the future of the country. There is no exaggeration there at all.
There has been nothing like this, where so much is at stake. We could sit here around this table and just act as though it is a normal by-election programme and talk about whether Labour were successful in getting out the vote today or whether Reform was successful in getting out, and whether there was tactical voting. There is so much more at stake.
Lots of Labour sources telling me they think this is going to be very close and they are not taking anything for granted. So, Lewis, this is that time of the night where it could just be expectation management and it could be really what's happening on the ground. Lewis, it's absolutely feverish speculation about exactly what's happening on the floor behind me. Oh, it's Count Binface. I just wanted to check that I wasn't missing any of the political action. Of course I am. It's Count Binface who is doing an interview next to me, Lewis. If you want to speak live with him, I'm sure we can get him down the line.
Please give my regards to His Royal Highness, the Count. It's great to see him once again. Yeah, see if we can get him on. I think it'd be very, very important.
If you were to use your eyes, you would think Reform are a shoe in here. Everywhere you go, it's Reform banners. They have absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at this in terms of trying to promote Rock Kenyon. Andy Burnham, very different tactics maybe, not seen an awful lot of him in the media. We know he's been a very slippery character.
His authority is gone. It's finished. It's dead. Wes Streeton has got more integrity in his little toe than most of the cabinet who exist currently. That's my view of Wes.
But there are also loads of Labour MPs who don't like conflict, and actually when it comes to it, they do not want a bloody contest which is going to lay bare all the difficulties the Labour Party
has
toxic.
As well. It could be absolutely, but it would be
toxic.
It's
the Labour Party, it will be toxic.
They're toxic even when they like each other.
When I spoke to people in Makerfield, they was telling me they were really excited about having Andy Burnham as their MP, and that was because
what were they telling you about the Prime Minister?
They actually, it didn't come up on the doorstep. I know this won't fit your narrative, but I'm afraid it didn't.
Not at all, not once.
They reckon, not for all the doors I knocked in Makerfield, it did not come up.
This is obviously a slightly unusual situation. Do you think that the Prime Minister should stay on as Prime Minister, come what may, whatever happens, whether Andy Burnham returns to Parliament or not?
I've said before that
if I didn't support the Prime Minister, I would not be in his cabinet. I have no intention of leaving his cabinet. We were elected on a promise of change. We've got to deliver on that promise.
Where's your candidate? Where's Rebecca? We haven't seen her at all this
She's on her way here. She's on her way.
We'd love to
She's on her way, so you will see her.
We'd love to hear her voice because we've not heard her.
You will see her. Well, you'll have to ask her if she wants to talk to you. Will she be
free?
She's free, white and 21. She can talk to anyone she wants to. I'm not going to tell her who she can talk to.
Would it not concern you to lose to Restore, a party which, frankly, until recently, was barely known and led by a man who was little bit more known either? Would that not be of any concern to you whatsoever, particularly when you consider that many people would say that they have rather extreme views?
Well, Lewis, I think you and I would share the view that a party that has says views, particularly when it comes to people of different ethnic origins and people of different religions, getting a large share, that's a concern for all of us in British society.
If Restore, and we can't know yet, obviously, but if Restore do well tonight and are the difference between a Reform majority and a Labour majority in Makerfield, how do you think the Reform Party ought to respond to that threat?
Well, I think people who voted Restore will have to respond to that and think very closely and very carefully about what they've done. Because it's clear that only one party can beat Labour in this constituency. Only one party can beat Labour on a national level. That's Reform. And if people want Labour out, which you'd have thought most people who are of a persuasion that might be thinking about voting Restore would want the left-wing government out of power, if they want to do that, they have to get on board with Reform.
I feel that there needs to be a contest because I don't know whether he'll be a better Prime Minister than Keir Starmer. What is definitely certain is that Andy Burnham presents in a manner and is more popular currently with the British public. And I mean, so the polling tells me anyway.
Jess Phillips is still with us, mainly because she just wants to see the results. She's been honest enough to confess that, but that's fine. That we're all happy. If any MPs are in the area, they want to come round, gather around the television and campfire. That's very, very...
Better be imminent.
As you can see behind me, that the candidates have just come to the stage and they are about to declare.
And I do hereby declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected. Thank you.
An extraordinary, seismic, titanic election result for Andy Burnham. He has not just won the by-election in Makerfield, he hasn't just squeaked it, he has absolutely stormed it with a majority of around 9,000, an absolute majority of over 50% of the vote in Makerfield. He is the new MP for Makerfield, and with a result like that, perhaps, likely even, to be the next Prime Minister.
There will be no second chance, but it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope, turning away from the path that takes us to a divided, dark politics of the kind we see in the United States. We must now take this path and put this country back on the right path and bring people back together and get things working properly again.
I kind of feel like maybe you are emotional in a slightly different way tonight.
The proud places that always have deserved so much more.
I'm lifted by this. I think the whole Labour Party will be lifted by this because it shows we can not just defeat Reform, we can trounce them.
It's down to Keir Starmer to make this decision. And even, I respect John saying that like the Cabinet should go in and there's quite a lot of, lots of people should make this happen. It is down to Keir Starmer to make this decision.
John, what would you say?
I hope that he makes it.
It is, but normally, and when you're in a situation like that, you need to be persuaded.
So some of the highlights of a remarkable night in British politics, and something tells me it is about to be followed by some remarkable days in British politics. Andy Burnham's journey, in a sense, has come full circle, from Westminster to Manchester to Makerfield and back to Westminster again. But it is a journey that is almost certainly far from over. Let's talk to Natasha Clark, who is in Makerfield for us, our political editor, of course. Natasha, we expected it to be either way. Well, we knew it was going to be a deeply important result for British politics. But Andy Burnham, let's be clear, has smashed expectations and he's smashed this by-election.
Yeah, Lewis, I couldn't have summed it up better myself. Obviously, here still at the Makerfield count, basically everyone has packed up and left now. And obviously, we were expecting that result to be a lot closer than it was. In the end, it was not close at all. The majority of more than 9,000 votes for Andy Burnham ahead of his closest rival, the second place, Robert Kenyon of the Reform Party. So a really poor result for them. This was one of their target seats, and we would have expected them to do better. And of course, Restore, which we've talked about, taking a chunk out of the right-wing vote as well there. I think tactical voting has very much, Lewis, played a part in tonight's results. But yes, absolutely decisive for Andy Burnham. Even if you put the Restore vote and the Reform together, Andy Burnham still comes out on top. So an incredibly decisive result for Andy Burnham. And obviously you heard there the voices of Jess Phillips, of John McDonnell, those Labour MPs, and many others are going to be having conversations up and down the country in their constituencies with each other, with members of the government all over this weekend about what happens next. And of course now it is now up to Sir Keir Starmer partially what happens next. Team Burnham have made it very clear they are prepared to trigger a leadership challenge against the Prime Minister, but they want him to stand down first. They do not want a contest, they want a coronation. That is what we are hearing from Team Burnham. And of course the next few days are going to be absolutely crucial for what happens next. Conversations happening in the background about exactly what happens with this transition. And is Sir Keir Starmer going to cling on? Is he going to fight? All of the indications so far have been yes. But it may be that after this result and after this very decisive result, and hearing the words of Labour MPs, it may be that he might choose a different path. We will wait to see what the Prime Minister, what Number 10 say later today. And I am told that we will be hearing as well from Andy Burnham at an event later on today as well. So much more on this story to come. And there is a path ahead, but we do not know exactly where it's going to come. And now to Chris Chambers, our Northwest correspondent, for more on what might happen next.
Thank you, Natasha. That's it, isn't it? You know, short term, as you mentioned there, we know that Andy Burnham is set to take part in an event later on in Makerfield, a celebration, if you like. You know, he spoke today like somebody who's on a mission. Does that mean he's going to strike quickly? You know, is it a case of let the dust settle first? Does he give it a few days or a few weeks? Or does he jump straight in and get straight to work on challenging Sir Keir Starmer? We don't expect the Prime Minister to be here to celebrate with him. That might be the sort of thing that would normally happen, but might be a bit weird given the circumstances. Lisa Nandy said earlier on that Keir Starmer will want to congratulate him, that she's sure there will be a conversation about what happens next. But we know that Andy Burnham has said he doesn't want to take a job in the Starmer government. He said for sure he wants to challenge Starmer. And so it will be fascinating to see how long he leaves it and whether he tries to play it cool for a little while. What next for Manchester as well, though, because obviously there is now a gap for Metro Mayor. That opens the door potentially to a Reform candidate as well. We know how they have had such a strong backing, certainly around this campaign as well. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. But, you know, he did promise today in his speech afterwards, Andy Burnham, that he's committed to working hard for the people of Makerfield. He left the building here with his arms around his family and saying his first job was to go for a pint. But there will be a lot of speculation around how and when and where and who. But I suppose the question is, you know, what happens with Reform as well? Battered in the Gorton and Denton by-election, battered here as well, even though they threw the kitchen sink at it. So I think there'll be a few questions about what happens next for them.
Chris Chambers there, our Northwest correspondent, live in Makerfield. Well, let's get the thoughts now of, I mean, it seems at least sort of, I'd say, a Cretaceous era ago, but Luke Trill was in his studio at around 11 o'clock in the morning, and he's with us down the line now for some reflections on the actual result now that we have it. Luke, I mean, Burnham has absolutely not only exceeded expectations, but he's done so in a way that no one can doubt that this is a personal vindication for him, in the sense that no one else, no other Labour candidate could possibly have achieved a result like this.
No, I mean, this was an electoral miracle. And like, remember,
only 6 weeks ago, in the local council wards that make up the Makerfield constituency, Reform got 51% of the vote and Labour barely got around a quarter of the vote. Tonight, that has been entirely reversed. There's been a 23-point swing to Labour, or I should actually more accurately say to Andy Burnham, since the local elections. You just don't see that sort of thing happening. And not only did he win, not only did he manage to beat the sort of combined Reform and Restore vote, he also showed that he could unify the left bloc behind him. He squeezed the Greens, who've been the source of a lot of Labour's woes elsewhere in the country, and the Liberal Democrats, and came out with that result. So, you're entirely right. It's at the top end of expectations. It's certainly better than the polling predicted. And it really does show the extent of his personal vote.
And meanwhile, we should say, the obverse of that is Reform's pretty poor performance. I mean, they barely increased their vote share on 2024. This was a key, and they're going to be spinning it and saying, look, this has been a Labour seat forever and it's their territory. And yeah, of course it's been held by the Labour Party for a long time. But, this was a clear target seat, one of their top target seats, exactly the sort of constituency that's been trending away from Labour and to them. As you yourself say, Luke, they did exceptionally well there 6 weeks ago. And yet, not only here, but in other places as well tonight, it's actually one of the worst nights, it seems to me, since the party was founded, electorally speaking.
Oh, I totally agree. And certainly their worst night since the general election. They made basically no progress here in a seat which, as you say, well, they didn't just make they made no progress since the general election. They went backwards from the local elections on what was their 13th best second place in 2024. They really should be winning here. But to add to their woes, and what I think makes it a particularly bad night was, okay, Restore weren't the margin between them and Labour, but they still got 7%. If that were replicated elsewhere, that would cost Reform. And on top of that, in that by-election in Aberdeen South, the fact that the Conservatives won basically allowed them to show proof of life and that the battle for the right isn't over. So pretty much every result, every aspect of the result went wrong for Reform here. And I think they're going to have to do a lot of soul-searching about why it's gone so wrong and what they need to do to reconnect. Because, it really is, there is no gloss that you can put on this set of results for Reform. They have underperformed, and meanwhile their rivals on their right in their own bloc have overperformed.
Or I was going to just say, just briefly and finally, Luke, I was going to say that we're talking a lot about Makerfield. There were three by-elections in total. One in Arbroath that need not detain us too much was an SNP hole, pretty unremarkable. But you've already alluded to it, the result in Aberdeen South, which the Conservatives won, and again won handsomely with 50% of the vote. We've talked a lot, haven't we, not just you and I, but the whole of British politics has talked a lot about the death of the old two parties. Well, on the basis of tonight's results, and they could be sui generis, they could be unusual, they could be exceptions, but there's life in the old dogs, yeah, at least for now.
Well, absolutely, yeah. If this was a bad night for Reform, it was a good night for the traditional two parties. I guess the one thing I would say, which proves we are still very definitely in a multi-party system, was that it was actually 4 different parties who were the top 2 in those 2 different seats. So Makerfield, it was Reform, Labour, Tories didn't even hold their deposit. In Aberdeen South, it was Tories and the SNP, with Labour barely holding their deposit. So it's still a multi-party picture, but definitely one of the best nights for the big 2 that I can remember. It just shows that actually, we're not just in an era of fragmented politics, we're in an era of volatile politics, and particularly an era of voting against parties as well. Particularly, I think there was a lot of tactical voting in Aberdeen. And that just makes for a much more messy, unpredictable electoral landscape, but I guess the type of nights that you and I like quite a lot.
Hey, every cloud, my friend. Luke Trill there, who's a UK director of More in Common. I think we can make one prediction, however volatile British politics might seem and might be. Kemi Badenoch will definitely be going to Aberdeen this morning for a victory lap. I can't quite imagine that Keir Starmer will be doing the same in Makerfield. We'll be talking to an Andy Burnham backer within the Parliamentary Labour Party. That is coming up. The time, 5:22.
This is LBC.
Bring your pensions together into one easy-to-manage online plan with PensionBee. Because when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. When investing...
A 20-point majority, 23% swing within weeks. A 20-point majority, 23% swing within weeks. I remember knocking on the first door of the by-election campaign just a week before that. People had voted Reform in their droves. And there's only one man that could have done that. That's Andy. And look where Labour's polling is on a national level. He's defied the odds totally here in Makerfield and united the progressive bloc and given us that blueprint we're desperately searching for how we beat Reform.
Well, OK, Luke, but I don't want to rain on your parade, not least because Labour Party has not had much of a parade to rain on of late. So I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. But let's just put it this way for a second. Let's put the counter view, which is that, OK, no one can say absolutely exceptional result in Makerfield. But is it replicable? Because this was a unique set of circumstances where Burnham was basically running as the Labour candidate against the Labour Party. He can't do that again. He can't run that campaign in 650 constituencies. And you had the entirety of the Labour Party machine. I saw it up there myself this week when I saw you there. The entirety of the machine descended on one constituency. You campaigned and knocked on every door, I think 6 times, maybe even more by the time you finished with them. You can't do that again. This could be a unique circumstance from which you infer too much.
No, I mean, there's no counter view here, Lewis. This was historic, colossal, seismic, era-defining in our politics. And you say, yeah, there were 3,000-4,000 activists up here. I can tell you, the campaign felt electric. The energy was just rejuvenated by Andy when it comes to all of our activists. And actually, he's got a model for how we can reconnect with working-class voters that have left us, and now we've got hopefully a new fork in the road where we can start winning them back on side. And his style of authenticity, if we can push that out across all constituencies in Britain, then I think we've got a much better hope of taking the fight to Farage, haven't we?
Well, OK, well, let's talk about what we're talking about, get down to brass tacks. What you're saying is, Luke, is that he needs to become leader of the Labour Party pronto.
Well, of course he does. That's what I've long said. I won't mince my words as a Yorkshireman, Lewis, on your programme, even at 5:30 this morning. But look, only one man could have achieved that result. And not only do people love him in this part of the world and across the wider north, he can connect with people through his optimism and hope. What's happened in this campaign, Lewis, is everything's been thrown at him. Crypto cash, fake AI images, and he's defied it all with his message of hope. And his message, too, that we've got a political and economic model that's broken, an alternative plan for that. And that's, I think, the message and the colossal story that we're bringing to the table.
So you think that the Prime Minister needs to resign, what, this week?
I mean, I've just literally come back from the count a few hours ago. I'm just soaking in just the atmosphere of Makerfield.
Yeah, but it's been said. I mean, look, there's been plenty of reports tonight, Luke, as you know, that Andy Burnham's got the 80 names and that he's preparing to go to the Prime Minister and say that and ask him to agree to a transition. Do you think that the Prime Minister now does need to work out some sort of transition with Burnham?
Look, I'm sat in my Airbnb here in Makerfield. For me, I've reflected on this is an era-defining moment for our Labour Party. I'm sure this weekend, whenever the Prime Minister has a coffee this morning, he should be doing some reflecting on just how consequential it is, how significant it is, the message that the voters here in Makerfield have sent. So I'm quite sure that the Prime Minister doesn't need me or anyone else, really, to take a few moments this morning and just recognise just how consequential today really was.
Well, he says, and he's been very, very clear, that he will fight any contest and any challenge. So what would your message be to him this morning?
I think there's only one chap, Andy, and given his record here in Manchester, that could have delivered this result. And don't forget, it would have actually been an 8,000 majority for reform based on the local election results. And that swing from 8,000 there to 9,000 now. You've had pollsters, you've had election gurus on your programme tonight. There is only one person that can do that, and he's galvanised the entirety of the PLP. And Lewis, there's members across the PLP, those who are in Wes's corner, obviously those who are in Andy's corner, the cabinet were there. There's people texting me this morning as they wake up and have their coffee, that just how impressed they are about the energy and electricity that Andy was actually able to create here in Makerfield with our own activists and our own people.
If the Prime Minister were to step down, do you think it would be better for Andy Burnham and for the country and for the Labour Party for there to be a contest for the Labour Party leadership?
Well, I mean, still I'm in this reflective mode of just...
Well, I'm asking you to step out just ever so gingerly, Luke, from the reflective mode and look forward ever so much and just consider whether or not you think it would be good to have a contest.
I think it'd be good for this weekend for the PM to take heed of what was an absolutely seismic and colossal message here. All of those individual pencil X marks on the ballot paper that working class families put in their tens of thousands here in Makerfield. I think that the Prime Minister should look at that. If he thinks he could have delivered that, well, I'm afraid the electoral arithmetic shows that he didn't deliver that, and that Andy, he's got the seismic force behind him that only he can be doing that. So I think the PM's got to very quickly reflect on and read the room here, Lewis. I think he's really got to read the room about what's happening here in Makerfield.
Read the room.
Read it quickly.
Luke Charters there, Labour MP for York Outer, as you could have gathered, a backer of Andy Burnham for the Premiership. We'll be thinking about what the market reaction might be to all of this, a key component, unfortunately. And we've certainly seen some adverse market reaction in the past at the prospect of Rachel Reeves leaving the Chancellorship, which seems quite likely if we're to have a new Prime Minister. Lots more to come as well. Time, what is it now? Just about to turn 5:31. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines on this momentous morning in British politics with Dominic Ellis.
Andy Burnham has won the Makerfield by-election, paving the way for him to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour Party leadership.
This is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it.
The Mayor of Greater Manchester won almost 25,000 votes, earning him a comfortable victory over Reform UK's Robert Kenyon. Mr Burnham has previously said he'd join any Labour leadership contest, but to do so he would need the support of at least 81 Labour MPs, while Sir Keir Starmer has also said he stands ready to fight any challenge. In two Westminster by-elections in Scotland, the Conservatives have taken Aberdeen South from the SNP, which held on to the Arbroath and Broughty Ferry seat. The votes were held after the sitting MPs were elected to Holyrood. One other story, a 3-year-old boy remains in a critical condition after he ended up in a crocodile enclosure at a zoo in Cambridgeshire yesterday. A 30-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. LBC weather largely cloudy today with outbreaks of rain across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the far north of England. Sunny elsewhere, hot in the far east, a high of 33 degrees.
This is LBC.
Have you noticed the way fans shout at football matches?
Oh, wake up!
That's because conveying your message with sound is the most effective
of disappointment for the Reform Party. They barely nudged up at all in Makerfield, only 2 percentage points up. And actually, since Sarah Poachin, God bless her, won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election for Reform last year, Reform had hoped to win 3 by-elections, one in Caerphilly for the Welsh Senedd. They lost to Plaid Cymru. They hoped to win in Gorton and Denton, which they lost to the Greens, and now in Makerfield, which they've lost to Labour. Again and again, we see a alliance, anti-reform alliance, coming together to keep them out. That could bode very ill indeed for Reform's long-term electoral prospects. Let's think about the economic prospects now for the country a little bit with Russ Mould, Investment Director at AJ Bell. Russ, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Obviously, there has been another element to this by-election, and that has been, and the background to it, which is what the market reaction might be. As we seem to have nudged ever so much closer to an Andy Burnham premiership, how do you think the markets will react when they open?
First of all, I think Mr. Burnham's win had become increasingly expected, so I don't think on the day there's going to be a huge amount of movement. And looking right now, the markets cast their vote, as it were, in two different ways. One, with the currency, how comfortable they are owning assets in a particular country.
In sterling,
In sterling. And two, how much they charge a government to lend. And looking right now, the pound is down a tiny bit against the dollar and the euro, and the 10-year government yield borrowing cost is up 0.01%. So it's absolute. The movements at the moment are not particularly big. I think where you may start getting more movement going forwards is when Mr. Burnham starts to pad out a manifesto, and if and when he starts to appoint or suggest who he would perhaps appoint in his cabinet, and would he, for example, look for a new Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. I mean, there has been some speculation. I mean, when there was speculation that Keir Starmer might move Rachel Reeves, that did have an adverse market reaction, actually cemented her in place as Chancellor. It feels to me that it would be likely that Burnham would want someone new at number 11. Do you think that there would be a reaction then, or I suppose it would depend really on who that might be?
It depends on who and what plans they've got. I mean, if you look, I know there's been a lot of concern over the government borrowing costs, and certainly since Sir Keir Starmer's position began to wobble, borrowing costs went up, but there are other factors involved there. Oil price, war in the Middle East, worries about inflation and the Bank of England raising interest rates quite quickly. Those fears have eased a little bit in the past month or so. So that 10-year benchmark borrowing cost for the government has been coming down while Mr. Burnham's opinion polls have been going up. So there are always other things working. It's not just what's going on in Westminster and its ability to influence events. But certainly the bond markets, the bond vigilantes will be looking at who any putative new Chancellor could be and what their policies are. And it's interesting reading, looking at the FT review of Jeremy Hunt's new book, saying that the Office for Budget Responsibility is wary of spending for growth. I think if you could put forward a credible growth plan which will help get government debt under control and get the debt to GDP ratio down, that would be very, very warmly welcomed. If you could achieve it, it's simply a matter of putting out a plan that is clearly funded and has very clear ideas as to how you would get a long-term return on your investment. I think where the 2022 accident came from was a lot of the policies which I think normally markets would have welcomed were brushed through very quickly. There wasn't an awful lot of detail behind them. So you could still present a plan that the vigilantes would welcome so long as it was done carefully.
How vulnerable would you say, Russ, Britain is at the moment to those vigilantes? How vulnerable? I mean, we are borrowing a lot of money. We haven't really stopped borrowing a lot of money since COVID in one form or another. We obviously know what happened with Liz Truss, but there are all sorts of ways that market instability can manifest itself, which isn't like what happened in 2022. How vulnerable is Britain at the moment?
The UK is not on its own in this respect. I mean, if you look at our debt to GDP situation, you can look at France, you can look at the US, you can look at Japan, which makes the UK's debts look like a vicar's tea party. So in that respect, we're not on our own. Japan is a bit of a weird one because most of its debt is owned locally. So if it ever did default, it would default upon itself, and that's not the issue. The UK is not going to default on its debt. In a worst-case scenario, or in the best-case scenario, you grow your way out of it, which is what every politician's been trying to achieve for a long time. So if there was an easy lever to pull, my guess is it would have been pulled by now. But if you can't do that, you can try and do it through the back door and inflate your way out of it, which is kind of where we are now. You can go for austerity. No political appetite, no public appetite, no political appetite. And frankly, that's proved to be pretty tough sledding. So your list of options aren't particularly appealing. But the UK is probably slightly more vulnerable than some because there's a fair chunk of our debt that's owned overseas. We also import more than we export. So we are to some degree, as Governor Mark Carney once put it when he was the Bank of England governor before he became Prime Minister of Canada, we are still somewhat dependent upon the kindness of strangers. So we do need to keep them happy as best we can.
Ross Moore there, Investment Director at AJ Bell, marking our card for us on the economic score. Want your thoughts on what you're hearing, particularly if you're just waking up to this? Do you welcome Andy Burnham's election in Makerfield? And do you think that he should be and will be on his way to number 10, 0345 60 60973? Joining me in the studio live in Westminster now, Lucy Reid, columnist for The New World. Lucy, what do you make of this result?
I mean, obviously, it's been said a million times tonight. What tonight's result will hold for the next few days, weeks, months of British politics will be absolutely unprecedented in some ways. But I think, interestingly, it is funny to look at how Reform and Restore and the Conservatives have done tonight, because I think what you can see in Makerfield with the gathering behind Burnham as that sort of anti-reform vote. Not saying that's the only reason people voted for Burnham in Makerfield, but the rallying that you've seen and the very low percentage of votes that Greens and the Lib Dems got, I don't think necessarily in 2029, if Labour were making the case under a Starmer premiership, okay, we all need to vote Labour to get rid of Reform or Restore or whatever, I don't think that people would rally behind Starmer in the same way that they might rally behind Burnham.
Because he's so checkered on the left.
Yes, and I also think that a lot of people would say, oh, well, what's the alternative? I think that the Greens and the Lib Dems would have a much easier time making the argument of, oh, don't just vote Labour to get out Reform, because they're actually similar in X, Y, Z way.
But of course, Burnham has been able to do that partly because he has had this unique position, which is that he's sort of within the Labour Party, but he's not only outside the government, he's outside the Commons. As soon as he became the government, and you've got to start making those difficult trade-offs, which there always are, then perhaps those left-wing voters will just do to him what they've done to Starmer.
I mean, absolutely. I think that's definitely a possibility. And I also think we need to remember that this massive sort of landslide that we've seen for Burnham, well, landslide in the sense
that, I think that's fair in a way, yeah.
Is not going to be replicated in every Labour seat in 2029.
No, it can't
because
be.
It can't. I mean, the amount of people they had out on the ground in Makerfield just simply can't be replicated, and they're not going to have the same star power in every single candidate. No
and
offense.
He may have been Prime Minister for 2 or 3 years.
Exactly.
And we know what happens. I mean, look at Keir Starmer. Okay, he wasn't that popular when he came in, but he was a lot more popular then than he is now.
So I think Labour activists have a right to be excited and relieved tonight, but the idea that this is what 2029 is going to look like and every seat's going to look like Makerfield is very far from reality.
I mean, it is also possible, of course, that we see with Reform that, this is a party which, in a way, could be victim of the very thing which has allowed it to rise, which is that, these days, and we're seeing it play out with Restore a little bit as well, the barriers to entry in our politics are very, very low. And they are the beneficiaries, new parties, the beneficiaries of volatility and insurgency. But the revolution always eats its children. Those same factors, that volatility, can come for you just as it came for everybody else. And that might be what we're seeing now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look, I think Sarah Pochin was saying earlier about some of the comments that Robert Kenyon made in the past. She had a throwaway line like, oh, he maybe wasn't vetted as well as he could have been. And don't quote me on that, but that was the general sentiment. And you're going to see this more and more with Reform, because if they are going to field a candidate in every single seat in 2029, this is going to be repeated over and over again. I mean, if Robert Kenyon was the best candidate they got for Makerfield, such an important by-election for Reform, because, it's the demographic that should be Reform's bread and butter, and stopping Burnham would have been such a bragging point for
But on
Farage.
paper, you could see that he was, on paper, a good candidate, the sort of person that might work. I mean, maybe a bit of a search of the old social media Control F might have helped. I mean, I'm not sure they've called Control F for Carol Vorderman, but there we go.
I don't think he's a very natural politician, though. I mean, if you saw him on the BBC Question Time, he was quite...
Well, people are always so contradictory, aren't they? They, on the one hand, say, well, we want more normal, ordinary people in politics, and then they go, well, actually, maybe not that normal.
But to be fair to Burnham, I think he did a really good job on that Question Time, because he was able to come across as very professional. It was very obvious that he'd had the most political experience on that panel, but he never came off as if he was reading from an auto cue or if he was, just trotting out party line.
Lucy Reid there, columnist for The New World, joining me in the studio in Westminster. Let's talk, before we go to a break, shall we, briefly with Claude, who I think is in Richmond Park, who has something to say about this election result. Claude, were you surprised?
No, not at all. It was a brilliant victory, and I wish Andy Burnham a massive congratulations, and I think it's an important preparing for our victory against reform, and we need those numbers to ensure that we have a wonderful leadership for Labour. Keir Starmer's time's up. I think he needs to also prepare his timetable and make a smooth exit for a stable Labour and a stable country for Britain. We have a number of things to be addressed.
But Claude, what if the Prime Minister were here? I think he'd say, well, hang on a minute. It's all very well that Andy Burnham's got his mandate. I got a mandate at the general election. So no, thank you very much. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, the numbers speak for itself, and I think where we see the track record of favourability with the people, I think we see that unfortunately Keir Starmer has lost the people, and the people are not backing him. When it comes to voting, it's about never forgetting, and I think it's even more of a testimony why we got to take that, showing that basically the people are the people that basically vote the individuals in, and when you got Andy Burnham firing all cylinders, he is the best to be for the next leader.
When would you like to see him in number 10 then, Claude? Do you think there should be a contest?
I think there will be a healthy contest, but I think he's already made the numbers, and I think for the possibility to challenge reform, I think he's a strong candidate.
All right, Claude, who's in Richmond Park, your thoughts on the results as you might be waking up to it this morning. Is Andy Burnham heading for number 10? Should he be? And have we witnessed peak Farage and peak reform? 0345 6060 973. We are in the tail end, the sort of ash and ember of the fag end of our 8-hour election marathon. But I tell you what, we might have the best 15 minutes to come. Only way to find out is sticking with us. 5:46.
LBC.
Buying a home on a holiday park was the retreat you always wanted. But then came unexpected site fee increases. And
wonderful. It's also very encouraging to see the progressives working together for Green and Lib Dem voters to support Burnham, to make sure that the onward march of reform is blunted. I think it's also amusing to see the restore versus reform fight, and one billionaire backed and the other sort of millionaire backed, taking large chunks out of each other. So I think there is a lot of positive to think. I think if you look at the Scottish results and what happened to Labour vote share there, I think they were down 75%.
Yes.
And gone from second position to fourth position. So this is the future of Starmerism. And I think we really need to move beyond that. And I think we hope that Burnham has an orderly transition. I think it's important that there should be a leadership debate and contest so that people can hear various sides of the Labour Party.
You don't think there should be a coronation, Hassan?
No, I don't think so. I think coronations would be terrible, because I think then you will... I think my real worry is that Burnham starts governing from the right, and because he's already moved to the right quite a bit, probably because of his that he was standing in a very area with a high Brexity population, very white, and therefore he had to take an anti-immigration stance. He had to not really talk about nationalisation, etc. So I'm hoping that the Burnham that goes to Downing Street does not govern from the right, or does not govern like a new sort of version of Starmer, but actually takes a clear break from both Starmer and also the Tories.
Hassan in Cambridge, grateful to you. Well, let's get the thoughts now of Neil Lawson, co-founder and chair of the centre-left pressure group Compass, also an Andy Burnham ally, I think it's fair to say. Neil, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Just put into context your view, how do you rate this night in terms of British politics? What do you think it means for British politics? How important do you think it will turn out to be?
I don't know yet. It's a bit like the French Revolution and all that. It's too early to tell, isn't it? I think what Burnham has done, quite remarkably, is to give the Labour Party a chance, a lifeline. Because I was out on the doorsteps in Makerfield, and people, are sick of the Labour Party, but they've given Andy Burnham a chance. And now the challenge is, can you turn that kind of Burnham magic in terms of his personality, his plan, and which has built his popularity? Can that now infect the whole of the Labour Party? And can this thing now be turned round? Changing the wheels while the car is moving, and it's a really tough job, and it's a daunting job, but it's been given a lifeline, and he's shown, look, I knew this was going to happen, Lewis. This is why I got behind him, 18 months, 2 years ago, because I saw a person with the popularity and the plan, and I knew eventually it wouldn't be about whether he pushed his way in. It would be whether the Labour Party were going to invite him, back to Westminster to become the leader. A lot like they asked, Blair before '94 to become leader. There are similarities in the sense that the party arrived at a point where something became inevitable, and I thought this was always going to happen. After Gorton and Denton and after the local elections, it became, more inevitable, and now here we are, huge opportunity, but my God, what a daunting challenge as well.
Indeed. Not least because how credible is it to say that there is genuinely a deep and distinctive difference of philosophy and vision and politics with Andy Burnham by comparison to Keir Starmer? You know what the criticism is, Neil, that basically what Burnham offers is Starmerism with vibes. Is that unfair, or is there actually something substantially different, conceptually, philosophically, politically, between the two men?
So I didn't go anywhere near Starmer because I had the opportunity to kick the tyres and look under the bonnet before he became leader and realised there was nothing there, nothing of any substance. Now, I'm not saying that Andy and Burnhamism or Manchesterism is the finished article, but that absolutely is a big offer to the country. And I think that big offer is that we have to change both our democracy and our state, the way in which we do politics, in order to change our economy and our society. And I think that is Burnham's big argument. That's the thing that he's demonstrated in Manchester, that if you build a long-term consensual politics, then you can do investment from business and the state over the long term. And I think it's that approach that he will bring to Westminster. And as your previous caller, Hassan, who was very wise, I thought, was saying that he attracts both the working class vote and the cosmopolitan vote, and that is a unique offer to the country. Now, how you bring those two things together permanently, what policies, what vision, I think all of that is now up for grabs. But this could be a moment, akin to 1945. To 1979, when British politics is changed dramatically, but it has to be.
Except, Neil, except the difference, 1945 and 1979, that was the fruition, in both cases, of long-term arguments and the development of, serious, substantial philosophies for the Labour Party in 45 and then Thatcher and the Conservatives in 1979. That isn't what we've seen here. What we've seen here is a contingent set of events and sense of desperation from the Labour Party, which has turned to Andy Burnham, or looks likely to do so. Isn't this is doing it the other way around? You yourself just said that it's not the finished product. It'll need to be the finished product pretty quickly, won't it?
It's not the finished product, but I would much rather have a leader of the Labour Party in the country who has all the right instincts and all the right analysis of what's gone wrong. I mean, if you look at what Burnham's argument has been over the last, few years, it is that kind of, the neoliberalism went too far, that financialisation went too far, that globalisation went too far, and privatisation. He's got a big analysis of what's gone wrong. He's practiced a politics in Manchester that started to deliver, fastest growing economy, in the country, winning everywhere, developing this popularity. Now, I perfectly accept that there's a lot of work to be done. That work is being done behind the scenes, and now that needs to come out into the open. We're going to be looking at a kind of, a summer of hope, as it were, of bringing there's a lot of enthusiasm for Burnham, and there will be for Labour now amongst the think tank community. The academics will be publishing a paper early next week on, 12,000 words on exactly what Manchesterism means. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I completely agree. There's a huge amount of work to be done, but you've got a candidate, for the leadership of the party. Hopefully he will become the leader, who's really interested in ideas, who's got imagination, who wants to bring coalitions together to back really big ideas and really big thinking. This is a breath of fresh air. This is oxygen into the lungs of progressives, not just in the Labour Party, but I hope, amongst Greens and Liberal Democrats and people of no party. This is a sea change, and the potential, at least, for a sea change in our politics. So I think we should have a little bit of not naivety, but hope and optimism that this could be a big turning point for our country.
Do you think it would be better for Andy Burnham in terms of honing that pitch and those ideas if there were to be a contest for the Labour leadership?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think everyone should be stress test. But that's not his decision. It's the decision of whether Keir Starmer decides to go, or with kind of dignity and grace, whether people like Wes Streeting think that they've got the numbers, and want to, pitch themselves against Burnham. You've seen the polls. We've all seen the polls. This is before last night. He wins by a landslide, and there are reasons for that about his personality and about his plan, which has led to his popularity. So I think there should be a contest. It would be better. I'm pretty doubtful whether there'll be one, because who wants to end up in single-digit figures in a leadership election?
And just finally, what do you make of what this says about reform and where their politics are? They actually had a disappointing night in Makerfield. Yeah, OK, Andy Burnham, obviously a big part to play in that. They've actually had a string, in parliamentary terms, by-elections. They haven't done particularly well. You've seen the sort of progressive vote kind of corral behind them. Do you think that the threat that they've posed has been overblown, or do you still think that threat is potent?
No, that threat is so potent. They won, all the seats that were up in Makerfield in the local elections in May. They won all of them. What happened last night was, it was a victory for the brand of Burnham. And you can't find 650 Burnhams to fight the next election for Labour. And, whatever reforms say or do, they go up in the polls and in people's estimations when progressive politics fails people, like those in Makerfield, and we have failed them. So, the job now is to put forward a programme, a vision, a culture, a way of doing politics, which speaks to, both the people of Makerfield, but also the people of Gorton and Denton, that working class and cosmopolitan. We've got to find a way of doing politics in this kind of, two-block, multi-party world, which appeals to both of those blocks and bring them together. There is a progressive majority in this country. There always has been. Now, with Burnham, we've got the chance of mobilising it to win a progressive mandate, to ensure that reform are defeated, but more importantly, that the causes of reform are defeated.
Neil Lawson there, co-founder and chair of the centre-left group, pressure group Compass, an ally of Andy Burnham. We'll be hearing more from him, I think, in the days and weeks to come. You'll be hearing nothing more from me for tonight, at least, though, because that is it for the last 8 hours in this pivotal night in British politics. Undoubtedly, I think, perhaps the pivotal night and day of this Parliament, where we may have reached politically, and the Labour Party has reached politically, a fork
in the road. And however much attention has been paid in these last 4 weeks, the centre of the political universe has been Makerfield. Whether Andy Burnham likes it or not, that attention, that focus, that centre returns from now, from today, to where I am sat in Westminster, where the fight for Makerfield may be over, but the fight and battle for the Labour Party is just beginning. If you missed any of today's special by-election, I mean, you could relive the whole 8 hours if you want. Why not? You could get a life. You can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app. Stay up to date with all the fallout of the by-election, along with the latest videos and opinion by downloading the official LBC app for free from your app store now for continuous coverage throughout the day of all the political developments to come. Stay with Simon Conway on LBC News and Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Some companies try to reel people in by promising quick cash if you pay them to claim work expenses. But think twice before taking the bait, because they might just want to land a commission, and it turns out you aren't eligible to claim anything. You'll have to pay HMRC back, and it's unlikely the company will refund any fees. So don't get caught out. Check if you're eligible and make a claim.
Oh, power of Scotland, as the Conservatives pull off a by-election victory not seen since the 1960s. Douglas Lumsden is the victor.
The people of Aberdeen have spoken loud and clear. We stopped the SNP and we sent a message that the destruction of the oil and gas industry must stop now.
There are other stories, and in other news,
a 30-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder, with a 3-year-old boy in a critical condition after ending up in a crocodile pen. I'm LBC's Shivani Sharma in Huntingdon with the details.
Plus why the vile murder of baby Preston will die behind bars, and the kitchen sink drama rocking ITV after they put a top pundit in a kitchen behind an apron to analyse the football. Yeah, you did hear that correctly. 6 o'clock news on LBC is next.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, Andy Burnham has won the Makerfield by-election, paving the way for him to challenge Sir Keir Starmer for the Labour Party leadership.
Everyone knows that politics isn't working. Everyone can feel that the country isn't where it should be. Tonight just could, be the turning point.
The Mayor of Greater Manchester won almost 25,000 votes, earning him a comfortable victory over Reform UK's Robert Kenyon. Restore, led by Rupert Lowe, came in third place ahead of the Conservatives. In his acceptance speech, Andy Burnham said Labour now has a final chance to change.
People here have voted for change. They have voted for more power for the North and everywhere forgotten by Westminster. They have voted for hope. Now let's give that back to them.
Mr Burnham previously said he would seek to enter any leadership contest if he secured his return to Westminster. If he does mount a challenge, he'll need the support of at least 81 Labour MPs. Sir Keir Starmer has also previously said he stands ready to fight any challenge. But the Labour MP Luke Charters has told LBC Sir Keir needs to read the room.
All of those individual pencil X marks on the ballot paper that working class families put in their tens of thousands here in Makerfield, I think that the Prime Minister should look at that. If he thinks he could have delivered that, well, I'm afraid the electoral arithmetic shows that he didn't deliver that, and that Andy, he's got the seismic force behind him that only he can be doing that.
In 2 Westminster by-elections in Scotland, the Conservatives have taken Aberdeen south from the SNP, which held onto Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. The votes were held after the sitting MPs were elected to Holyrood. Stay with LBC for all the latest live reaction and analysis with Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Elsewhere this morning, a 3-year-old boy remains in a critical condition after he ended up in a crocodile enclosure at a zoo in Cambridgeshire. A 30-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. And the NHS is being warned it'll be put under extra demand as temperatures in some areas are set to climb into the 30s today and over the weekend. Amber heat health alerts are already in force in southern and eastern England. In the city, the FTSE 100 will reopen later at 10,399. It closed down 109 yesterday. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather.